Section 15 of the History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 23, Hannibal at Capua, Chapters 1 through 10. Chapter 1. Hannibal at Capua. Immediately after the battle of Cannae and the capture and plunder of the Roman camp, Hannibal moved out of Apulia into Samnium, in consequence of an invitation he had received from a man named Statius Trebius, who promised to hand over Compsa to him if he would visit the territory of the Herpini. Trebius was a native of Compsa, a man of note amongst his people, but his influence was less than that of the faction of the Mopsii, a family which owed its predominance to the favor and support of Rome. After the report of the battle of Cannae had reached the town, and Trebius was telling everybody that Hannibal was coming, the Mopsian party left the city. It was then peacefully handed over to the Carthaginian, and a garrison placed in it. There Hannibal left all his booty and his baggage, and then, forming his army into 2 divisions, gave Mago the command of one and retained the other himself. He gave Mago instructions to receive the submission of the cities in the district, which were revolting from Rome, and to compel those which were hanging back to revolt, whilst he himself marched through the Campanian district towards the lower sea, with the view of attacking Neapolis, so that he might have a city accessible from the sea. When he entered the confines of Neapolis, he placed some of his Numidians wherever he conveniently could, in ambuscade, for the roads are mostly deep, with many unseen windings. The others he ordered to ride up to the gates, driving ostentatiously before them the plunder they had collected from the fields. As they appeared to be a small and disorganized force, a troop of cavalry came out against them. They were drawn on by the retreating Numidians into the ambuscade and surrounded. Not a man would have escaped had not the proximity of the sea and some ships, mostly fishing vessels, which they saw not far from the shore, afforded a means of escape to those who were good swimmers. Several young nobles, however, were either taken or killed in the skirmish, amongst them Hegias, the commandant of the cavalry, who fell whilst following the retreating foe too incautiously. The aspect of the walls deterred the Carthaginian from attacking the city. They by no means offered facilities for an assault. Chapter 2. From there he directed his march towards Capua. This city had become demoralized by a long course of prosperity and the indulgence of fortune, but most of all by the universal corruption produced by the wild excesses of a populace who exercise their liberty without any restraint. Pasuvius Calavius had got the Senate of Capua entirely in his own power, and that of the populace. He was a noble, and at the same time a favorite with the people. But he had gained his influence and power by resorting to base practices. He happened to be chief magistrate in the year in which the defeat at Trasumenus occurred, and knowing the hatred which the populace had long felt towards the Senate, he thought it highly probable that they would seize their opportunity, create a violent revolution, and if Hannibal with his victorious army should visit their neighborhood, murder the senators and hand over Capua to him. Bad as the man was, he was not utterly abandoned, since he preferred to play the autocrat in a commonwealth which was constitutionally sound, rather than in one that was ruined. And he knew that no political constitution could be sound where there was no council of state. He embarked on a plan by which he could save the Senate, and at the same time render it completely subservient to himself and to the populace. He summoned a meeting of the Senate and commenced his speech by saying that any idea of a revolt from Rome would have been quite repugnant to him, had it not been a necessity. Seeing that he had children by the daughter of Appius Claudius, and had given his own daughter in marriage to Marcus Livius in Rome. But, he went on, there is a much more serious and formidable danger impending, for the populace are not simply contemplating beginning their revolt from Rome by banishing the Senate from the city. They mean to murder the senators, and then hand over the city to Hannibal and the Carthaginians. It is in my power to save you from this peril, if you will put yourselves in my hands, and, forgetting all our past quarrels, trust me. Overcome by their fears, they all placed themselves in his hands. I will, he then said, shut you in your house, and whilst appearing myself to participate in their act by approving of designs which I should in vain attempt to oppose, I will discover a way of safety for you. Take any guarantee in this matter which you please. When he had given the guarantee, he went out and ordered the doors to be fastened, and left a guard in the vestibule to prevent anyone from entering or leaving without his orders. Next, he called an assembly of the people, and addressed them thus: You have often wished, citizens of Capua, that you had the power to execute summary justice on the unscrupulous and infamous Senate. You can do so now safely, and none can call you to account. You need not risk your lives in desperate attempts to force the houses of individual senators, guarded as they are by their clients and slaves. Take them as they now are, locked up in the Senate house, all by themselves, unarmed. Do not be in a hurry, do nothing rashly. I will put you in a position to pass sentence of life and death, so that each of them in turn may pay the penalty he deserves. But whatever you do, see that you do not go too far in satisfying your feelings of resentment. Make the security and welfare of the state your first consideration. For, as I understand it, it is these particular senators that you hate. You do not want to go without a senate altogether, for you must either have a king, which is an abomination, or a senate, which is the only consultative body that can exist in a free commonwealth. So you have to do two things at once: remove the old senate and choose a fresh one. I shall order the senators to be summoned one by one, and I shall take your opinion as to their fate, and whatever decision you arrive at shall be carried out. But before punishment is inflicted on anyone found guilty, you must choose a strong and energetic man to take his place as senator. He then sat down, and after the names of the senators had been cast into the urn, he ordered the man whose name was drawn first to be brought out of the Senate house. As soon as they heard the name, they all shouted that he was a worthless scoundrel, and richly deserved to be punished. Then Pasuvius said, I see clearly what you think of this man. In place of a worthless scoundrel, you must choose a worthy and honest man as senator. For a few minutes there was silence, as they were unable to suggest a better man. Then one of them, laying aside his diffidence, ventured to suggest a name, and a greater clamor than ever arose. Some said they had never heard of him. Others imputed to him shameful vices and humble birth, sordid poverty, and a low class of occupation or trade. A still more violent demonstration awaited the second and third senators who were summoned, and it was obvious that while they intensely disliked the man, they had no one to put in his place. It was no use mentioning the same names again and again, for it only led to everything that was bad being said about them, and the succeeding names were those of people much more low-born and unknown, than those which were first suggested. So the crowd dispersed, saying to one another that the evils they were best acquainted with were the easiest to bear. Chapter 4. The Senate had to thank Vesuvius for its life, and it was much more under his control than under that of the populace. By common consent he now wielded supreme power, and needed no armed support. Henceforth the senators, forgetting their rank and independence, flattered the populace, saluted them courteously, invited them as guests, received them at sumptuous banquets, undertook their cases, always appeared on their side, and when they were trying suits, they always decided the actions in a way to secure the favor of the mob. In fact, the proceedings in the Senate were exactly as though it had been a popular assembly. The city had always been disposed to luxury and extravagance, not only through the weakness of the character of its citizens, but also through the superabundance of the means of enjoyment, and the incitements to every kind of pleasure, which land or sea could furnish. And now, owing to the obsequiousness of the nobility and the license of the populace, it was becoming so demoralized that the sensuality and extravagance which prevailed exceeded all bounds. They treated the laws, the magistrates, the Senate with equal contempt, and now, after the defeat of Cannae, they began to feel contempt for the one thing which they had hitherto held in some respect, the power of Rome. The only circumstances which prevented them from immediately revolting were the old established right of intermarriage, which had led to many of their illustrious and powerful families becoming connected with Rome, and the fact that several citizens were serving with the Romans. The strongest tie of this nature was the presence of 300 cavalry from the noblest families in Capua, in Sicily, whither they had been specially sent by the Roman authorities to garrison the island. The parents and relatives of these troopers succeeded after much difficulty in getting envoys sent to the Roman consul. Chapter 5. The consul had not yet started for Canusium. They found him and his scanty, insufficiently armed force still at Venusia, an object calculated to arouse the deepest compassion in trusty allies, and nothing but contempt amongst arrogant and treacherous ones like the Campanians. The consul made matters worse, and increased the contempt felt for himself and his fortunes, by revealing too plainly and openly the extent of the disaster. When the envoys assured him that the Senate and people of Capua were much grieved that any mischance had happened to the Romans, and expressed their readiness to supply all that was needed for the war, he replied, "In bidding us requisition from you what we need for the war, you have preserved the tone in which we speak to allies, instead of suiting your language to the actual state of our circumstances. For what was left us at Cannae that we should wish what is lacking, as though we still possessed something to be made up by our allies? Are we to ask you to furnish infantry, as though we still possessed any cavalry? Are we to say that we want money, as though that were the only thing we want? Fortune has not even left us anything which we can supplement. Legions, cavalry, arms, standards, men and horses, money, supplies, all have gone either on the battlefield or when the two camps were lost the following day. So then, men of Capua, you have not to help us in the war, but almost to undertake the war for us. Call to mind how once, when your forefathers were driven in hurried flight within their walls in dread of the Sidicine, as well as the Samnite, we took them under our protection at Saticula, and how the war which then commenced with the Samnites on your behalf was kept up by us, with all its changeful fortunes, for nearly a century. Besides all this, you must remember that after you had surrendered, we gave you a treaty on equal terms. We allowed you to retain your own laws, and, what was, before our defeat at Cannae at all events, the greatest privilege, we granted our citizenship to most of you, and made you members of our commonwealth. Under these circumstances, men of Capua, you ought to realize that you have suffered this defeat as much as we have, and to feel that we have a common country to defend. It is not with the Samnites or the Etruscans that we have to do. If they deprived us of our power, it would still be Italians who would hold it. But the Carthaginian is dragging after him an army that is not even made up of natives of Africa. He has collected a force from the furthest corners of the earth, from the ocean's straits and the Pillars of Hercules, men devoid of any sense of right, destitute of the condition and almost of the speech of men. Savage and barbarous by nature and habit, their general has made them still more brutal by building up bridges and barriers with human bodies, and, I shudder to say it, teaching them to feed on human flesh. What man, if he were merely a native of Italy, would not be horrified at the thought of looking upon men who feast upon what is impious even to touch as his lords and masters, looking to Africa and above all to Carthage for his laws, and having to submit to Italy, becoming a dependency of the Numidians and the Moors? It will be a splendid thing, men of Capua, if the dominion of Rome, which has collapsed in defeat, should be saved and restored by your loyalty, your strength. I think that in Campania you can raise 30,000 infantry and 4,000 cavalry. You have already sufficient money and corn. If you show a loyalty corresponding to your means, Hannibal will not feel that he has conquered, or that the Romans are vanquished. Chapter 6. After this speech of the consuls, the envoys were dismissed. As they were on their way home, one of their number, Vibius Virius, told them that the time had come when the Campanians could not only recover the territory wrongfully taken from them by the Romans, but even achieve the dominion over Italy. They could make a treaty with Hannibal on any terms they chose, and there was no disputing the fact that when the war was over, and Hannibal, after his conquest, returned with his army to Africa, the sovereignty over Italy would fall to the Campanians. They all agreed with what Virius said, and they gave such an account of their interview with the consul as to make everybody think that the very name of Rome was blotted out. The populace and a majority of the Senate began at once to prepare for a revolt. It was owing to the exertions of the senior members that the crisis was staved off for a few days. At last the majority carried their point, and the same envoys who had been to the Roman consul were now sent to Hannibal. I find it stated in some annalists that before they started, or it was definitely decided to revolt, envoys were sent from Capua to Rome to demand, as the condition of their rendering assistance, that one consul should be a Campanian, and amidst the indignation which this demand aroused, the envoys were ordered to be summarily ejected from the Senate house, and a lictor told off to conduct them out of the city, with orders not to remain a single day on Roman territory. As, however, this demand is too much like one made by the Latins in earlier times, and Salius, amongst others, would not have omitted to mention it without good reason, I will not venture to vouch for the truth of the statement. Chapter 7. The envoys came to Hannibal and negotiated a peace with him on the following terms. No Carthaginian commander or magistrate was to have any jurisdiction over the citizens of Capua, nor was any Campanian citizen to be obliged to serve in any military or other capacity against his will. Capua was to retain its own magistrates and its own laws, and the Carthaginian was to allow them to choose 300 Romans out of his prisoners of war, whom they were to exchange for the Campanian troopers who were serving in Sicily. These were the terms agreed upon, but the Campanians went far beyond the stipulations in their criminal excesses. The populace seized officers in command of our allies and other Roman citizens, some whilst occupied with their military duties, others whilst engaged in their private business, and ordered them to be shut up in the baths on the pretense of keeping them in safe custody. Unable to breathe owing to the heat and fumes, they died in great agony. Decius Magius was a man who, if his fellow citizens had been rational, would have gained very great authority with them. He did his best to prevent these crimes and to stop the envoys from going to Hannibal. When he heard that troops were being sent by Hannibal to garrison the city, he protested most earnestly against their being admitted and referred, as warning examples, to the tyranny of Pyrrhus, and the wretched servitude into which the Tarentines fell. After they were admitted, he urged that they should be expelled, or, what was better, if the Capuans wished to clear themselves by a deed which would be remembered from their guilt in revolting from ancient allies and blood relations, let them put the Carthaginian garrison to death, and be once more friends with Rome. When this was reported to Hannibal, for there was no secrecy about Magius's action, he sent to summon him to his camp. Magius sent a spirited refusal. Hannibal, he said, had no legal authority over a citizen of Capua. The Carthaginian, furious at the rebuff, ordered the man to be thrown into chains and brought to him. Fearing, however, on second thoughts, that the use of force might create a tumult, and feelings once aroused might lead to a sudden outbreak, he sent a message to Marius Blasius, the chief magistrate of Capua, that he would be there on the morrow, and started with a small escort for the city. Marius called the people together, and gave public notice that they should assemble in a body with their wives and children, and go to meet Hannibal. The whole population turned out, not because they were ordered, but because the mob were enthusiastic in favor of Hannibal, and were eager to see a commander famous for so many victories. Decius Magius did not go to meet him, nor did he shut himself up at home, as this might have implied a consciousness of guilt. He strolled leisurely about the forum with his son and a few of his clients, whilst the whole city was in a state of wild excitement at seeing and welcoming Hannibal. When he had entered the city, Hannibal asked that the Senate should be convened at once. The leading Campanians, however, implored him not to transact any serious business then, but to give himself up to the joyous celebration of a day, which had been made such a happy one by his arrival. Though he was naturally impulsive in his anger, he would not begin with a refusal, and spent most of the day in viewing the city. Chapter 8. He stayed with two brothers, Cythenius and Pasuvius, men distinguished for their high birth and wealth. Pasuvius Calavius, whom we have already mentioned, the leader of the party which brought the city over to the Carthaginians, brought his young son to the house. The youth was closely attached to Decius Magius, and had stood up most resolutely with him for the alliance with Rome, and against any terms with the Carthaginians, and neither the changing over of the city to the other side, nor the authority of his father had been able to shake his resolution. Vesuvius dragged him away from Magius's side, and now sought to obtain Hannibal's pardon for the youth by intercessions, rather than by any attempts at exculpation. He was overcome by the father's prayers and tears, and went so far as to order him to be invited to a banquet to which none were to be admitted but his hosts and Vibelius Torius, a distinguished soldier. The banquet began early in the day, and was not at all in accordance with Carthaginian customs or military discipline, but as was natural in a city, still more in a house full of wealth and luxury, the table was furnished with every kind of dainty and delicacy. Young Calavius was the only one who could not be persuaded to drink, though his hosts and occasionally Hannibal invited him. He excused himself on the ground of health, and his father alleged as a further reason his not unnatural excitement under the circumstances. It was nearly sunset when the guests rose. Young Calavius accompanied his father out of the banquet chamber, and when they had come to a retired spot in the garden behind the house, he stopped and said, "I have a plan to propose to you, father, by which we shall not only obtain pardon for the Romans for our offense in revolting to Hannibal, but also possess much more influence and prestige in Capua than we have ever done before." When his father asked him in great surprise what his plan was, he threw his toga back from his shoulder, and showed him a sword belted on to his side. "Now," he said, "this very moment will I ratify our treaty with Rome in Hannibal's blood. I wanted you to know first, in case you would rather be away when the deed is done." The old man, beside himself with terror at what he saw and heard, as though he were actually witnessing the act his son had spoken of, exclaimed, "I pray and beseech you, my son, by all the sacred bonds which unite parents and children, not to insist upon doing and suffering everything that is horrible before your father's eyes. It is only a few hours ago that we pledged our faith, swearing by all the gods and joining hand to hand. And do you want us, when we have just separated after friendly talk, to arm those hands, consecrated by such a pledge, against him? Have you risen from the hospitable board to which you were invited by Hannibal, with only 2 others out of all Capua, that you may stain that board with your host's blood? I, your father, was able to make Hannibal friendly towards my son. Am I powerless to make my son friendly towards Hannibal? But let nothing sacred hold you back, neither the plighted word, nor religious obligation, nor filial affection. Dare infamous deeds, if they do not bring ruin as well as guilt upon us. But what then? Are you going to attack Hannibal single-handed? What of that throng of free men and slaves, with all their eyes intent on him alone? What of all those right hands? Will they hang down listlessly during that act of madness? Armed hosts cannot bear even to gaze on the face of Hannibal. The Roman people dread it, and will you endure it? Though other help be lacking, will you have the courage to strike me, your father, when I interpose myself to protect Hannibal? And yet it is through my breast that you must pierce his. Suffer yourself to be deterred here rather than vanquished there. Let my prayers prevail with you, as they have already today prevailed for you." By this time the youth was in tears, and seeing this, the father flung his arms round him, clung to him with kisses, and persisted in his entreaties, until he made his son lay aside his sword, and give his word that he would do nothing of the kind. Then the son spoke. "I must pay to my father the dutiful obedience which I owe to my country. I am indeed grieved on your account, for you have to bear the guilt of a threefold betrayal of your country. First, when you instigated the revolt from Rome. Secondly, when you urged peace with Hannibal. And now, once more, when you are the one let and hindrance in the way of restoring Capua to the Romans. Do you, my country, receive this sword, with which I armed myself in your defense, when I entered the stronghold of the enemy." With these words he flung the sword over the garden wall into the public road, and to allay all suspicions, returned to the banqueting room. Chapter 10. The following day there was a full meeting of the Senate to hear Hannibal. At first his tone was very gracious and winning. He thanked the Capuans for preferring his friendship to alliance with Rome, and amongst other magnificent promises, he assured them that Capua would soon be the head of all Italy, and that Rome, in common with all the other nationalities, would have to look to her for their laws. Then his tone changed. There was one man, he thundered, who was outside the friendship of Carthage, and the treaty they had made with him, a man that was not, and ought not, to be called a Campanian, Decius Magius. He demanded his surrender, and asked that this matter should be discussed, and a decision arrived at before he left the house. They all voted for surrendering the man, though a great many thought that he did not deserve such a cruel fate, and felt that a long step had been taken in the abridgment of their rights and liberties. On leaving the Senate house, Hannibal took his seat on the magistrates' tribunal, and ordered Decius Magius to be arrested, brought before him, and put on his defense, alone and unbefriended. The high spirit of the man was still unquelled. He said that by the terms of the treaty this could not be insisted on, but he was at once placed in irons, and ordered to be conducted to the camp, followed by a lictor. As long as his head was uncovered, he was incessantly haranguing and shouting to the crowds round him, "You have got the liberty, you Campanians, that you asked for. In the middle of the forum, in the broad daylight, with you looking on, I, a man second to none in Capua, am being hurried off in chains to death. Could any greater outrage have been committed if the city had been taken? Go and meet Hannibal, decorate your city, make the day of his arrival a public holiday, that you may enjoy the spectacle of this triumph over a fellow citizen." As the mob appeared to be moved by these outbursts, his head was muffled up, and orders were given to hurry him more quickly outside the city gate. In this way he was brought into the camp, and then at once put on board a ship and sent to Carthage. Hannibal's fear was that if any disturbance broke out in Capua in consequence of such scandalous treatment, the Senate might repent of having surrendered their foremost citizen, and if they sent to ask for his restoration, he would either offend his new allies by refusing the first request they made, or, if he granted it, would have in Capua a fomenter of disorder and sedition. The vessel was driven by a storm to Cyrene, which was then under a monarchy. Here Magius fled for sanctuary to the statue of King Ptolemy, and his guards conveyed him to the king of Alexandria. After he had told how he had been thrown into chains by Hannibal, in defiance of all treaty rights, he was liberated from his fetters, and permission accorded to him to go to Rome or Capua, whichever he preferred. Magius said that he would not be safe at Capua, and as there was at that time war between Rome and Capua, he would be living in Rome more like a deserter than a guest. There was no place where he would sooner live than under the rule of the man whom he had known as the champion and asserter of his freedom. End of section 15. Section 16 of the History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita, Book 23, Hannibal at Capua, chapters 11 through 16. Chapter 11. During these occurrences, Quintus Fabius Pictor returned home from his mission to Delphi. He read the response of the oracle from a manuscript, in which were contained the names of the gods and goddesses to whom supplications were to be made, and the forms to be observed in making them. This was the closing paragraph. If ye act thus, Romans, your estate will be better and less troubled. Your republic will go forward as ye would have it, and the victory in the war will belong to the people of Rome. When your commonwealth is prosperous and safe, send to Pythian Apollo a gift from the gains you have earned, and honor him with your substance out of the plunder, the booty, and the spoils. Put away from you all wanton and godless living. He translated this from the Greek as he read it, and when he had finished reading, he said that as soon as he left the oracle, he offered sacrifice with wine and incense to all the deities who were named, and further that he was instructed by the priest to go on board wearing the same laurel garland in which he had visited the oracle, and not to lay it aside till he got to Rome. He stated that he had carried out all his instructions most carefully and conscientiously, and had laid the garland on the altar of Apollo. The Senate passed a decree that the sacrifices and intercessions which were enjoined should be carefully performed at the earliest opportunity. Reception of the news at Carthage. During these occurrences in Rome and Italy, Mago, Hamilcar's son, had arrived at Carthage with the news of the victory of Cannae. He had not been sent by his brother immediately after the battle, but had been detained for some days in receiving into alliance Bruttian communities, as they successively revolted. When he appeared before the Senate, he unfolded the story of his brother's successes in Italy, how he had fought pitched battles with 6 commanders-in-chief, 4 of whom were consuls, and 2 a dictator and his master of horse, and how he had killed about 200,000 of the enemy, and taken more than 50,000 prisoners. Out of 4 consuls, 2 had fallen. Of the 2 survivors, 1 was wounded, and the other, after losing the whole of his army, had escaped with 50 men. The master of the horse, whose powers were those of a consul, had been routed and put to flight, and the dictator, because he had never fought an action, was looked upon as a matchless general. The Bruttians and Apulians, with some of the Samnite and Lucanian communities, had gone over to the Carthaginians. Capua, which was not only the chief city of Campania, but now that the power of Rome had been shattered at Cannae, was the head of Italy, had surrendered to Hannibal. For all these great victories he felt that they ought to be truly grateful, and public thanksgivings ought to be offered to the immortal gods. Chapter 12. As evidence that the joyful tidings he brought were true, he ordered a quantity of gold rings to be piled up in the vestibule of the Senate house, and they formed such a great heap that, according to some authorities, they measured more than 3 modii. The more probable account, however, is that they did not amount to more than 1 modius. He added, by way of explanation, to show how great the Roman losses had been, that none but knights, and amongst them only the highest in rank, wore that ornament. The main purport of his speech was that the nearer Hannibal's chances were of bringing the war to a speedy close, the more need there was to render him every possible assistance, He was campaigning far from home, in the midst of a hostile country. Vast quantities of corn were being consumed, and much money expended. And all those battles, whilst they destroyed the armies of the enemy, at the same time wasted very appreciably the forces of the victor. Reinforcements, therefore, must be sent. Money must be sent to pay the troops, and supplies of corn to the soldiers who had done such splendid service for Carthage. Amidst the general delight with which Mago's speech was received, Himilco, a member of the Barcine party, thought it a favorable moment for attacking Hanno. "Well, Hanno," he began, "do you still disapprove of our commencing a war against Rome? Give orders for Hannibal to be surrendered. Put your veto upon all thanksgivings to the gods, after we have received such blessings. Let us hear the voice of a Roman senator in the Senate house of Carthage." Then Hanno spoke to the following effect: "Senators, I would have kept silence on the present occasion, for I did not wish on a day of universal rejoicing to say anything which might damp your happiness. But as a senator has asked me whether I still disapprove of the war we have commenced against Rome, silence on my part would show either insolence or cowardice. The one implies forgetfulness of the respect due to others, the other of one's own self-respect. My reply to Himilco is this: I have never ceased to disapprove of the war, nor shall I ever cease to censure your invincible general, until I see the war ended upon conditions that are tolerable. Nothing will banish my regret for the old peace that we have broken, except the establishment of a new one." Those details which Mago has proudly enumerated make Himilco and the rest of Hannibal's caucus very happy. They might make me happy too, for a successful war, if we choose to make a wise use of our good fortune, will bring us a more favorable peace. If we let this opportunity slip, when we are in a position to offer rather than submit to terms of peace, I fear that our rejoicing will become extravagant, and finally turn out to be groundless. But even now, what is it that you are rejoicing at? I have slain the armies of the enemy. Send me troops. What more could you ask for if you had been defeated? I have captured 2 of the enemy's camps, filled of course with plunder and supplies. Send me corn and money. What more could you want if you had been despoiled, stripped of your own camp? And that I may not be the only one to be surprised at your delight, for as I have answered Himilco, I have a perfect right to ask questions in my turn. I should be glad if either Himilco or Mago would tell me, since you say the battle of Cannae has all but destroyed the power of Rome, and the whole of Italy is admittedly in revolt, whether in the first place any single community of the Latin nation has come over to us, and secondly, whether a single man out of the 35 Roman tribes has deserted to Hannibal. Mago answered both questions in the negative. Then there are still, Hanno continued, far too many of the enemy left. But I should like to know how much courage and confidence that vast multitude possess. Chapter 13. Mago said he did not know. Nothing, replied Hanno, is easier to find out. Have the Romans sent any envoys to Hannibal to sue for peace? Has any rumor reached your ears of anyone even mentioning the word peace in Rome? Again Mago replied in the negative. Well then, said Hanno, we have as much work before us in this war as we had on the day when Hannibal first set foot in Italy. Many of us are still alive who can remember with what changeful fortunes the first Punic War was fought. Never did our cause appear to be prospering more by sea and land than immediately before the consulship of Gaius Lutatius and Aulus Postumius. But in their year of office we were utterly defeated off the Aegates. But if, which heaven forfend, fortune should now turn to any extent, do you hope to obtain, when you are defeated, a peace which no one offers to give you now that you are victorious? If anyone should ask my opinion about offering or accepting terms of peace, I would say what I thought. But if the question before us is simply whether Mago's demands should be granted, I do not think that we are concerned with sending supplies to a victorious army. Much less do I consider that they ought to be sent if we are being deluded with false and empty hopes. Very few were influenced by Hanno's speech. His well-known dislike of the Barcas deprived his words of weight, and they were too much preoccupied with the delightful news they had just heard to listen to anything which would make them feel less cause for joy. They fancied that if they were willing to make a slight effort, the war would soon be over. A resolution was accordingly passed with great enthusiasm to reinforce Hannibal with 4,000 Numidians, 40 elephants, and 500 talents of silver. Bostar also was sent with Mago into Spain to raise 20,000 infantry and 4,000 cavalry, to make good the losses of the armies in Italy and Spain. Chapter 14. Hannibal fails to secure Nola. As usual, however, in seasons of prosperity, these measures were executed with great remissness and dilatoriness. The Romans, on the other hand, were kept from being dilatory by their native energy, and still more by the necessities of their position. The consul did not fail in any single duty which he had to perform, nor did the dictator show less energy. The force now available comprised the 2 legions which had been enrolled by the consuls at the beginning of the year, a levy of slaves, and the cohorts which had been raised in the country of Picenum and Cisalpine Gaul. The dictator decided to still further increase his strength by adopting a measure to which only a country in an almost hopeless state could stoop, when honor must yield to necessity. After duly discharging his religious duties and obtaining the necessary permission to mount his horse, he published an edict that all who had been guilty of capital offenses, or who were in prison for debt, and were willing to serve under him, would by his orders be released from punishment, and have their debts cancelled. 6,000 men were raised in this way, and he armed them with the spoils taken from the Gauls, and which had been carried in the triumphal procession of Gaius Flaminius. He then started from the city with 25,000 men. After taking over Capua and making another fruitless appeal to the hopes and fears of Neapolis, Hannibal marched into the territory of Nola. He did not at once treat it in a hostile manner, as he was not without hope that the citizens would make a voluntary surrender. But if they delayed, he intended to leave nothing undone which could cause them suffering or terror. The Senate, especially its leading members, were faithful supporters of the Roman alliance. The populace, as usual, were all in favor of revolting to Hannibal. They conjured up the prospect of ravaged fields and a siege, with all its hardships and indignities. Nor were there wanting men who were actively instigating a revolt. The Senate were afraid that if they openly opposed the agitation, they would not be able to withstand the popular excitement, and they found a means of putting off the evil day by pretending to go with the mob. They represented that they were in favor of revolting to Hannibal, but nothing was settled as to the conditions on which they were to enter into a new treaty and alliance. Having thus gained time, they sent delegates in great haste to Marcellus Claudius, the praetor, who was with his army at Casilinum, to inform him of the critical position of Nola, how their territory was in Hannibal's hand, and the city would be in the possession of the Carthaginians unless it received succor; and how the Senate, by telling the populace that they might revolt when they pleased, had made them less in a hurry to do so. Marcellus thanked the delegates and told them to adhere to the same policy and postpone matters till he arrived. He then left Casilinum for Caiatia, and from there he marched across the Vulturnus, through the districts of Saticula and Trebia, over the hills above Suessula, and so arrived at Nola. Chapter 15. On the approach of the Roman praetor, the Carthaginian evacuated the territory of Nola, and marched down to the coast close to Neapolis, as he was anxious to secure a seaport town to which there might be a safe passage for ships coming from Africa. When, however, he learnt that Neapolis was held by a Roman officer, Marcus Junius Silanus, who had been invited by the Neapolitans, he left Naples, as he had left Nola, and went to Nuceria. He spent some time in investing the place, often attacking it, and often making tempting proposals to the chief men of the place and to the leaders of the populace, but all to no purpose. At last famine did its work, and he received the submission of the town, the inhabitants being allowed to depart without arms and with one garment apiece. Then, to keep up his character of being friendly to all the Italian nationalities except the Romans, he held out honors and rewards to those who consented to remain in his service. Not a single man was tempted by the prospect. They all dispersed wherever they had friends, or wherever each man's fancy led him, amongst the cities of Campania, mainly Nola and Neapolis. About 30 of their senators, and, as it happened, their principal ones, endeavored to enter Capua, but were refused admission because they had closed their gates against Hannibal. They accordingly went on to Cumae. The plunder of Nuceria was given to the soldiers. The city itself was burnt. Marcellus retained his hold on Nola quite as much by the support of its leading men as by the confidence he felt in his troops. Fears were entertained as to the populace, and especially Lucius Bantius. This enterprising young man was at that time almost the most distinguished among the allied cavalry. But the knowledge that he had attempted revolt, and his fear of the Roman praetor, were driving him on to betray his country, or, if he found no means of doing that, to become a deserter. He had been discovered lying half dead on a heap of bodies on the field of Cannae, and after being taken the utmost care of, Hannibal sent him home loaded with presents. His feelings of gratitude for such kindness made him wish to place the government of Nola in the hands of the Carthaginian, and his anxiety and eagerness for a revolution attracted the observation of the praetor. As it was necessary either to restrain the youth by punishment or to win him by kindness, the praetor chose the latter course, preferring to secure such a brave and enterprising youth as a friend, rather than to lose him to the enemy. He invited him to come and see him, and spoke to him most kindly. "You can easily understand," he told him, "that many of your countrymen are jealous of you, from the fact that not a single citizen of Nola has pointed out to me your many distinguished military services. But the bravery of a man who has served in a Roman camp cannot be hidden. Many of your fellow soldiers tell me what a young hero you are, and how many perils and dangers you have undergone in defense of the safety and honor of Rome. I am told that you did not give up the struggle on the field of Cannae until you were buried, almost lifeless, beneath a falling mass of men and horses and arms. May you long live to do still more gallant deeds. With me you will gain every honor and reward, and you will find that the more you are in my company, the more will it lead to your profit and promotion." The young man was delighted with these promises. The praetor made him a present of a splendid charger, and authorized the quaestor to pay him 500 silver coins. He also instructed his lictors to allow him to pass whenever he wished to see him. Chapter 16. The high-spirited youth was so completely captivated by the attention Marcellus paid him, that for the future none among the allies of Rome gave her more efficient or more loyal help. Hannibal once more moved his camp from Nuceria to Nola, and when he appeared before its gates, the populace again began to look forward to revolting. As the enemy approached, Marcellus retired within the walls, not because he feared for his camp, but because he would not give any opportunity to the large number of citizens who were bent on betraying their city. Both armies now began to prepare for battle. The Romans before the walls of Nola, and the Carthaginians in front of their camp. Slight skirmishes took place between the city and the camp, with varying success, as the generals would not prohibit their men from going forward in small parties to offer defiance to the enemy, nor would they give the signal for a general action. Day after day the two armies took up their respective stations in this way, and during this time the leading citizens of Nola informed Marcellus that nocturnal interviews were taking place between the populace and the Carthaginians, and that it had been arranged that when the Roman army had passed out of the gates they should plunder their baggage and kits, then close the gates and man the walls, so that, having become masters of their city and government, they might forthwith admit the Carthaginians instead of the Romans. On receiving this information, Marcellus warmly thanked the Nolan senators, and made up his mind to try the fortune of a battle before any disturbances arose in the city. He formed his army into 3 divisions, and stationed them at the 3 gates which faced the enemy. He ordered the baggage to follow close behind, and the camp servants, sutlers, and disabled soldiers were to carry stakes. At the center gate he posted the strongest part of the legions and the Roman cavalry. At the 2 on either side he stationed the recruits, the light infantry, and the cavalry of the allies. The Nolans were forbidden to approach the walls or gates, and a special reserve was placed in charge of the baggage to prevent any attack upon it whilst the legions were engaged in the battle. In this formation they remained, standing inside the gates. Hannibal had his troops drawn up for battle, as he had had for several days, and remained in this position till late in the day. At first it struck him with surprise that the Roman army did not move outside the gates, and that not a single soldier appeared on the walls. Then, supposing that the secret interviews had been betrayed, and that his friends were afraid to move, he sent back a portion of his troops to their camp, with orders to bring all the appliances for attacking the town as soon as possible to the front of the line. He felt fairly confident that if he attacked them whilst thus hesitating, the populace would raise some disturbance in the town. Whilst his men were hurrying up to the front ranks, each to his allotted task, and the whole line was approaching the walls, Marcellus ordered the gates to be suddenly flung open, the attack sounded, and the battle shout raised. The infantry, followed by the cavalry, were to attack with all the fury possible. They had already carried enough confusion and alarm into the enemy's center, when Publius Valerius Flaccus and Gaius Aurelius, divisional commanders, burst out from the other 2 gates and charged. The sutlers and camp servants and the rest of the troops who were guarding the baggage joined in the shouting, and this made the Carthaginians, who had been despising the fewness of their numbers, think that it was a large army. I would hardly venture to assert, as some authorities do, that 2,800 of the enemy were killed, and that the Romans did not lose more than 500. But whether the victory was as great as that or not, I do not think that an action more important in its consequences was fought during the whole war, for it was more difficult for those who conquered to escape being defeated by Hannibal than it was afterwards to conquer him. End of section 16. Section 17 of the History of Rome by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 23, Hannibal at Capua, chapters 17 through 24. Chapter 17. Siege and capture of Casilinum. As there was no hope of his getting possession of Nola, Hannibal withdrew to Assuray. No sooner had he departed than Marcellus shut the gates and posted guards to prevent anyone from leaving the city. He then opened a public inquiry in the Forum into the conduct of those who had been holding secret interviews with the enemy. Above 70 were found guilty of treason and beheaded, and their property confiscated. Then, after handing the government over to the Senate, he left with his entire force and took up a position above Suessula, where he encamped. At first the Carthaginian tried to persuade the men of Assuray to make a voluntary surrender, but when he found that their loyalty remained unshaken, he made preparations for a siege and an assault. The Assurans possessed more courage than strength, and when they saw that the blockade was being carried round their walls, and that it was hopeless to attempt any further defense, they decided to escape before the enemy's line of circumvallation was closed, and stealing away in the dead of night through any unguarded gaps in the earthworks, they fled, regardless of roads or paths, as chance or design led them. They escaped to those cities of Campania, which they had every reason to believe had not changed their allegiance. After plundering and burning Assuray, Hannibal marched to Casilinum in consequence of information he received of the dictator's march on Capua with his legions. He was apprehensive that the proximity of the Roman army might create a counter-revolution in Capua. At that time Casilinum was held by 500 Praenestines, with a few Roman and Latin troops, who had gone there when they heard of the disaster at Cannae. The levy at Praeneste had not been completed by the appointed day, and these men started from home too late to be of use at Cannae. They reached Casilinum before news of the disaster arrived, and, joined by Romans and allies, they advanced in great force. Whilst on the march, they heard of the battle and its result, and returned to Casilinum. Here, suspected by the Campanians, and fearing for their own safety, they passed some days in forming and evading plots. When they were satisfied that Capua was in revolt, and that Hannibal would be admitted, they massacred the townsmen of Casilinum at night, and took possession of the part of the city on this side of the Volturnus (the river divides the city in two), and held it as a Roman garrison. They were joined also by a cohort of Perusians numbering 460 men, who were driven to Casilinum by the same intelligence that sent the Praenestines there a few days previously. The force was quite adequate for the small circuit of walls, protected too as they were on one side of the river, but the scarcity of corn made even that number appear too large. Chapter 18. When Hannibal was now not far from the place, he sent on in advance a troop of Gaetulians, under an officer named Isalca, to try and get a parley with the inhabitants, and persuade them by fair words to open their gates, and admit a Carthaginian detachment to hold the town. If they refused, they were to use force and make an attack, wherever it seemed feasible, on the place. When they approached the walls, the town was so silent that they thought it was deserted, and taking it for granted that the inhabitants had fled through fear, they began to force the gates and break down the bars. Suddenly the gates were thrown open, and 2 cohorts, which had been standing inside, ready for action, dashed out, and made a furious charge, utterly discomfiting the enemy. Maharba was sent with a stronger force to their assistance, but even he was unable to withstand the impetuosity of the cohorts. At last Hannibal pitched his camp before the walls, and made preparations for assaulting the little town and its small garrison with the combined strength of his entire army. After completing the circle of his investing lines, he began to harass and annoy the garrison, and in this way lost some of his most daring soldiers, who were hit with missiles from the wall and turrets. On one occasion, when the defenders were taking the aggressive in a sortie, he nearly cut them off with his elephants, and drove them in hasty flight into the city. The loss, considering their numbers, was quite severe enough, and more would have fallen had not night intervened. The next day there was a general desire to begin the assault. The enthusiasm of the men had been kindled by the offer of a mural crown of gold, and also by the way in which the general himself remonstrated with the men who had taken Saguntum for their slackness in attacking a little fortress situated in open country, and also reminded them one and all of Cannae, Trasumenus, and the Trebia. The Viniae were brought up and mines commenced, but the various attempts of the enemy were opposed with equal strength and skill by the defenders, the allies of Rome. They created defenses against the Viniae, intercepted their mines with countermines, and met all their attacks above ground or below with steady resistance, until at last Hannibal, for very shame, gave up his project. He contented himself with fortifying his camp, and leaving a small force to defend it, so that it might not be supposed that the siege was entirely abandoned, after which he settled in Capua as his winter quarters. There he kept his army under shelter for the greater part of the winter. A long and varied experience had inured that army to every form of human suffering, but it had not been habituated to, or had any experience of ease and comfort. So it came about that the men whom no pressure of calamity had been able to subdue fell victims to a prosperity too great and pleasures too attractive for them to withstand, and fell all the more utterly the more greedily they plunged into new and untried delights. Sloth, wine, feasting, women, baths, and idle lounging, which became every day more seductive as they became more habituated to them, so enervated their minds and bodies that they were saved more by the memory of past victories than by any fighting strength they possessed now. Authorities in military matters have regarded the wintering at Capua as a greater mistake on the part of Hannibal than his not marching straight to Rome after his victory at Cannae. For his delay at that time might be looked upon as only postponing his final victory, but this may be considered as having deprived him of the strength to win victory. And it certainly did look as if he left Capua with another army altogether. It did not retain a shred of its former discipline. A large number who had become entangled with women went back there, and as soon as they took to tents again, and the fatigue of marching and other military toils had to be endured, Their strength and spirits alike gave way, just as though they were raw recruits. From that time, all through the summer campaign, a large number left the standards without leave, and Capua was the only place where the deserters sought to hide themselves. Chapter 19. Casilinum surrenders. However, when the mild weather came, Hannibal led his army out of their winter quarters and marched back to Casilinum. Although the assault had been suspended, the uninterrupted investment had reduced the townsfolk and the garrison to the extremity of want. Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus was in command of the Roman camp, as the dictator had to leave for Rome to take the auspices afresh. Marcellus was equally anxious to assist the besieged garrison, but he was detained by the Vulturnus being in flood, and also by the entreaties of the people of Nola and Asare, who feared the Campanians in case the Romans withdrew their protection. Gracchus simply watched Casilinum, for the dictator had given strict orders that no active operations should be undertaken in his absence. He therefore kept quiet, though the reports from Casilinum might easily have been too much for any man's patience. It was stated as a fact that some, unable to endure starvation any longer, had flung themselves from the walls. Others had stood there unarmed, and exposed their defenseless bodies to the missiles of the enemy. These tidings sorely tried his patience, for he durst not fight against the dictator's orders, and he saw that he would have to fight if he were seen getting corn into the place, and there was no chance of getting it in without being seen. He gathered in a supply of corn from all the fields round, and filled a number of casks with it, and then sent a messenger to the chief magistrate at Casilinum, asking him to pick up the casks which the river carried down. The next night, while all were intently watching the river, after their hopes had been raised by the Roman messenger, the casks floated down in the middle of the stream, and the corn was divided in equal shares amongst them all. The same thing happened on the 2 following days. They were sent off by night and reached their destination. So far they had escaped the notice of the enemy. Then, owing to the perpetual rain, the river became more rapid than usual, and the cross currents carried the casks to the bank which the enemy were guarding. They caught sight of them as they struck amongst the osier beds which grew on the bank, and a report was made to Hannibal, in consequence of which greater caution was observed, and a closer watch was kept, so that nothing could be sent by the Vulturnus to the city without being detected. Nuts, however, were scattered on the river from the Roman camp. These floated down the midstream and were caught in baskets. At last things came to such a pitch that the inhabitants tried to chew the leather straps and hides which they tore from their shields, after softening them in boiling water. Nor did they refuse mice and other animals. They even dug up from the bottom of their walls grass and roots of all sorts. When the enemy had plowed up all the grass outside the walls, they sowed it with rape, which made Hannibal exclaim, "Am I to sit here before Casilinum until these seeds have grown?" And whereas he had never allowed any terms of surrender to be mentioned in his hearing, he now consented to proposals for the ransom of all the freeborn citizens. The price agreed upon was 7 ounces of gold for each person. When their liberty was guaranteed, they surrendered, but were kept in custody till all the gold was paid. Then, in strict observance of the terms, they were released. This is much more likely to be true than that after they had left, cavalry were sent after them and put them all to death. The great majority were praenestines. Out of the 570 who formed the garrison, Not less than half had perished by sword and famine. The rest returned in safety to Praeneste with their commanding officer, Marcus Anicius, who had formerly been a notary. To commemorate the event, his statue was set up in the Forum of Praeneste, wearing a coat of mail, with a toga over it, and having the head veiled. A bronze plate was affixed with this inscription: Marcus Anicius has discharged the vow he made for the safety of the garrison of Casilinum. The same inscription was affixed to the 3 images standing in the Temple of Fortune. Chapter 20. The town of Casilinum was given back to the Campanians, and a garrison of 700 men from Hannibal's army was placed in it, in case the Romans should attack it after Hannibal's departure. The Senate decreed that double pay and an exemption for 5 years from further service should be granted to the Praenestine troops. They were also offered the full Roman citizenship, but they preferred not to change their status as citizens of Praeneste. There is more obscurity as to what happened to the Perusians, as there is no light thrown upon it by any monument of their own or any decree of the Senate. The people of Petelia, who alone of all the Brutii had remained friendly to Rome, were now attacked not only by the Carthaginians, who were overrunning that district, but also by the rest of the Brutii, who had adopted the opposite policy. Finding themselves helpless in the presence of all these dangers, they sent envoys to Rome to ask for support. The Senate told them that they must look after themselves, and on hearing this they broke into tears and entreaties, and flung themselves on the floor of the vestibule. Their distress excited the deep sympathy of both Senate and people, and the praetor Marcus Aemilius asked the senators to reconsider their decision. After making a careful survey of the resources of the empire, they were compelled to admit that they were powerless to protect their distant allies. They advised the envoys to return home, and now that they had proved their loyalty to the utmost, they must adopt such measures as their present circumstances demanded. When the result of their mission was reported to the Petelians, their senate was so overcome by grief and fear that some were in favor of deserting the city, and seeking refuge wherever they could. Others thought that as they had been abandoned by their old allies, they had better join the rest of the Brutii and surrender to Hannibal. The majority, however, decided that no rash action should be taken, and that the question should be further debated. When the matter came up the next day, a calmer tone prevailed, and their leading statesmen persuaded them to collect all their produce and possessions from the fields, and put the city and the walls into a state of defense. Chapter 21. Events in Sicily and Sardinia. About this time dispatches arrived from Sicily and Sardinia. The one sent from Titus Livius, the propraetor commanding in Sicily, was read in the Senate. It stated in effect that Publius Furius had reached Lilybaeum with his fleet, that he himself was seriously wounded and his life in great danger, that the soldiers and sailors had no pay or corn given them from day to day, nor was there any means of procuring any, and he strongly urged that both should be sent as soon as possible, and that, if the Senate agreed, one of the new praetors should be sent to succeed him. The dispatch from Aulus Cornelius Mamula dealt with the same difficulty as to pay and corn. The same reply was sent to both. There was no possibility of sending either, and they were instructed to make the best arrangements they could for their fleets and armies. Titus Livius sent envoys to Hiero, the one man whom Rome could fall back upon, and received in reply as much money as he needed, and a 6 months' supply of corn. In Sicily, the allied cities sent generous contributions. Even in Rome, too, the scarcity of money was felt, and a measure was carried by Marcus Minucius, one of the tribunes of the plebs, for the appointment of 3 finance commissioners. The men appointed were Lucius Aemilius Papus, who had been consul and censor, Marcus Attilius Regulus, who had been twice consul, and Lucius Scribonius Libo, one of the tribunes of the plebs. Marcus and Caius Attilius were appointed to dedicate the Temple of Concord, which Lucius Manlius had vowed during his praetorship. 3 new pontiffs were also chosen, Quintus Cecilius Metellus, Quintus Fabius Maximus, and Quintus Fulvius Flaccus, in the place of Publius Scantinius, who had died, and of Lucius Aemilius Paulus, the consul, and Quintus Aelius Paetus, both of whom fell at Cannae. Chapter 22. Additions made to the Senate. When the Senate had done their best, so far as human wisdom could do so, to make good the losses which fortune had inflicted in such an uninterrupted series of disasters, they at last turned their attention to the emptiness of the Senate house, and the small number of those who attended the national council. There had been no revision of the roll of the Senate since Lucius Aemilius and Gaius Flaminius were censors, though there had been such heavy losses amongst the senators during the last 5 years on the field of battle, as well as from the fatalities and accidents to which all are liable. In compliance with the unanimous wish, the subject was brought forward by the praetor Marcus Aemilius in the absence of the dictator, who, after the loss of Casilinum, had rejoined the army. Spurius Carvilius spoke at considerable length about the dearth of senators, and also the very small number of citizens from whom senators could be chosen. He went on to say that for the purpose of filling up the vacancies, and also of strengthening the union between the Latins and Rome, he should strongly urge that the full citizenship be granted to 2 senators out of each Latin city to be approved by the Senate, and that these men should be chosen into the Senate in the place of those who had died. The Senate listened to these proposals with quite as much impatience as they had previously felt at the demand of the Latins. A murmur of indignation went through the house. Titus Manlius in particular was heard asserting that there was even still one man of the stock to which that consul belonged who once in the Capitol threatened that he would kill with his own hand any Latin whom he saw sitting in the Senate. Quintus Fabius Maximus declared that no proposal had ever been mooted in the Senate at a more inopportune time than this. It had been thrown out at a moment when the sympathies of their allies were wavering and their loyalty doubtful, and it would make them more restless than ever. Those rash, inconsiderate words uttered by one man ought to be stifled by the silence of all men. Whatever secret or sacred matter had at any time imposed silence on that house, this most of all must be concealed, buried, forgotten, considered as never having been uttered. All further allusion to the subject was accordingly suppressed. It was ultimately decided to nominate as dictator a man who had been censor before, and was the oldest man living who had held that office, in order that the roll of senators might be revised. Gaius Terentius was recalled to nominate the dictator. Leaving a garrison in Apulia, he returned to Rome by forced marches, and the night after his arrival nominated in accordance with ancient custom Marcus Fabius Buteo to act as dictator for 6 months without any master of the horse. Chapter 23. Accompanied by his lictors, Fabius mounted the rostra and made the following speech. I do not approve of there being 2 dictators at the same time, a thing wholly unprecedented, nor of there being a dictator without a master of the horse, nor of the censorial powers being entrusted to one individual, and that for the 2nd time, nor of the supreme authority being placed in the hands of a dictator for 6 months unless he has been created to wield executive powers. These irregularities may perhaps be necessary at this juncture, but I shall fix a limit to them. I shall not remove from the roll any of those whom Gaius Flaminius and Lucius Aemilius, the last censors, placed on it. I shall simply order their names to be transcribed and read out, as I do not choose to allow the power of judging and deciding upon the reputation or character of a senator to rest with any single individual. I shall fill up the places of those who are dead in such a way as to make it clear that preference is given to rank, and not to persons. After the names of the old Senate had been read out, Fabius began his selection. The first chosen were men who, subsequent to the censorship of Lucius Aemilius and Gaius Flaminius, had filled a curule office, but were not yet in the Senate, and they were taken according to the order of their previous appointments. They were followed by those who had been aediles, tribunes of the plebes, or quaestors. Last of all came those who had not held office, but had the spoils of an enemy set up in their houses, or had received a civic crown. In this way 177 names were added to the senatorial roll, amidst general approbation. Having completed his task, he at once laid down his dictatorship, and descended from the rostra as a private citizen. He ordered the lictors to cease their attendance, and mingled with the throng of citizens who were transacting their private business, deliberately idling his time away, in order that he might not take the people out of the forum to escort him home. The public interest in him, however, did not slacken through their having to wait, and a large crowd escorted him to his house. The following night the consul made his way back to the army without letting the Senate know, as he did not want to be detained in the city for the elections. Chapter 24. The next day the Senate, on being consulted by Marcus Pomponius, the praetor, passed a decree to write to the dictator, asking him if the interests of the state permitted to come to Rome to conduct the election of fresh consuls. He was to bring with him his master of the horse and Marcus Marcellus the praetor, so that the Senate might learn from them on the spot in what condition the affairs of the republic were, and form their plans accordingly. On receiving the summons, they all came, after leaving officers in command of the legions. The dictator spoke briefly and modestly about himself. He gave most of the credit to Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus, his master of the horse, and then gave notice of the elections. The consuls elected were Lucius Postumius for the 3rd time. He was elected in his absence, as he was then administering the province of Gaul, and Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus, master of the horse, and at that time curule aedile also. Then the praetors were elected. They were Marcus Valerius Laevinus for the 2nd time, Appius Claudius Pulcher, Quintus Fulvius Flaccus, and Quintus Mucius Scaevola. After the various magistrates had been elected, the dictator returned to his army in winter quarters at Teanum. The master of the horse was left in Rome. As he would be entering upon office in a few days, it was desirable for him to consult the Senate about the enrollment and equipment of the armies for the year. Lucius Postumius and his army lost in Gaul. While these matters were engrossing attention, a fresh disaster was announced, for fortune was heaping one disaster upon another this year. It was reported that Lucius Postumius, the consul elect, and his army had been annihilated in Gaul. There was a wild forest called by the Gauls Litana, and through this the consul was to conduct his army. The Gauls cut through the trees on both sides of the road in such a way that they remained standing as long as they were undisturbed, but a slight pressure would make them fall. Postumius had 2 Roman legions, and he had also levied a force from the country bordering on the upper sea, sufficiently large to bring the force with which he entered the hostile territory up to 25,000 men. The Gauls had posted themselves round the outskirts of the forest, and as soon as the Roman army entered, they pushed the sawn trees on the outside. These fell upon those next to them, which were tottering and hardly able to stand upright, until the whole mass fell in on both sides, and buried in one common ruin arms and men and horses. Hardly 10 men escaped, for when most of them had been crushed to death by the trunks or broken branches of the trees, the remainder, panic-struck at the unexpected disaster, were killed by the Gauls who surrounded the forest. Out of the whole number only very few were made prisoners, and these, whilst trying to reach a bridge over the river, were intercepted by the Gauls who had already seized it. It was there that Postumius fell, whilst fighting most desperately to avoid capture. The Boii stripped the body of its spoils and cut off the head, and bore them in triumph to the most sacred of their temples. According to their custom, they cleaned out the skull and covered the scalp with beaten gold. It was then used as a vessel for libations, and also as a drinking cup for the priest and ministers of the temple. The plunder, too, which the Gauls secured, was as great as their victory, for although most of the animals had been buried beneath the fallen trees, the rest of the booty, not having been scattered in flight, was found strewn along the whole line where the army lay. End of Section 17. Section 18 of the History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita, Book 23, Hannibal at Capua, Chapters 25 to 32. Chapter 25. Preparations for continuing the war. When the news of this disaster arrived, the whole community was in such a state of alarm that the shops were shut up, and a solitude like that of night pervaded the city. Under these circumstances, the Senate instructed the aediles to make a round of the city, and order the citizens to reopen their shops, and lay aside the aspect of public mourning. Tiberius Sempronius then convened the Senate, and addressed them in a consolatory and encouraging tone. We, he said, who were not crushed by the overthrow at Cannae, must not lose heart at smaller calamities. If we are successful, as I trust we shall be, in our operations against Hannibal and the Carthaginians, we can safely leave the war with the Gauls out of account for the present. The gods and the Roman people will have it in their power to avenge that act of treachery. It is with regard to the Carthaginians and the armies with which the war is to be carried on that we have now to deliberate and decide. He first gave details as to the strength of infantry and cavalry, and the proportion in each of Roman and allied troops which made up the dictator's army. Marcellus followed with similar details as to his own force. Then inquiry was made of those who were acquainted with the facts as to the strength of the force with Gaius Terentius Varro in Apulia. No practical method suggested itself for bringing up the 2 consular armies to sufficient strength for such an important war. So, in spite of the justifiable resentment which was generally felt, they decided to discontinue the campaign in Gaul for that year. The dictator's army was assigned to the consul. It was decided that those of Marcellus's troops who were involved in the flight from Cannae should be transported to Sicily to serve there as long as the war continued in Italy. All the least efficient in the dictator's army were also to be removed there, no period of service being fixed in their case, except that they must each serve out their time. The 2 legions raised in the city were allocated to the other consul, who should succeed Lucius Postumius, and it was arranged that he should be elected as soon as favorable auspices could be obtained. The 2 legions in Sicily were to be recalled at the earliest possible moment, and the consul to whom the legions from the city had been assigned was to take out of those what men he required. Gaius Terentius had his command extended for another year, and no reduction was to be made in the army with which he was protecting Apulia. Chapter 26. The War in Spain. Whilst these preparations were going on in Italy, the war in Spain was being carried on with as much energy as ever, and so far in favor of the Romans. The 2 Scipios, Publius and Gnaeus, had divided their forces between them. Gnaeus was to operate on land, and Publius by sea. Hasdrubal, the Carthaginian commander, did not feel himself strong enough in either arm, and kept himself safe by taking up strong positions at a distance from the enemy, until, in response to his many earnest appeals for reinforcements, 4,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry were sent to him from Africa. Then, recovering his confidence, he moved nearer the enemy, and gave orders for the fleet to be put into readiness to protect the islands and the coast. In the very middle of his preparations for a fresh campaign, he was dismayed by news of the desertion of the naval captains. After they had been heavily censured for their cowardice in abandoning the fleet at the Ebro, they had never been very loyal either to their general or to the cause of Carthage. These deserters had started an agitation amongst the tribe of the Tartessii, and had induced several cities to revolt, and one they had actually taken by storm. The war was now diverted from the Romans to this tribe, and Hasdrubal entered their territories with an invading army. Chalbus, a distinguished general amongst them, was encamped with a strong force before the walls of a city which he had captured a few days before, and Hasdrubal determined to attack him. He sent forward skirmishers to draw the enemy into an engagement, and told off a part of his cavalry to lay waste the surrounding country, and pick up stragglers. There was confusion in the camp, and panic and bloodshed in the fields. But when they had regained the camp from all directions, their fears so suddenly left them that they became emboldened, not only to defend their camp, but even to take the aggressive against the enemy. They burst in a body out of their camp, executing war dances after their manner, and this unexpected daring on their part carried terror into the hearts of the enemy, who had shortly before been challenging them. Hasdrubal thereupon withdrew his force to a fairly lofty hill, which was also protected by a river which served as a barrier. He retired his skirmishers and his scattered cavalry also to this same position. Not, however, feeling sufficiently protected by either hill or river, he strongly entrenched himself. Several skirmishes took place between the two sides, who were alternately frightening and fearing each other, and the Numidian trooper proved to be no match for the Spaniard. Nor were the darts of the Moor very effective against the ox-hide shields of the natives, who were quite as rapid in their movements, and possessed more strength and courage. Chapter 27. When they found that though they rode up to the Carthaginian lines, they could not entice the enemy into action, whilst an attack upon the camp was a far from easy matter, They successfully assaulted the town of Ascua, where Hasdrubal had stored his corn and other supplies on entering their territories, and became masters of all the country round. Now there was no longer any discipline amongst them, whether on the march or in camp. Hasdrubal soon became aware of this, and seeing that success had made them careless, he urged his men to attack them whilst they were scattered away from their standards. He himself, meanwhile, descended from the hill, and marched with his men in attack formation, straight to their camp. News of his approach was brought by men rushing in from the lookout stations and outposts, and there was a general call to arms. As each man seized his weapons, he hurried with the others into battle, without order or formation, or word of command or standards. The foremost of them were already engaged, while others were still running up in small groups, and some had not yet left the camp. Their reckless daring, however, at first checked the enemy, but soon finding that whilst loose and scattered themselves, they were charging an enemy in close formation, and that their scanty numbers imperiled their safety, they looked round at one another, and as they were being repulsed in every direction, they formed a square. Standing close together, with their shields touching, they were gradually driven into such a close mass that they had hardly room to use their weapons, and for a great part of the day were simply cut down by the enemy, who completely surrounded them. A very few cut their way out and made for the woods and hills. The camp was abandoned in the same panic, and the whole tribe made their surrender the following day. But they did not remain quiet long, for just after this battle an order was received from Carthage for Hasdrubal to lead his army as soon as he could into Italy. This became generally known throughout Spain, and the result was that there was a universal feeling in favor of Rome. Hasdrubal at once sent a dispatch to Carthage, pointing out what mischief the mere rumor of his departure had caused, and also that if he did really leave Spain, it would pass into the hands of the Romans before he crossed the Ebro. He went on to say that not only had he neither a force nor a general to leave in his place, but the Roman generals were men whom he found it difficult to oppose, even when his strength was equal to theirs. If, therefore, they were at all anxious to retain Spain, they should send a man with a powerful army to succeed him, and even though all went well with his successor, he would not find it an easy province to govern. Chapter 28. Although this dispatch made a great impression on the Senate, they decided that as Italy demanded their first and closest attention, the arrangements about Hannibal and his forces must not be altered. Himilco was sent with a large and well-appointed army, and an augmented fleet, to hold and defend Spain by sea and land. As soon as he had brought his military and naval forces across, he formed an entrenched camp, hauled his ships up on the beach, and surrounded them with a rampart. After providing for the safety of his force, he started with a picked body of cavalry, and marching as rapidly as possible, and being equally on the alert, whether passing through doubtful or through hostile tribes, succeeded in reaching Hasdrubal. After laying before him the resolutions and instructions of the Senate, and being in his turn shown in what way the war was to be managed in Spain, he returned to his camp. He owed his safety most of all to the speed at which he traveled, for he had got clear of each tribe before they had time for any united action. Before Hasdrubal commenced his march, he levied contributions on all the tribes under his rule, for he was quite aware that Hannibal had secured a passage through some tribes by paying for it, and had obtained his Gaulish auxiliaries simply by hiring them. To commence such a march without money would hardly bring him to the Alps. The contributions were therefore hurriedly called in, and after receiving them he marched down to the Ebro. When the resolutions of the Carthaginians and Hasdrubal's march were reported to the Roman generals, the two Scipios at once put aside all other matters, and made preparations to meet him at the outset with their joint forces and stop his further progress. They believed that if Hannibal, who single-handed was almost too much for Italy, were joined by such a general as Hasdrubal and his Spanish army, it would mean the end of the Roman Empire. With so much to make them anxious, they concentrated their forces at the Ebro, and crossed the river. They deliberated for some considerable time as to whether they should meet him army against army, or whether it would be enough for them to hinder his proposed march by attacking the tribes in alliance with the Carthaginians. The latter plan seemed the best, and they made preparations for attacking a city which, from its proximity to the river, was called Hibera, the wealthiest city in that country. As soon as Hasdrubal became aware of this, instead of going to the assistance of his allies, he proceeded to attack a city which had recently put itself under the protection of Rome. On this the Romans abandoned the siege which they had begun, and turned their arms against Hasdrubal himself. Chapter 29. Hasdrubal completely defeated. For some days they remained encamped at a distance of about 5 miles from each other, and though frequent skirmishes took place, there was no general action. At last, on the same day, as though by previous agreement, the signal was given on both sides, and they descended with their entire forces on to the plain. The Roman line was in 3 divisions. Some of the light infantry were posted between the leading ranks of the legions, the rest amongst those behind. The cavalry closed the wings. Hasdrubal strengthened his center with his Spaniards. On the right wing he posted the Carthaginians, on the left the Africans and the mercenaries. The Numidian horse he stationed in front of the Carthaginian infantry, and the rest of the cavalry in front of the Africans. Not all the Numidian horse, however, were on the right wing, but only those who were trained to manage 2 horses at the same time, like circus riders, and when the battle was at the hottest, were in the habit of jumping off the wearied horse on to the fresh one. Such were the agility of the riders and the docility of the horses. These were the dispositions on each side, and whilst the 2 armies were standing ready to engage, their commanders felt almost equally confident of victory, for neither side was much superior to the other, either in the numbers or the quality of the troops. With the men themselves it was far otherwise. Though the Romans were fighting far away from their homes, their generals had no difficulty in making them realize that they were fighting for Italy and for Rome. They knew that it hung upon the issue of that fight, whether they were to see their homes again or not, and they resolutely determined either to conquer or to die. The other army possessed nothing like the same determination, for they were most of them natives of Spain, and would rather be defeated in Spain than win the victory and be dragged to Italy. At the first onset, almost before they had hurled their javelins, the center gave ground, and when the Romans came on in a tremendous charge, they turned and fled. The brunt of the fighting now fell upon the wings. The Carthaginians pressed forward on the right, the Africans on the left, and slowly wheeling round, attacked the advancing Roman infantry on both flanks. But the whole force had now concentrated on the center, and forming front in both directions, beat back the attack on their flanks. So 2 separate actions were going on. The Romans, having already repulsed Hasdrubal's center, and having the advantage as regarded both the numbers and the strength of their men, proved themselves undoubtedly superior on both fronts. A very large number of the enemy fell in these two attacks, and had not their center taken to hasty flight almost before the battle began, very few would have survived out of their whole army. The cavalry took no part whatever in the fighting, for no sooner did the Moors and Numidians see the center of the line giving way than they fled precipitately, leaving the wings exposed and even driving the elephants before them. Hasdrubal waited to see the final issue of the battle, and then escaped out of the slaughter with a few followers. The camp was seized and plundered by the Romans. This battle secured for Rome all the tribes who were wavering, and deprived Hasdrubal of all hopes of taking his army to Italy, or even of remaining with anything like safety in Spain. When the contents of the dispatch from the Scipios was made known in Rome, the gratification felt was not so much on account of the victory, as that Hasdrubal's march into Italy was at an end. Chapter 30. Events in Italy. During these incidents in Spain, Petelia in Bruttium was taken by Himilco, one of Hannibal's lieutenants, after a siege which lasted several months. That victory cost the Carthaginians heavy losses in both killed and wounded, for the defenders only yielded after they had been starved out. They had consumed all their corn, and eaten every kind of animal, whether ordinarily used as food or not, and at last kept themselves alive by eating leather and grass and roots, and the soft bark of trees and leaves picked from shrubs. It was not until they had no longer strength to stand on the walls or to bear the weight of their armor that they were subdued. After the capture of Petelia, the Carthaginian marched his army to Consentia. The defense here was less obstinate, and the place surrendered in a few days. About the same time, an army of Bruttians invested the Greek city of Croton. At one time, this city had been a military power, but it had been overtaken by so many and such serious reverses that its whole population was now reduced to less than 2,000 souls. The enemy found no difficulty in gaining possession of a city so denuded of defenders. The citadel alone was held, after some had sought refuge there from the massacre and confusion which followed the capture of the city. Locri also went over to the Bruttians and Carthaginians after the aristocracy of the city had betrayed the populace. The people of Rhegium alone in all that country remained loyal to the Romans, and kept their independence to the end. The same change of feeling extended to Sicily, and even the house of Hiero did not altogether shrink from deserting Rome. Gelo, the eldest son of the family, treating with equal contempt his aged father and the alliance with Rome, after the defeat of Cannae, went over to the Carthaginians. He was arming the natives and making friendly overtures to the cities in alliance with Rome, and would have brought about a revolution in Sicily, had he not been removed by the hand of death, a death so opportune that it cast suspicion even on his father. Such were the serious occurrences in Italy, Africa, Sicily, and Spain during the year 216 B.C. Towards the close of the year, Quintus Fabius Maximus asked the Senate to allow him to dedicate the temple of Venus Erycina, which he had vowed when dictator. The Senate passed a decree that Tiberius Sempronius, the consul elect, should immediately upon his entering office propose a resolution to the people that Quintus Fabius be one of the 2 commissioners appointed to dedicate the temple. After the death of Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, who had been augur and twice consul. His 3 sons, Lucius, Marcus, and Quintus, celebrated funeral games in his honor for 3 days, and exhibited 22 pairs of gladiators in the Forum. The curial aediles, Gaius Laetorius and Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus, consul elect, who during his aedileship had been master of the horse, celebrated the Roman games. The celebration lasted 3 days. The plebeian games, given by the aediles Marcus Aurelius Cotta and Marcus Claudius Marcellus, were solemnized 3 times. The 3rd year of the Punic War had run its course when Tiberius Sempronius entered on his consulship on March 15th. The praetors were Quintus Fulvius Flaccus, who had been previously censor and twice consul, and Marcus Valerius Laevinus. The former exercised jurisdiction over citizens, the latter over foreigners. Appius Claudius Pulcher had the province of Sicily allotted to him, Quintius Mucius Scaevola that of Sardinia. The people made an order investing Marcus Marcellus with the powers of a proconsul, because he was the only one out of the Roman commanders who had gained any successes in Italy since the disaster at Cannae. Chapter 31. Preparations for War. The first day the Senate met for business at the Capitol, they passed a decree that the war tax for that year should be doubled, and that half the whole amount should be collected at once to furnish pay for all the soldiers, except those who had been present at Cannae. As regarded the armies, they decreed that Tiberius Sempronius should fix a day on which the 2 city legions were to muster at Callus, and that they should march from there to Claudius's camp above Suessula. The legions there, mostly made up from the army which fought at Cannae, were to be transferred by Appius Claudius Pulcher to Sicily, and the legions in Sicily were to be brought to Rome. Marcus Claudius Marcellus was sent to take command of the army, which had been ordered to assemble at Callus, and he received orders to conduct it to Claudius's camp. Tiberius Massilius Crato was sent by Appius Claudius to take over the old army and conduct it to Sicily. At first people waited in silent expectation for the consul to hold an assembly for the election of a colleague. But when they saw that Marcus Marcellus, whom they particularly wished to have as consul this year, after his brilliant success as praetor, was kept out of the way, murmurs began to be heard in the Senate house. When the consul became aware of this, he said, "It is to the interest of the state, senators, that Marcus Claudius has gone into Campania to effect the exchange of armies, and it is equally to the interest of the state that notice of election should not be given until he has discharged the commission entrusted to him and returned home, so that you may have for your consul the man whom the circumstances of the republic call for, and whom you most of all wish for." After this nothing more was said about the election till Marcellus returned. Meanwhile the 2 commissioners were appointed for the dedication of temples. Titus Audacilius Crassus dedicated the temple to Mens, Quintus Fabius Maximus the one to Venus Erycina. Both are on the Capitol, separated only by a water channel. In the case of the 300 Campanian knights, who, after loyally serving their time in Sicily, had now come to Rome, a proposal was made to the people that they should receive the full rights of Roman citizenship, and should be entered on the roll of the burghers of Cumae, reckoning from the day previous to the revolt of the Campanians from Rome. The main reason for this proposal was their declaration that they did not know to what people they belonged, as they had abandoned their old country, and had not yet been admitted as citizens into that to which they had returned. On Marcellus's return from the army, notice was given of the election of a consul in the place of Lucius Postumius. Marcellus was elected by a quite unanimous vote, in order that he might take up his magistracy at once. Whilst he was assuming the duties of the consulship, thunder was heard. The augurs were summoned, and gave it as their opinion that there was some informality in his election. The patricians spread a report that, as that was the first time that two plebeian consuls were elected together, the gods were showing their displeasure. Marcellus resigned his office, and Quintus Fabius Maximus was appointed in his place. This was his third consulship. This year the sea appeared to be on fire. At Sinuessa a cow brought forth a colt. The statues in the temple of Juno Sospita at Lanuvium sweated blood, and a shower of stones fell round the temple. For this portent there were the usual 9 days' religious observances. The other portents were duly expiated. Chapter 32. The consuls divided the armies between them. The army at Teanum, which Marcus Junius, the dictator, had been commanding, passed to Fabius. Sempronius took command of the volunteer slaves there, and 25,000 troops furnished by the allies. The legions which had returned from Sicily were assigned to Marcus Valerius, the praetor. Marcus Claudius was sent to the army which was in camp above Suessa to protect Nola. The praetors went to their respective provinces in Sicily and Sardinia. The consuls issued a notice that whenever the Senate was summoned, the senators and all who had the right of speaking in the Senate should meet at the Capena gate. The praetors, whose duty it was to hear cases, set up their tribunals near the public bathing place, and ordered all litigants to answer to their recognizances at that place, and there they administered justice during the year. In the meanwhile, the news was brought to Carthage that things had gone badly in Spain, and that almost all the communities in that country had gone over to Rome. Mago, Hannibal's brother, was preparing to transport to Italy a force of 12,000 infantry, 1,500 cavalry, and 20 elephants, escorted by a fleet of 60 warships. On the receipt of this news, however, some were in favor of Mago, with such a fleet and army as he had, going to Spain instead of Italy. But whilst they were deliberating, there was a sudden gleam of hope that Sardinia might be recovered. They were told that there was only a small Roman army there. The old praetor, Aulus Cornelius, who knew the province well, was leaving, and a fresh one was expected. The Sardinians, too, were tired of their long subjection, and during the last 12 months the government had been harsh and rapacious, and had crushed them with a heavy tax and an unfair exaction of corn. Nothing was wanting but a leader to head their revolt. This report was brought by some secret agents from their leaders, the prime mover in the matter being Hampsicora, the most influential and wealthy man amongst them at that time. Perturbed by the news from Spain, and at the same time elated by the Sardinian report, they sent Mago with his fleet and army to Spain, and selected Hasdrubal to conduct the operations in Sardinia, assigning to him a force about as large as the one they had furnished to Mago. After they had transacted all the necessary business in Rome, the consuls began to prepare for war. Tiberius Sempronius gave his soldiers notice of the date when they were to assemble at Sinuessa, and Quintus Fabius, after previously consulting the Senate, issued a proclamation warning everyone to convey the corn from their fields into the fortified cities by the first day of the following June. All those who failed to do so would have their land laid waste, their farms burnt, and they themselves would be sold into slavery. Even the praetors who had been appointed to administer the law were not exempted from military duties. It was decided that Valerius should be sent to Apulia to take over the army from Terentius. When the legions came from Sicily, he was to employ them mainly for the defense of that district, and send the army of Terentius under one of his lieutenants to Tarentum. A fleet of 25 vessels was also supplied him for the protection of the coast between Brundisium and Tarentum. A fleet of equal strength was assigned to Quintus Fulvius, the praetor in charge of the city, for the defense of the coast near Rome. Gaius Terentius, as proconsul, was commissioned to raise a force in the territory of Picenum to defend that part of the country. Lastly, Titus Audacilius Crassus was dispatched to Sicily, after he had dedicated the Temple of Mens, with full powers as propraetor to take command of the fleet. End of section 18. Section 19 of the History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 23, Hannibal at Capua, chapters 33 through 40. Chapter 33, Alliance between Hannibal and Philip, king of Macedon. This struggle between the most powerful nations in the world was attracting the attention of all men, kings and peoples alike, and especially of Philip, the king of Macedon, as he was comparatively near to Italy, separated from it only by the Ionian Sea. When he first heard the rumor of Hannibal's passage of the Alps, delighted as he was at the outbreak of war between Rome and Carthage, he was still undecided, till their relative strength had been tested, which of the two he would prefer to have the victory. But after the third battle had been fought, and the victory rested with the Carthaginians for the third time, he inclined to the side which fortune favored, and sent ambassadors to Hannibal. Avoiding the ports of Brundisium and Tarentum, which were guarded by Roman ships, they landed near the temple of Juno Licinia. Whilst traversing Apulia on their way to Capua, they fell into the midst of the Roman troops who were defending the district, and were conducted to Valerius Laevinus, the praetor, who was encamped near Luceria. Xenophanes, the head of the legation, explained, without the slightest fear or hesitation, that he had been sent by the king to form a league of friendship with Rome, and that he was conveying his instructions to the consuls and senate and people. Amidst the defection of so many old allies, the praetor was delighted beyond measure at the prospect of a new alliance with so illustrious a monarch, and gave his enemies a most hospitable reception. He assigned them an escort, and pointed out carefully what route they should take, what places and passes were held by the Romans, and what by the enemy. Xenophanes passed through the Roman troops into Campania, and thence by the nearest route reached Hannibal's camp. He made a treaty of friendship with him on these terms. King Philip was to sail to Italy with as large a fleet as possible. He was, it appears, intending to fit out 200 ships, and ravage the coast, and carry on war by land and sea to the utmost of his power. When the war was over, the whole of Italy, including Rome itself, was to be the possession of the Carthaginians and Hannibal, and all the plunder was to go to Hannibal. When the Carthaginians had thoroughly subdued Italy, they were to sail to Greece, and make war upon such nations as the king wished. The cities on the mainland and the islands lying off Macedonia were to form part of Philip's kingdom. Chapter 34. These were, in effect, the terms on which the treaty was concluded between the Carthaginian general and the king of Macedon. On their return, the envoys were accompanied by commissioners sent by Hannibal to obtain the king's ratification of the treaty. They were Gisco, Bostar, and Mago. They reached the spot near the temple of Juno Licinia, where they had left their ship moored in a hidden creek, and set sail for Greece. When they were out to sea, they were descried by the Roman fleet, which was guarding the Calabrian coast. Valerius Flaccus sent some light boats to chase and bring back the strange vessel. At first the king's men attempted flight, but finding that they were being overhauled, they surrendered to the Romans. When they were brought before the admiral of the fleet, he questioned them as to who they were, where they had come from, and whither they were sailing. Xenophanes, who had so far been very lucky, began to make up a tale. He said that he had been sent by Philip to Rome, and had succeeded in reaching Marcus Valerius, as he was the only person he could get to safely. He had not been able to go through Campania, as it was beset by the enemy's troops. Then the Carthaginian dress and manner of Hannibal's agents aroused suspicion, and on being questioned, their speech betrayed them. Their comrades were at once taken aside and terrified by threats. A letter from Hannibal to Philip was discovered, and also the articles of agreement between the king of Macedon and the Carthaginian general. When the investigation was completed, it seemed best to carry the prisoners and their companions as soon as possible to the Senate at Rome, or to the consuls wherever they were. 5 of the swiftest ships were selected for the purpose, and Lucius Valerius Antius was placed in charge of the expedition, with instructions to distribute the envoys amongst the ships under guard, and to be careful that no conversation was allowed amongst them, or any communication of plans. During this time, Aulus Cornelius Mamula, on leaving his province, made a report on the condition of Sardinia. All, he said, were contemplating war and revolt. Quintus Mucius, who had succeeded him, had been affected by the unhealthy climate and impure water, and had fallen into an illness, which was tedious rather than dangerous, and would make him for some considerable time unfit to bear the responsibilities of war. The army, too, which was quartered there, though strong enough for the occupation of a peaceable province, was quite inadequate for the war which seemed likely to break out. The Senate made a decree that Quintus Fulvius Flaccus should raise a force of 5,000 infantry and 400 cavalry, and arrange for its immediate transport to Sardinia, and further that he should send whom he considered the most suitable men, invested with full powers, to conduct operations until Mucius recovered his health. He selected Titus Manlius Torquatus, who had been twice consul as well as censor, and during his consulship had subdued the Sardinians. About the same time, a Carthaginian fleet, which had been dispatched to Sardinia, under the command of Hasdrubal, surnamed the Bald, was caught in a storm and driven on the Balearic Isles. So much damage was caused, not only to the rigging but also to the hulls, that the vessels were hauled ashore, and a considerable time was spent in repairing them. Chapter 35. The Campanians unsuccessfully attempt Cumae. In Italy the war had been less vigorously conducted since the battle of Cannae, for the strength of the one side was broken and the temper of the other enervated. Under these circumstances the companions made an attempt by themselves to become masters of Cumae. They first tried persuasion, but as they could not succeed in inducing them to revolt from Rome, they decided to employ stratagem. All the companions held a sacrificial service at stated intervals at Hamae. They informed the Cumans that the Campanian Senate was going there, and they asked the Cuman Senate also to be present, in order to come to a common understanding, so that both peoples might have the same allies and the same enemies. They also promised that they would have an armed force there, to guard against any danger from either Romans or Carthaginians. Although the Cumans suspected a plot, they made no difficulty about going, for they thought that by thus consenting they would be able to conceal a maneuver of their own. The consul Tiberius Sempronius had in the meanwhile purified his army at Sinuessa, the appointed rendezvous, and after crossing the Vulturnus, pitched his camp near Liternum. As there was nothing for them to do in camp, he put his men through frequent war maneuvers to accustom the recruits, most of whom were volunteer slaves, to follow the standards and know their places in the ranks when in action. In carrying out these exercises, the general's main object, and he had given similar instructions to the officers, was that there should be no class feeling in the ranks, through the slaves being twitted with their former condition. The old soldiers were to regard themselves as on a perfect equality with the recruits, the free men with the slaves. All to whom Rome had entrusted her standards and her arms were to be regarded as equally honorable, equally well born. Fortune had compelled them to adopt this state of things, and now that it was adopted, she compelled them to acquiesce to it. The soldiers were quite as anxious to obey these instructions as the officers were to enforce them, and in a short time the men had become so fused together that it was almost forgotten what condition of life each man had been in before he became a soldier. While Gracchus was thus occupied, messengers from Cumae informed him of the proposals made by the Campanians a few days previously, and of their reply, and that the festival was to be held in 3 days' time, when not only the whole Senate would be there, but also the Campanian army in camp. Gracchus gave the Cumans orders to remove everything from their fields into the city, and to remain within their walls, whilst he himself moved his camp to Cumae the day before the Campanians were to perform their sacrifice. Hamae was about 3 miles distant. The Campanians had already, as arranged, assembled there in large numbers, and not far away Marius Alpheus, the Medixtuticus, the chief magistrate of the Campanians, was secretly encamped with 14,000 troops. But he was more intent on making preparations for the sacrifice and the stratagem he was to execute during its performance than on fortifying his camp or any other military duty. The ceremonial took place at night and was over by midnight. Gracchus thought this the best time for his purpose, and after stationing guards at the camp gate to prevent anyone from conveying information of his design, he ordered his men to refresh themselves and get what sleep they could at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so that they might be ready to assemble round the standards as soon as it was dark. About the first watch he ordered the advance to be made, and the army marched in silence to Hamae, which they reached at midnight. The Campanian camp, as might be expected during a nocturnal festival, was negligently guarded, and he made a simultaneous attack on all sides of it. Some were slain whilst stretched in slumber, others whilst returning unarmed after the ceremony. In the confusion and terror of the night, more than 2,000 men were killed, including their general, Marius Alpheus, and 34 standards seized. Chapter 36. After getting possession of the enemy's camp, with a loss of less than 100 men, Gracchus speedily retired, fearing an attack from Hannibal, who had his camp at Tifata, overlooking Capua. Nor were his anticipations groundless. No sooner had the news of the disaster reached Capua than Hannibal, expecting to find at Hamae an army composed mostly of raw recruits and slaves, wildly delighted at their victory, despoiling their vanquished foes and carrying off the plunder, hurried on with all speed past Capua, and ordered all the Campanian fugitives he met to be escorted to Capua, and the wounded to be carried there in wagons. But when he got to Hemme, he found the camp abandoned. Nothing was to be seen but the traces of the recent slaughter, and the bodies of his allies lying about everywhere. Some advised him to march straight to Cumae and attack the place. Nothing would have suited his wishes better, for after his failure to secure Neapolis, he was very anxious to get possession of Cumae, that he might have one maritime city at all events. As, however, his soldiers in their hurried march had brought nothing with them beyond their arms, he returned to his camp on Tifata. The next day, yielding to the importunities of the Campanians, he marched back to Cumae with all the necessary appliances for attacking the city, and after effectually devastating the neighborhood, fixed his camp at the distance of 1 mile from the place. Gracchus still remained in occupation of Cumae, more because he was ashamed to desert the allies who were imploring his protection and that of the Roman people, than because he felt sufficiently assured as to his army. The other consul, Fabius, who was encamped at Challis, did not venture to cross the Vulturnus. His attention was occupied first with taking fresh auspices, and then with the portents which were being announced one after another, and which the soothsayers assured him would be very difficult to avert. Chapter 37. Whilst these causes kept Fabius from moving, Sempronius was invested, and the siege works were now actually in operation. A huge wooden tower on wheels had been brought up against the walls, and the Roman consul constructed another, still higher, upon the wall itself, which was fairly high, and which served as a platform, after he had placed stout beams across. The besieged garrison protected the walls of the city by hurling stones and sharpened stakes and other missiles from their tower. At last, when they saw the other tower brought up to the walls, they flung blazing brands over it and caused a large fire. Terrified by the conflagration, the crowd of soldiers in it flung themselves down, and at the same moment a sortie was made from 2 of the gates. The outposts of the enemy were overpowered and driven in flight to their camp, so that for that day the Carthaginians were more like a besieged than a besieging force. As many as 1,300 Carthaginians were killed, and 59 taken prisoners, who had been surprised while standing careless and unconcerned round the walls or at the outposts, and least of all fearing a sortie. Before the enemy had time to recover from their panic, Gracchus gave the signal to retire, and withdrew with his men inside the walls. The following day, Hannibal, expecting that the consul, elated with his success, would be prepared to fight a regular battle, formed his line on the ground between his camp and the city. When, however, he saw that not a single man moved from his usual post of defense, and that no risks were being taken through rash confidence, he returned to Tifata without accomplishing anything. Just at the time when the siege of Cumae was raised, Tiberius Sempronius, surnamed Longus, fought a successful action with the Carthaginian Hanno at Grumentum in Lucania. Over 2,000 were killed, 280 men and 41 military standards were captured. Driven out of Lucania, Hanno retreated to Bruttium. Amidst the Herpini also, 3 towns which had revolted from Rome, Vercellium, Veselium, and Sicilinum, were retaken by the praetor Marcus Valerius, and the authors of the revolt beheaded. Over 5,000 prisoners were sold. The rest of the booty was presented to the soldiers, and the army marched back to Luceria. Chapter 38. During these incidents amongst the Lucanians and Herpini, the 5 ships which were carrying the Macedonian and Carthaginian agents to Rome after sailing almost round the whole of Italy in their passage from the upper to the lower sea, were off Cumae, when Gracchus, uncertain whether they belonged to friends or foes, sent vessels from his own fleet to intercept them. After mutual questionings, those on board learnt that the consul was at Cumae. The vessels accordingly were brought into the harbor, and the prisoners were brought before the consul, and the letters placed in his hands. He read the letters of Philip and Hannibal through, and sent everything under seal by land to the Senate. The agents he ordered to be taken by sea. The letters and the agents both reached Rome the same day. And when it was ascertained that what the agents said in their examination agreed with the letters, the Senate were filled with very gloomy apprehensions. They recognized what a heavy burden a war with Macedon would impose upon them, at a time when it was all they could do to bear the weight of the Punic War. They did not, however, so far give way to despondency as not to enter at once upon a discussion as to how they could divert the enemy from Italy by themselves commencing hostilities against him. Orders were given for the agents to be kept in chains, and their companions to be sold as slaves. They also decided to equip 20 vessels in addition to the 25 which Publius Valerius Flaccus already had under his command. After these had been fitted out and launched, the 5 ships which had carried the agents were added, and 30 vessels left Ostia for Tarentum. Publius Valerius was instructed to place on board the soldiers which had belonged to Varro's army, and which were now at Tarentum under the command of Lucius Apustius, and with his combined fleet of 55 vessels, he was not only to protect the coast of Italy, but try to obtain information about the hostile attitude of Macedon. If Philip's designs should prove to correspond to the captured dispatches and the statements of the agents, he was to write to Marcus Valerius, the praetor, to that effect, and then, after placing his army under the command of Lucius Apustius, go to the fleet at Tarentum, and sail across to Macedonia at the first opportunity, and do his utmost to confine Philip within his own dominions. A decree was made that the money which had been sent to Appius Claudius in Sicily to be returned to King Hiero should now be devoted to the maintenance of the fleet and the expenses of the Macedonian war, and it was conveyed to Tarentum through Lucius Antistius. 200,000 modii of wheat and barley were sent at the same time by King Hiero. Chapter 39. While these various steps were being taken, one of the captured ships, which were on their way to Rome, escaped during the voyage to Philip, and he then learnt that his agents had been captured together with his dispatches. As he did not know what understanding they had come to with Hannibal, or what proposals Hannibal's agents were bringing to him, he dispatched a second embassy with the same instructions. Their names were Heraclitus, surnamed Scotinus, Crito of Boeotia, and Sosisthius the Magnesian. They accomplished their mission successfully, but the summer passed away before the king could attempt any active measures. So important was the seizure of that one ship with the king's agents on board in delaying the outbreak of the war which now threatened Rome. Fabius at last succeeded in expiating the portents and crossed the Vulturnus. Both consuls now resumed the campaign round Capua. Combulteria, Trebula, and Osticula, all of which had revolted to Hannibal, were successfully attacked by Fabius, and the garrisons which Hannibal had placed in them, as well as a large number of Campanians, were made prisoners. At Nola the Senate were on the side of the Romans, as they had been the year before, and the populace, who were on the side of Hannibal, were hatching secret plots for the murder of the aristocrats and the betrayal of the city. To prevent them from carrying out their intentions, Fabius marched between Capua and Hannibal's camp on Tifata, and established himself in Claudius's camp, overlooking Suessula. From there he sent Marcus Marcellus, who was propraetor, with the force under his command to occupy Nola. Chapter 40. The Campaign in Sardinia. The active operations in Sardinia, which had been dropped owing to the serious illness of Quintus Mucius, were resumed under the direction of Titus Manlius. He hauled ashore his warships and furnished the seamen and rowers with arms, so that they might be available for service on land. With these and the army he had taken over from the praetor, he made up a force of 22,000 infantry and 1,200 cavalry. With this combined force he invaded the hostile territory, and fixed his camp at no great distance from Hampsicora's lines. Hampsicora himself happened to be absent. He had paid a visit to the Peliti Sardinians in order to arm the younger men amongst them, so as to increase his own strength. His son Hostus was in command, and in the impetuosity of youth he rashly offered battle, with the result that he was defeated and put to flight. 3,000 Sardinians were killed in that battle, and 800 taken alive. The rest of the army, after wandering in their flight through fields and woods, heard that their general had fled to a place called Cornus, the chief town of the district, and thither they directed their flight. That battle would have finished the war had not the Carthaginian fleet under Hasdrubal, which had been driven by a storm down to the Balearic Isles, arrived in time to revive their hopes of renewing the war. When Manlius heard of its arrival, he retired upon Caralis, and this gave Hampsicora an opportunity of forming a junction with the Carthaginian. Hasdrubal disembarked his force and sent the ships back to Carthage, and then, under Hampsicora's guidance, proceeded to harry and waste the land belonging to the allies of Rome. He would have gone as far as Caralis if Manlius had not met him with his army and checked his widespread ravages. At first the two camps faced each other, with only a small space between. Then small sorties and skirmishes took place, with varying results. At last it came to a battle, a regular action, which lasted for 4 hours. For a long time the Carthaginians made the issue doubtful, the Sardinians, who were accustomed to defeat, being easily beaten, but at last, when they saw the whole field covered with dead and flying Sardinians, they too gave way. But when they turned to flee, the Roman wing, which had routed the Sardinians, wheeled round and hemmed them in. Then it was more of a massacre than a battle. 12,000 of the enemy, Sardinians and Carthaginians, were slain. About 3,700 were made prisoners, and 27 military standards were captured. End of section 19. Section 20 of The History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 23, Hannibal at Capua, chapters 41 through 49. Chapter 41. What more than anything else made the battle glorious and memorable was the capture of the commander-in-chief, Hasdrubal, and also of Hanno and Mago, 2 Carthaginian nobles. Mago was a member of the house of Barca, a near relative of Hannibal. Hanno had taken the lead in the Sardinian revolt, and was unquestionably the chief instigator of the war. The battle was no less famous for the fate which overtook the Sardinian generals. Hampsicora's son Hostus fell on the field, And when Hampsicora, who was fleeing from the carnage with a few horsemen, heard of his son's death, he was so crushed by the tidings, coming as it did on the top of all the other disasters, that in the dead of night, when none could hinder his purpose, he slew himself with his own hand. The rest of the fugitives found shelter as they had done before in Cornus, but Manlius, leading his victorious troops against it, effected its capture in a few days. On this the other cities which had espoused the cause of Hampsicora and the Carthaginians gave hostages and surrendered to him. He imposed upon each of them a tribute of money and corn. The amount was proportioned to their resources, and also to the share they had taken in the revolt. After this he returned to Corellis. There the ships which had been hauled ashore were launched. The troops he had brought with him were re-embarked, and he sailed for Rome. On his arrival he reported to the Senate the complete subjugation of Sardinia, and made over the money to the quaestors, the corn to the aediles, and the prisoners to Quintus Fulvius the praetor. During this time Titus Livius had crossed with his fleet from Lilybaeum to the coast of Africa, and was ravaging the territory of Carthage, when rumors came to him that Hasdrubal had recently sailed from the Balearic Isles to Sardinia. He set sail for that island, and fell in with the Carthaginian fleet returning to Africa. A brief action followed on the high seas, in which Odysseus took 7 ships with their crews. The rest dispersed in a panic far and wide, as though they had been scattered by a storm. It so happened at this time that Bomilcar arrived at Locri with reinforcements of men and elephants, and also with supplies. Appius Claudius intended to surprise him, and with this view he led his army hurriedly to Messana, as though he were going to make a circuit of the province, and finding the wind and tide favorable, crossed over to Locri. Bomilcar had already left to join Hanno in Bruttium, and the Locrians shut their gates against the Romans. Appius, after all his efforts, achieved no result, and returned to Messana. The Harpini and the Samnites appealed to Hannibal for protection. This same summer Marcellus made frequent excursions from Nola, which he was holding with a garrison, into the territory of the Harpini, and in the neighborhood of Samnite Caudium. Such utter devastation did he spread everywhere with fire and sword, that he revived throughout Samnium the memory of her ancient disasters. Chapter 42. Both nations sent envoys simultaneously to Hannibal, who addressed him thus: "We have been the enemies of Rome, Hannibal, from very early times. At first we fought her in our own might, as long as our arms, our strength, sufficed to protect us. When we could trust them no more, we took our place by the side of King Pyrrhus. When we were abandoned by him, we were compelled to accept terms of peace, and by those terms we stood for almost 50 years, down to the time of your arrival in Italy. It was your conspicuous courtesy and kindness towards our fellow countrymen, who were your prisoners, and whom you sent back to us, quite as much as your courage and success, which have so won our hearts that as long as you, our friend, are safe and prosperous, we should not fear. I do not say the Romans, but even the wrath of heaven, if I may say so without irreverence. But, good heavens! While you are not only safe and victorious, but actually here amongst us, when you could almost hear the shrieks of our wives and children, and see our blazing houses, we have suffered such repeated devastations this summer, that it would seem as if Marcus Marcellus and not Hannibal had been the victor at Cannae, and as if the Romans had good cause to boast that you have only strength enough for one blow. and that, like a bee that has left its sting, you are now inert and powerless. For 100 years we have been at war with Rome, and no general, no army from without, has come to our aid, save for the 2 years when Pyrrhus used our soldiers to increase his strength rather than use his strength to defend us. I will not boast of our successes. The 2 consuls with their armies, whom we sent under the yoke, and all the other fortunate or glorious events which we can recall. The trials and sufferings we then went through can be recounted with less bitter feelings than those which are happening today. Then great dictators with their masters of the horse would invade our borders. 2 consuls and 2 consular armies found it necessary to act together against us, and they took every precaution, careful scouting, reserves duly posted, their army in order of battle when they ravaged our country. Now we are the prey of a solitary propraetor and a small garrison at Nola. They do not even march in military detachments, but they scour the whole of our country like brigands, and more carelessly than if they were roaming about on Roman ground. The reason is simply this: you do not defend us, and our soldiery, who could protect us if they were at home, are all serving under your standards. I should be utterly ignorant of you and your army if I did not think it an easy task for the man, by whom, to my knowledge, so many Roman armies have been routed and laid low, to crush these plunderers of our country while they are roving about in disorder, and wandering wherever anyone is led by hopes of plunder, however futile such hopes may be. They will be the prey of a few Numidians, and you will relieve both us and Nola of its garrison, if only you count the men whom you thought worthy of your alliance, still worthy of your protection. Chapter 43. To all this Hannibal replied, "You Samnites and Hirpini are doing everything at once. You point out your sufferings and ask for protection, and complain of being unprotected and neglected. But you ought to have first made your representations, then asked for protection. And if you did not obtain it, then only should you have complained that you had sought help in vain. I shall not lead my army into the country of the Hirpini and Samnites, because I do not want to be a burden to you. But I shall march into those districts belonging to the allies of Rome, which are nearest to me. By plundering these, I shall satisfy and enrich my soldiers, and shall frighten the enemy sufficiently to make him leave you alone. As to the war with Rome, if Trasumenus was a more famous battle than the Trebia, if Cannae was more famous than Trasumenus, I shall make even the memory of Cannae fade in the light of a greater and more brilliant victory." With this reply, and with munificent presents, he dismissed the envoys, and then, leaving a somewhat small detachment on Tifata, marched with the rest of his army to Nola, whither Hanno also came with the reinforcements he had brought from Carthage, and the elephants. Encamping at no great distance, he found out on inquiry that everything was very different from the impression he had received from the envoys. No one who watched Marcellus's proceedings could ever say that he trusted to fortune, or gave the enemy a chance through his rashness. Hitherto his plundering expeditions had been made after careful reconnoitering, with strong supports for the marauding parties and a secure retreat. Now, when he became aware of the enemy's approach, he kept his force within the fortifications, and ordered the senators of Nola to patrol the ramparts, and keep a sharp lookout all round, and find out what the enemy were doing. Hanno had come close up to the walls, and seeing amongst the senators Herennius Bassus and Herius Petius, asked for an interview with them. Having obtained permission from Marcellus, they went out to him. He addressed them through an interpreter. After magnifying the merits and good fortune of Hannibal, and dwelling upon the decaying strength and greatness of Rome, he went on to urge that even if Rome were what she once had been, still men who knew by experience how burdensome the Roman government was to their allies, and with what indulgence Hannibal had treated all those of his prisoners who belonged to any Italian nation, must surely prefer the alliance and friendship of Carthage to those of Rome. If both the consuls and their 2 armies had been at Nola, they would still be no more a match for Hannibal than they were at Cannae. How then could one praetor with a few raw soldiers defend the place? It was of more importance to them whether the town were taken or surrendered than it was to Hannibal. He would get possession of it in any case, as he had got possession of Capua and Nuceria. But what a difference there was between the fate of Capua and that of Nola, they knew best, situated as they were midway between the 2 places. He did not want to prophesy what would happen to the city if it were captured. He preferred to pledge his word that if they would give up Marcellus and his garrison and the city of Nola, no one but themselves should dictate the terms on which they would become allies and friends of Hannibal. Chapter 44. Herennius Bassus briefly replied that the friendship between Rome and Nola had now lasted many years, and up to that day neither party had had any reason to regret it. If they had wished to change their allegiance when the change came in their fortunes, it was too late to do so now. If they had thought of surrendering to Hannibal, would they have asked for a Roman garrison? They were in perfect accord with those who had come to protect them, and they would continue to be so to the last. This interview destroyed any expectations Hannibal might have formed of securing Nola by treachery. He therefore drew his lines completely round the town, so that a simultaneous attack might be made on all sides. When Marcellus saw that he was close up to the ramparts, he drew up his men inside one of the gates, and then burst out in a fierce, tumultuous charge. A few were overthrown and killed in the first shock, but as men ran up into the fighting line and the 2 sides became more equalized, the contest was beginning to be a severe one, and few battles would have been more memorable had not a very heavy storm of rain and wind separated the combatants. They retired for that day after only a brief encounter, but in a state of great exasperation, the Romans to the city, the Carthaginians to their camp. Of the latter, not more than 30 fell in the first attack. The Romans lost 50. The rain fell without any intermission all through the night, and continued till the 3rd hour of the following day. So, though both sides were eager for battle, they remained that day within their lines. The following day Hannibal sent part of his force on a plundering expedition in the Nolan territory. No sooner was Marcellus aware of it than he formed his line of battle, nor did Hannibal decline the challenge. There was about a mile between his camp and the city, and within that space, it is all level ground round Nola, the armies met. The battle shout raised on both sides brought back the nearest amongst the cohorts, who had been sent off to plunder. The Nolans, too, on the other side, took their place in the Roman line. Marcellus addressed a few words of encouragement and thanks to them, and told them to take their station amongst the reserve, and help to carry the wounded from the field. They were to keep out of the fighting unless they received the signal from him. Chapter 45. The battle was obstinately contested. The generals encouraged the men, and the men fought to the utmost of their strength. Marcellus urged his men to press vigorously on those whom they had vanquished only 3 days ago, who had been driven in flight from Cumae, and whom he had himself, with another army, defeated the year before. All his forces, he said, are not in the field. Some are roving through the land, bent on plunder, whilst those who are fighting are enervated by the luxury of Capua, and have worn themselves out through a whole winter's indulgence in wine and women and every kind of debauchery. They have lost their force and vigor. They have dissipated that strength of mind and body in which they surmounted the Alpine peaks. The men who did that are mere wrecks now. They can hardly bear the weight of their armor on their limbs while they fight. Capua has proved to be Hannibal's Cannae. All soldierly courage, all military discipline, all glory won in the past, all hopes for the future have been extinguished there. By showing his contempt for the enemy, Marcellus raised the spirits of his men. Hannibal, on the other hand, reproached his own men in much more severe terms. "I recognize," he said, "the same arms and standards here which I saw and used at the Trebia, at Trasumenus, and finally at Cannae, but not the same soldiers. It is quite certain that I led one army into winter quarters at Capua, and marched out with quite a different one. Are you, whom 2 consular armies never withstood, hardly able now to hold your own against a subordinate officer, with his 1 legion and its contingent of allies? Is Marcellus to challenge us with impunity a second time, with his raw recruits and Nolan supports? Where is that soldier of mine who dragged the consul Gaius Flaminius from his horse, and struck off his head? Where is the one who slew Lucius Paulus at Cannae? Has the sword lost its edge? Have your right hands lost their power? Or has any other miracle happened? Though but few yourselves, you have been wont to vanquish an enemy that far outnumbered you. Now you can hardly stand up against a force far smaller than your own. You used to boast, tongue valiant as you are, that you would take Rome by storm if any one would lead you. Well, I want you to try your courage and your strength in a smaller task. Carry Nola. It is a city in a plain, with no protection from river or from sea. When ye have loaded yourselves with the plunder of such a wealthy city as this, I will lead you or follow you wherever you wish." Chapter 46. Neither his censures nor his promises had any effect in strengthening the morale of his men. When they began to fall back in all directions, the spirits of the Romans rose, not only because of their generals' cheering words, but also because the Nolans raised encouraging shouts, and fired them with the glow of battle, until the Carthaginians fairly turned to flee, and were driven to their camp. The Romans were anxious to storm the camp, but Marcellus marched them back to Nola amid the joyous congratulations even of the populace, who had before been more inclined to the Carthaginians. More than 5,000 of the enemy were killed that day, and 600 made prisoners. 18 military standards were taken, and 2 elephants. 4 had been killed in the battle. The Romans had less than 1,000 killed. The next day was spent by both sides in burying those killed in battle, under an informal truce. Marcellus burnt the spoils taken from the enemy in fulfillment of a vow to Vulcan. 3 days later, owing, I fancy, to some disagreement, or in hope of more liberal pay, 272 troopers, Numidians and Spaniards, deserted to Marcellus. The Romans often availed themselves of their brave and loyal help in the war. At its close, a gift of land was made in Spain to the Spaniards, and in Africa to the Numidians, as a reward for their valor. Hanno was sent back into Bruttium with the force he had brought, and Hannibal went into winter quarters in Apulia, and encamped in the neighborhood of Arpi. As soon as Quintus Fabius heard that Hannibal had left for Apulia, he had a quantity of corn from Nola and Neapolis conveyed into the camp above Suessula, and after strengthening its defenses and leaving a force sufficient to hold the position through the winter months, he moved his own camp nearer to Capua, and laid waste its territory with fire and sword. The companions had no confidence whatever in their strength, but they were at last compelled to come out of their gates into the open, and form an entrenched camp in front of the city. They had 6,000 men under arms. The infantry were absolutely useless, but the mounted men were more efficient, so they kept harassing the enemy by cavalry skirmishes. There were several Campanian nobles serving as troopers, amongst them Cerinus Vibellius, surnamed Toria. He was a citizen of Capua, and by far the finest soldier in the Campanian horse, so much so indeed that when he was serving with the Romans, there was only one Roman horseman that enjoyed an equal reputation, and that was Claudius Asellus. Toria had for a long time been riding up to the enemy's squadrons to see if he could find this man, and at last, when there was a moment's silence, he asked where Claudius Asellus was. "He has often," he said, "argued with me about our respective merits. Let him settle the matter with the sword, and if he is vanquished, yield me the spolia opima, or if he is the victor, take them from me." Chapter 47. When this was reported to Asellus in the camp, he only waited till he could ask the consul whether he would be allowed, against the regulations, to fight his challenger. Permission being granted, he at once armed himself, and riding in front of the outposts, called Toria by name, and told him to meet him wherever he pleased. The Romans had already gone out in crowds to watch the duel, and the Campanians had not only lined the rampart of their camp, but had gathered in large numbers on the fortifications of the city. After a great flourish of words and expressions of mutual defiance, they leveled their spears and spurred their horses. As there was plenty of space, they kept evading each other's thrusts, and the fight went on without either being wounded. Then the Campanian said to the Roman, "This will be a trial of skill between the horses and not their riders, unless we leave the open and go down into this hollow lane. There will be no room for swerving aside there. We shall fight at close quarters." Almost before the words were out of his mouth, Claudius leaped his horse into the lane, and Toria, bolder in words than deeds, shouted, "Never be an ass in a ditch," and this expression became a rustic proverb. After riding some distance along the lane, and finding no opponent, Claudius got into the open and returned to camp, saying strong things about the cowardice of his adversary. He was welcomed as victor with cheers and congratulations by his comrades. In the accounts of this duel on horseback, some annalists record an additional circumstance. How far there is any truth in it, each must judge for himself, but it is at least remarkable. They say that Claudius went in pursuit of Torea, who fled to the city, and galloped in through one open gate and out through another unhurt, the enemy standing dumbfounded at the extraordinary sight. Chapter 48. After this incident, the Roman camp was undisturbed. The consul even shifted his camp further away, that the Campanians might complete their sowing, and he did not inflict any injury on their land until the corn was high enough in the blade to yield fodder. Then he carried it off to Claudius's camp above Suessula, and built huts for his men to winter in there. Marcus Claudius, the proconsul, received orders to keep a force at Nola, sufficient to protect the place, and send the rest of his troops to Rome, to prevent their being a burden to the allies and an expense to the Republic. And Tiberius Gracchus, having marched his legions from Cumae to Luceria in Apulia, sent the praetor Marcus Valerius to Brundisium with the army he had at Luceria, and gave him orders to protect the coast of the Salentine territory, and to make such provision as might be necessary with regard to Philip and the Macedonian war. Towards the end of the summer, in which the events we have been describing occurred, dispatches from Publius and Gnaeus Scipio arrived, giving an account of the great successes they had achieved, but also stating that money to pay the troops was needed, as also clothing and corn for the army, whilst the seamen were destitute of everything. As regarded the pay, if the treasury were low, they, the Scipios, would devise some means by which they could obtain it from the Spaniards, but all the other things must in any case be sent from Rome. Otherwise they could neither keep their army nor the province. When the dispatches had been read, there was no one present who did not admit that the statements were true and the demands fair and just. But other considerations were present to their minds: the enormous land and sea forces they had to keep up, the large fleet that would have to be fitted out if the war with Macedon went forward, the condition of Sicily and Sardinia, which before the war had helped to fill the treasury, and were now hardly able to support the armies which were protecting those islands, and above all the shrinkage in the revenue. For the war tax, from which the national expenditure was met, had diminished with the number of those who paid it after the destruction of the armies at Trasumenus and at Cannae, and if the few survivors had to pay at a very much higher rate, they too would perish, though not in battle. If therefore the state could not be upheld by credit, it could not stand by its own resources. After thus reviewing the position of affairs, the Senate decided that Fulvius, one of the praetors, should appear before the assembly, and point out to the people the pressing needs of the state, and ask those who had augmented their patrimonies by making contracts with the government to extend the date of payment for the state, out of which they had made their money, and contract to supply what was needed for the army in Spain, on condition that as soon as there was money in the treasury, they should be the first to be paid. After making this proposal, the praetor fixed a date for making the contracts for the supply of clothing and corn to the army in Spain, and for furnishing all that was required for the seamen. Chapter 49. On the appointed day, 3 syndicates appeared, consisting each of 19 members, prepared to tender for the contracts. They insisted on 2 conditions. One was that they should be exempt from military service whilst they were employed on this public business, and the other that the cargoes they shipped should be insured by the government against storm or capture. Both demands were conceded, and the administration of the state was carried on with private money. Such were the moral tone and lofty patriotism which pervaded all ranks of society. As the contracts had been entered into from a generous and noble spirit, so they were executed with the utmost conscientiousness. The soldiers received as ample supplies as though they had been furnished, as they once were, from a rich treasury. When these supplies reached Spain, the town of Illiturgi, which had gone over to the Romans, was being attacked by 3 Carthaginian armies under Hasdrubal, Mago, and Hannibal, the son of Bomilcar. Between these 3 camps, the Scipios forced their way into the town after hard fighting and heavy losses. They brought with them a quantity of corn, of which there was a great scarcity, and encouraged the townsfolk to defend their walls with the same courage that they saw the Roman army display when fighting on their behalf. Then they advanced to attack the largest of the 3 camps, of which Hasdrubal was in command. The other 2 commanders and their armies saw that the decisive struggle would be fought there, and they hastened to its support. As soon as they had emerged from their camps, the fighting began. There were 60,000 of the enemy engaged that day, and about 16,000 Romans. And yet the victory was such a crushing one that the Romans slew more than their own number of the enemy, made prisoners of more than 3,000, captured somewhat less than 1,000 horses, 59 military standards, 7 elephants, 5 having been killed in the battle, and got possession of the 3 camps, all in that one day. After the siege of Illiturgi was thus raised, the Carthaginian armies marched to attack Intibilli. They had repaired their losses out of that province, which, above all others, was eager for fighting, if only plunder and money were to be got out of it, and which, too, abounded in young men. A pitched battle was again fought, with the same result for both sides. Over 13,000 of the enemy were killed, more than 2,000 made prisoners, 42 standards and 9 elephants were also taken. And now nearly all the tribes of Spain went over to Rome, and the successes gained in Spain that summer were far greater than those in Italy. End of section 20. Section 21 of the History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 24, The Revolution in Syracuse, Chapters 1 through 10. Chapter 1, The Carthaginians in Bruttium. After his return to Bruttium, Hanno, with the assistance and guidance of the Bruttians, made an attempt on the Greek cities. They were steadfast in their adherence to Rome, and all the more so because they saw that the Bruttians, whom they feared and hated, were taking sides with the Carthaginians. Rhegium was the first place he attempted, and several days were spent there without any result. Meanwhile the Locrians were hastily carrying their corn and wood, and everything else they might want out of the fields into the city, not only for safety, but also that no plunder whatever might be left for the enemy. Every day larger numbers of people poured out of all the gates, till at last only those remained in the city whose duty it was to repair the walls and gates, and provide a store of weapons on the ramparts. Against this miscellaneous crowd of all ranks and ages, wandering through the fields mostly unharmed, Hamilcar sent his cavalry with orders not to injure anyone, but simply to scatter them in flight, and then cut them off from returning to the city. He had taken up his position upon some high ground, where he had a view of the country and the city, and he sent orders to one of the Bruttian cohorts to go up to the walls and invite the principal men of the place to a conference, and if they consented, they were to endeavor to persuade them to betray the city, promising them, if they did so, Hannibal's friendship. The conference took place, but no credence was placed in what the Bruttians said, until the Carthaginians showed themselves on the hills, and a few who escaped to the city brought the news that the whole population was in the hands of the enemy. Unnerved by terror, they replied that they would consult the people, and a meeting was at once convened. All who were restless and discontented preferred a fresh policy and a fresh alliance, whilst those whose kinsfolk had been shut out of the city by the enemy felt as much pledged as though they had given hostages. A few were in favor of maintaining their loyalty to Rome, but they kept silence rather than venture to defend their opinion. A resolution was passed with apparent unanimity in favor of surrendering to the Carthaginians. Lucius Attilius, the commandant of the garrison, and his men were conducted down to the harbor and placed on board ship for conveyance to Rhegium. Hamilcar and his Carthaginians were received into the city on the understanding that a treaty with equal rights should be at once concluded. This condition was within a very little of being broken, for the Carthaginians charged the Locrians with treachery in sending away the Romans, whilst the Locrians pleaded that they had escaped. Some cavalry went in pursuit in case the tide in the straits should either delay the departure of the ships or drift them ashore. They did not overtake those whom they were in pursuit of, but they saw some other ships crossing the straits from Messana to Rhegium. These were Roman soldiers who had been sent by Claudius to hold the city. So the Carthaginians at once retired from Rhegium. By Hannibal's orders, peace was granted to the Locrians. They were to be independent and live under their own laws. The city was to be open to the Carthaginians. The Locrians were to have sole control of the harbor, and the alliance was to be based on the principle of mutual support. The Carthaginians were to help the Locrians, and the Locrians the Carthaginians, in peace and in war. Chapter 2. Thus the Carthaginians marched back from the straits amidst the protests of the Bruttians, who complained that the cities which they had marked for themselves for plunder had been left unmolested. They determined to act on their own account, and after enrolling and arming 15,000 of their own fighting men, they proceeded to attack Croto, a Greek city situated on the coast. They imagined that they would gain an immense accession of strength if they possessed a seaport with a strongly fortified harbor. What troubled them was that they could not quite venture to summon the Carthaginians to their aid, lest they should be thought not to have acted as allies ought to act. And again, if the Carthaginian should for the second time be the advocate of peace rather than of war, they were afraid that they would fight in vain against the freedom of Croto, as they had against that of Locri. It seemed the best course to send to Hannibal and obtain from him an assurance that on its capture Croto should pass to the Bruttians. Hannibal told them that it was a matter for those on the spot to arrange, and referred them to Hanno, for neither he nor Hanno wanted that famous and wealthy city to be plundered, and they hoped that when the Bruttians attacked it, and it was seen that the Carthaginians neither assisted nor approved of the attack, the defenders would come over to Hannibal all the sooner. In Croto there was neither unity of purpose nor of feeling. It seemed as though a disease had attacked all the cities of Italy alike. Everywhere the populace were hostile to the aristocracy. The Senate of Croto were in favor of the Romans. The populace wanted to place their state in the hands of the Carthaginians. This division of opinion in the city was reported by a deserter to the Bruttians. According to his statements, Aristomachus was the leader of the populace, and was urging the surrender of the city, which was extensive and thickly populated, with fortifications covering a large area. The positions where the senators kept watch and ward were few and scattered. Wherever the populace kept guard, the way lay open into the city. At the suggestion of the deserter, and under his guidance, the Bruttians completely invested the town, and at the very first assault were admitted by the populace, and took possession of the whole place, with the exception of the citadel. This was held by the aristocrats, who had prepared it beforehand as a place of refuge, in case anything of this sort should happen. Aristomachus, too, fled there, and gave out that he had advised the surrender of the city to the Carthaginians, not to the Bruttians. Chapter 3. Before Pyrrhus's arrival in Italy, the city of Croto had walls which formed a circuit of 12 miles. After the devastation caused by that war, hardly half the place was inhabited. The river, which used to flow through the middle of the city, now ran outside the part where the houses were, and the citadel was at a considerable distance from them. 16 miles from this famous city there was a still more famous temple to Juno Lacinia, an object of veneration to all the surrounding communities. There was a grove here enclosed by a dense wood and lofty fir trees, in the middle of which there was a glade affording delightful pasture. In this glade cattle of every kind, sacred to the goddess, used to feed without anyone to look after them. And at nightfall the different herds separated each to their own stalls, without any beasts of prey lying in wait for them, or any human hands to steal them. These cattle were a source of great profit, and a column of solid gold was made from the money thus gained and dedicated to the goddess. Thus the temple became celebrated for its wealth as well as for its sanctity, and as generally happens in these famous spots, some miracles also were attributed to it. It was commonly reported that an altar stood in the porch of the temple, the ashes on which were never stirred by any wind. The citadel of Croto, which overhung the sea on one side, and on the other faced the land, was formerly protected by its natural position. Afterwards it was further protected by a wall, on the side where Dionysius, the Sicilian tyrant, had captured it by stratagem, scaling it on the side away from the sea. It was this citadel that the aristocrats of Croto now occupied, regarding it as a fairly safe stronghold, while the populace in conjunction with the Bruttians besieged them. At last the Bruttians saw that they could never take the place in their own strength, and found themselves compelled to appeal to Hanno for help. He tried to bring the Crotonians to a surrender on condition that they would admit a Bruttian colony, and allow their city, wasted and desolate as it was by war, to recover its ancient populousness. Not a single man amongst them, except Aristomachus, would listen to him. They said that they would sooner die than be mingled with Bruttians, and change to alien ceremonies, customs, and laws, and soon even to a foreign speech. Aristomachus, finding himself powerless to persuade them to surrender, and not getting any opportunity of betraying the citadel as he had betrayed the city, went off by himself to Hanno. Shortly after, some envoys from Locri, who had, with Hanno's permission, obtained access to the citadel, persuaded them to suffer themselves to be transferred to Locri, instead of facing the last extremity. They had already sent to Hannibal and obtained his consent to this course. So they left Croto and were conducted to the sea, and put on board ship, and sailed in a body for Locri. In Apulia, even the winter did not pass quietly so far as the Romans and Hannibal were concerned. Sempronius was wintering at Luceria, and Hannibal not far from Arpi. Skirmishes took place between them as occasion offered, or either side saw its opportunity, and these brushes with the enemy made the Romans more efficient every day, and more familiar with the cunning methods of their opponents. Chapter 4. Fall and death of Hieronymus in Syracuse. In Sicily, the position of the Romans was totally altered by the death of Hiero, and the demise of the crown to his grandson Hieronymus, who was but a boy, and hardly likely to use his own liberty, much less his sovereign power, with moderation. At such an age and with such a temperament, guardians and friends alike sought to plunge him into every kind of excess. Hiero, it is said, seeing what was going to happen, was anxious at the close of his long life to leave Syracuse as a free state, lest the kingdom which had been acquired and built up by wise and honorable statesmanship should go to ruin by being made the sport of a boy tyrant. His project met with the most determined opposition from his daughters. They imagined that whilst the boy retained the name of king, the supreme power would really rest with them and their husbands, Andranodorus and Zoippus, whom the king purposed to leave as the boy's principal guardians. It was no easy matter for a man in his 90th year, subject night and day to the coaxing and blandishments of two women, to keep an open mind and make public interests predominant over private ones in his thoughts. So all he could do was to leave 15 guardians for his son, and he implored them on his deathbed to maintain unimpaired the loyal relations with Rome which he had cultivated for 50 years, and to see to it that the young man above all things followed in his footsteps and adhered to the principles in which he had been brought up. Such were his instructions. When the king had breathed his last, the guardians produced the will and brought the boy, who was then about 15, before the assembled people. Some who had taken their places in different parts to raise acclamations shouted their approval of the will. The majority, feeling that they had lost a father, feared the worst now that the state was orphaned. Then followed the king's funeral, which was honored more by the love and affection of his subjects than by any grief amongst his own kindred. Shortly afterwards, Andranodorus got rid of the other guardians by giving out that Hieronymus was now a young man, and capable of assuming the government. By himself resigning the guardianship, which he shared with several others, he concentrated all their powers in his own person. Chapter 5. Even a good and sensible prince would have found it difficult to win popularity with the Syracusans as successor to their beloved Hiero. But Hieronymus, as though he were anxious by his own vices to make the loss of his grandfather more keenly felt, showed on his very first appearance in public how everything was changed. Those who had for so many years seen Hiero and his son Gelo going about with nothing in their dress, or other marks of royalty to distinguish them from the rest of their countrymen, now saw Hieronymus clad in purple, wearing a diadem, surrounded by an armed escort, and sometimes even proceeding from his palace in a chariot drawn by 4 white horses, after the style of Dionysius the tyrant. Quite in harmony with this extravagant assumption of state and pomp was the contempt he showed for everybody, the insolent tone in which he addressed those who sought audiences of him, the way he made himself difficult of access, not only to strangers but even to his guardians, his monstrous lusts, his inhuman cruelty. Such terror seized everybody that some of his guardians anticipated a death of torture by suicide or flight. 3 of them, the only ones who had familiar access to the palace, Andranodorus and Zoippus, Hiero's sons-in-law, and a certain Thraso, did not rouse much interest in him when talking of other matters. But as 2 of them took the side of the Carthaginians, and Thraso that of the Romans, their heated arguments and quarrels attracted the young king's attention. A conspiracy formed against the despot's life was disclosed by a certain Callo, a lad of about the same age as Hieronymus, and accustomed from his boyhood to associate with him on terms of perfect familiarity. The informer was able to give the name of one of the conspirators, Theodotus, by whom he had himself been invited to join in the plot. This man was at once arrested and handed over to Andranodorus for torture. He confessed his own complicity without any hesitation, but was silent about the others. At last, when he was racked with tortures too terrible for human endurance, he pretended to be overcome by his sufferings, and instead of disclosing the names of the guilty, informed against an innocent man, and falsely accused Thraso of being the ringleader of the plot. Unless, he said, they had had such an influential man to lead them, they would never have ventured upon so serious an undertaking. He went on inventing his story amidst groans of anguish, and mentioning names just as they occurred to him, taking care to select the most worthless amongst the king's courtiers. It was the mention of Thraso that weighed most in persuading the king of the truth of the story. He accordingly was at once given up for punishment, and the others, as innocent as he was, shared his fate. Though their accomplice was under torture for a long time, not one of the actual conspirators either concealed himself or sought safety in flight, so great was their confidence in the courage and honor of Theodotus, and so great the firmness with which he kept their secret. Chapter 6. The one link with Rome had now gone with Thraso, and there was no doubt about the movement towards revolt. Envoys were sent to Hannibal, and he sent back, together with a young noble, also named Hannibal, 2 other agents, Hippocrates and Epicides, natives of Carthage, and Carthaginians on the mother's side, but their grandfather was a refugee from Syracuse. Through their agency, an alliance was formed between Hannibal and the Syracusan tyrant, and with Hannibal's consent they stayed on with Hieronymus. As soon as Appius Claudius, who was commanding in Sicily, heard of this, he sent envoys to the king. When they announced that they had come to renew the alliance which had existed with his grandfather, they were laughed at, and as they were leaving, the king asked them in jest what fortune they had met with in the battle of Cannae, for he could hardly believe what Hannibal's envoys told him. He wanted to know the truth, so that he might make up his mind which course to follow as offering the best prospects. The Romans said that they would come back to him when he had learnt to receive embassies seriously, and after warning him, rather than asking him, not to abandon their alliance lightly, they departed. Hieronymus sent envoys to Carthage to conclude a treaty in the terms of their alliance with Hannibal. It was agreed in this compact that after they had expelled the Romans from Sicily, and that would soon be done if they sent a fleet and an army, the river Himera, which almost equally divides the island, was to be the boundary between the dominions of Syracuse and that of Carthage. Puffed up by the flattery of people who told him to remember not only Hiero, but his maternal grandfather, King Pyrrhus, Hieronymus sent a second legation to Hannibal, to tell him that he thought it only fair that the whole of Sicily should be ceded to him, and that Carthage should claim the empire of Italy as their own. They expressed neither surprise nor displeasure at this fickleness and levity in the hot-headed youth, provided only they could keep him from declaring for Rome. Chapter 7. But everything was hurrying him headlong into ruin. He had sent Hippocrates and Epicides in advance, each with 2,000 troops, to attempt some cities which were held by Roman garrisons, whilst he himself advanced to Leontini with 15,000 foot and horse, which comprised the rest of his army. The conspirators, all of whom happened to be in the army, took an empty house overlooking the narrow road by which the king usually went down to the Forum. Whilst they were all standing in front of the house, fully armed, waiting for the king to pass, one of them, Dinomenes by name, in the royal bodyguard, had the task assigned to him of keeping back the crowd in the rear, by some means or other, when the king approached the gate of the house. All was done as had been arranged. Pretending to loosen a knot which was too tight on his foot, Diomedes stopped the crowd and made so wide a gap in it, that when the king was attacked in the absence of his guards, he was stabbed in several places before help could reach him. As soon as the shouting and tumult were heard, the guard hurled their missiles on Diomedes, who was now unmistakably stopping the way, but he escaped with only 2 wounds. When they saw the king lying on the ground, the attendants fled. Some of the assassins went to the people who had assembled in the forum, rejoicing in their recovered liberty. Others hastened to Syracuse to forestall the designs of Andranodorus and the rest of the king's men. In this critical state of affairs, Appius Claudius saw that a war was beginning close at hand, and he sent a dispatch to the Senate informing them that Sicily was being won over to Carthage and Hannibal. To frustrate the plans being formed at Syracuse, he moved all the garrisons to the frontier between the Roman province and the late king's dominion. The consular elections. At the close of the year, Quintus Fabius was authorized by the Senate to fortify Puteoli, where there had grown up a considerable trade during the war, and also to place a garrison in it. On his way to Rome, where he was to conduct the elections, he gave notice that they would be held on the first election day that he could fix, and then, to save time, he marched past the city straight to the Campus Martius. That day the first voting fell by lot to the junior century of the tribe of the Annio, and they were giving their vote for Titus Otacilius and Marcus Aemilius Regillus, when Quintus Fabius, having obtained silence, made the following address: If Italy were at peace, or if we had on our hands such a war and such an enemy as to allow room for less care on our part, I should consider anyone who sought to check the eagerness with which you have come here to confer honor on the men of your choice, as very forgetful of your liberties. But in this war, in dealing with this enemy, none of our generals has ever made a single mistake which has not involved us in the gravest disasters, and therefore it is only right that you should exercise your franchise in the election of consuls with as much circumspection as you show when going armed into battle. Every man must say to himself, I am nominating a consul who is to be a match for Hannibal. It was during this year that Vibelius Torrea, the foremost of the Campanian knights, challenged and was met by Asellus Claudius, the finest Roman horseman, at Capua. Against a Gaul, who once offered his defiance on the bridge over the Anio, our ancestors sent Titus Manlius, a man of undaunted courage and prowess. Not many years later, it was in the same spirit of fearless confidence, I will make bold to say, that Marcus Valerius armed himself against the Gaul, who challenged him in the same way to single combat. Just as we desire to have our infantry and cavalry stronger, or, if that is impossible, at least equal to the enemy, so we should look for a commander equal to his. Even if we choose as our commander the finest general in the Republic, still he is only chosen for a year, and immediately after his election he will be pitted against a veteran and permanent strategist, who is not shackled by any limitations of time or authority, or prevented from forming and executing any plans which the necessities of war may require. In our case, on the other hand, the year is gone simply in making preparations and commencing a campaign. I have said enough as to the sort of men you ought to elect as your consuls. Let me say a word about the men in whose favor the first vote has already been given. Marcus Aemilius Regulus is a Flamen or Quirinus. We cannot discharge him from his sacred duties without neglecting our duty to the gods, nor can we keep him at home without neglecting proper attention to the war. Odysseus married my sister's daughter, and has children by her. But the obligations you have conferred on me and my ancestors are not such that I can place private relationship before the welfare of the state. In a calm sea, any sailor, any passenger can steer the ship. But when a violent storm arises, and the vessel is driven by the wind over the raging waters, then you want a man who is really a pilot. We are not sailing now in smooth water. Already we have almost foundered in the many storms that have overtaken us, and therefore you must use the utmost foresight and caution in choosing the man who is to take the helm. As for you, Titus Odysseus, we have had some experience of your conduct of comparatively unimportant operations, and you have certainly not shown any grounds for our entrusting you with more important ones. There are 3 objects for which we equipped the fleet this year, which you commanded. It was to ravage the African coast, to render the coast of Italy safe for us, and, what was most important of all, to prevent any reinforcements, money, or supplies from being sent from Carthage to Hannibal. If Titus Odysseus has carried out, I will not say all, but any one of these objects for the state, then by all means elect him consul. But if, whilst you were in command of the fleet, everything required reached Hannibal safe and sound from home, if the coast of Italy had this year been in greater danger than the coast of Africa, what possible reason can you give why they should put you up most of all to oppose Hannibal? If you were consul, we should have to follow the example of our forefathers and nominate a dictator. And you could not take it as an insult that somebody amongst all the citizens of Rome was looked upon as a better strategist than yourself. It is of more importance to you, Titus Odysseus, than it can be to any one else, that you should not have a burden placed upon your shoulders whose weight would crush you. And to you, my fellow citizens, I appeal most solemnly to remember what you are about to do. Imagine yourselves standing in your armed ranks on the field of battle. Suddenly you are called upon to choose 2 commanders, under whose auspicious generalship you are to fight. In the same spirit, choose the consuls today, to whom your children must take the oath, at whose edict they must assemble, under whose tutelage and protection they must serve. Trasumenus and Cannae are melancholy precedents to recall, but they are solemn warnings to guard against similar disasters. Usher, call back the century of juniors in the tribe of the Annio to give their votes again. Chapter 9. Titus Odysseus was in a state of great excitement, loudly exclaiming that Fabius wanted to have his consulship prolonged, and as he persisted in creating a disturbance, the consul ordered the lictors to approach him, and warned him that as he had marched straight to the campus without entering the city, the axes were still bound up in the fasces. The voting had in the meantime recommenced, and the first was given in favor of Quintus Fabius Maximus as consul for the 4th time, and Marcus Marcellus for the 3rd. All the other centuries voted without exception for the same men. 1 praetor was re-elected, Quintus Fulvius Flaccus. The others were fresh appointments. Titus Odysseus Crassus, now praetor for the 2nd time. Quintus Fabius, a son of the consul, and curial aedile at the time of his election, and Publius Cornelius Lentulus. When the election of the praetors was finished, the Senate passed a resolution that Quintus Fulvius should have the city as his special province, and when the consuls had gone to the war, he should command at home. There were 2 great floods this year. The Tiber inundated the fields, causing widespread destruction of farm buildings and stock, and much loss of life. It was in the 5th year of the Second Punic War that Quintus Fabius Maximus assumed the consulship for the 4th time, and Marcus Claudius Marcellus for the 3rd time. Their election excited an unusual amount of interest amongst the citizens, for it was many years since there had been such a pair of consuls. Old men remembered that Maximus Rullus had been similarly elected with Publius Decius in view of the Gaulish War, and in the same way afterwards Papirius and Carvilius had been chosen consuls to act against the Samnites and Bruttians, and also against the Lucanians and Tarentines. Marcellus was elected in his absence whilst he was with the army. Fabius was re-elected when he was on the spot and actually conducting the election. Irregular as this was, the circumstances at the time, the exigencies of the war, the critical position of the state, prevented anyone from inquiring into precedents, or suspecting the consul of love of power. On the contrary, they praised his greatness of soul, because when he knew that the Republic needed its greatest general, and that he was unquestionably himself the one, he thought less of any personal odium which he might incur than of the interest of the Republic. Chapter 10. On the day when the consuls entered upon office, a meeting of the Senate was held in the Capitol. The very first decree passed was that the consuls should either draw lots, or arrange between themselves which of them should conduct the election of censors before he left for the army. A second decree extended the command of the former consuls who were with their armies, and they were ordered to remain in their respective provinces. Tiberius Gracchus at Luceria, where he was stationed with his army of volunteer slaves, Gaius Terentius Varro in the district of Picenum, Manius Pomponius in the land of the Gauls. The praetors of the former year were to act as propraetors. Quintus Mucius was to hold Sardinia, and Marcus Valerius was to continue in command of the coast, with his headquarters at Brundisium, where he was to be on the watch against any movement on the part of Philip of Macedon. The province of Sicily was assigned to Publius Cornelius Lentulus, one of the praetors, and Titus Otacilius was to command the same fleet which he had had the previous year to act against the Carthaginians. Many portents were announced that year, and the more readily men of simple and pious minds believed in them, the more numerously were they reported. Right in the inside of the temple of Juno Sospita, at Lanuvium, some crows had built a nest. In Apulia, a green palm tree had caught fire. At Mantua, a pool formed by the overflow of the Mincius presented the appearance of blood. At Callus there was a rain of chalk stones, and at Rome, in the Forum Boarium, one of blood. In the Instaean quarter a subterranean spring flowed with such violence that it carried off some casks and jars in the cellars there, as though they had been swept away by a torrent. Various objects were struck by lightning. A public hall in the Capitol, the temple of Vulcan in the Campus Martius, some farm buildings in the Sabine territory, and the public road, the walls, and one of the gates of Gabii. Then other marvels were reported. The spear of Mars at Praeneste had moved of its own accord. In Sicily an ox had spoken. Amongst the Marrucini an infant had cried Io triumph in its mother's womb. At Spoletum a woman had been turned into a man. At Hadria an altar had been seen in the sky, with men clothed in white standing round it. And lastly, at Rome, in the very city itself, a swarm of bees was seen in the Forum, and immediately afterwards some people raised the cry, "To arms!" declaring that they saw armed legions on the Janiculum, though the people who were on the hill at the time said that they saw no one except those who were usually at work in the gardens there. These portents were expiated by victims of the larger kind, in accordance with the directions of the diviners, and solemn intercessions were ordered to be made to all the deities who possessed shrines in Rome. End of section 21. Section 22 of the History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 24. The Revolution in Syracuse. Chapters 11 through 17. Chapter 11. Preparations for War. When all had been done to secure the peace of the gods, the consuls brought before the Senate the questions relating to the policy of the state, the conduct of the war, and the amount and disposition of the military and naval forces of the Republic. It was decided to place 18 legions in the field. Each of the consuls was to have 2. Gaul, Sicily, and Sardinia were each to be held by 2. Quintus Fabius, the praetor, was to take command of 2 in Apulia, and Tiberius Gracchus was to keep his 2 legions of volunteer slaves at Luceria. 1 legion was left with Gaius Terentius at Picenum, and 1 also with Marcus Valerius at Brundisium for the fleet, and 2 were to defend the city. To make up this number of legions, 6 new ones had to be raised. The consuls were directed to raise these as quickly as possible, and to fit out a fleet so that with the vessels stationed off the Calabrian coast, the navy might that year be increased to 150 vessels of war. After the troops were levied and 100 new vessels launched, Quintus Fabius held the election for the appointment of censors. Those elected were Marcus Attilius Regulus and Publius Furius Philus. As the rumors of war in Sicily became more frequent, Titus Livius was directed to sail thither with his fleet. As there was a deficiency of sailors, the consuls, acting upon the instructions of the Senate, published an order to meet the case. Everyone who had been assessed, or whose father had been assessed in the censorship of Lucius Aemilius and Gaius Flaminius at from 50,000 to 100,000 aces, or whose property had since reached that amount, was to furnish 1 sailor with 6 months' pay. Those whose assessment was from 100,000 to 300,000 were to supply 3 sailors with 12 months' pay. From 300,000 to 1,000,000 the contribution was to be 5 sailors, and above that amount 7. The senators were to furnish 8 sailors and a year's pay. The sailors, forthcoming under this order, after being armed and equipped by their masters, went on board with 30 days' rations. This was the first occasion on which a Roman fleet was manned by seamen provided at private cost. Chapter 12. Progress of the Campaign. The extraordinary scale on which these preparations were made threw the Campanians into a state of consternation. They were in dread lest the Romans should begin their campaigns for the year by besieging Capua. So they sent to Hannibal, imploring him to move his army to Capua. Fresh armies, they informed him, had been raised in Rome with a view to attacking them, and there was no city whose defection the Romans more bitterly resented than theirs. Owing to the urgency of the message, Hannibal felt he ought to lose no time in case the Romans anticipated him, and leaving Arpi, he took up his position in his old camp at Tifata, overlooking Capua. Leaving his Numidians and Spaniards to protect the camp and Capua at the same time, he descended with the rest of his army to Lake Avernus, ostensibly for the purpose of offering sacrifice, but really to make an attempt on Puteoli and the garrison there. As soon as the news of Hannibal's departure from Arpae and his return to Campania reached Maximus, he returned to his army, traveling night and day, and sent orders to Tiberius Gracchus to move his forces from Luceria to Beneventum, whilst Quintus Fabius the praetor, the consul's son, was instructed to take Gracchus's place at Luceria. 2 praetors started at the same time for Sicily, Publius Cornelius to the army, and Titus Otacilius to take charge of the coast and direct the naval affairs. The others all left for their respective provinces, and those whose command had been extended kept the districts they had held the year before. Chapter 13. While Hannibal was at Lake Avernus, he was visited by 5 young nobles from Tarentum, who had been made prisoners, some at Trasumenus and the others at Cannae, and afterwards sent to their homes with the same courteous treatment that the Carthaginian had shown to all the allies of Rome. They told him that they had not forgotten his kindness, and out of gratitude had persuaded most of the younger men in Tarentum to choose the friendship and alliance of Hannibal in preference to that of the Romans. They had been sent by their compatriots to ask him to march his army nearer to Tarentum. If only, they declared, your standards and camp are visible at Tarentum, there will be no hesitation in making the city over to you. The populace is in the hands of the younger men, and the government of Tarentum is in the hands of the populace. Hannibal expressed his warm approval of their sentiments, loaded them with splendid promises, and bade them return home to mature their plans. He would himself be with them at the right time. With this hope the Tarentines were dismissed. Hannibal himself was extremely anxious to gain possession of Tarentum. He saw that it was a wealthy and famous city, and what was more, it was a maritime city on the coast opposite Macedonia, and as the Romans were holding Brundisium, this would be the port that King Philip would make for if he sailed to Italy. After performing the sacred rites which were the object of his coming, and having during his stay laid waste the territory of Cumae, as far as the promontory of Misenum, he suddenly marched to Puteoli, hoping to surprise the Roman garrison. There were 6,000 troops there, and the place was not only one of great strength, but had also been strongly fortified. The Carthaginian spent 3 days there in attempting the fortress on every side, and as he met with no success, he proceeded to ravage the district round Naples, more out of disappointed rage than in hopes of gaining possession of the city. The populace of Nola, who had long been disaffected towards Rome and at variance with their own senate, were greatly excited by his presence in a territory so close to their own. Their envoys accordingly came to invite Hannibal, and brought him a positive assurance that the city would be delivered up to him. Their design was forestalled by the consul Marcellus, who had been summoned by the leading citizens. In one day he marched from Callus to Suessula, in spite of the delay involved in crossing the Vulturnus, and the following night he threw into Nola 6,000 infantry and 500 cavalry as a protection to the Senate. While the consul was acting with the utmost energy in making Nola safe against attack, Hannibal was losing time, and after 2 unsuccessful attempts was less inclined to put faith in the populace of Nola. Chapter 14. Carthaginian defeat at Beneventum. During this time the consul Quintus Fabius made an attempt on Casilinum, which was held by a Carthaginian garrison, while, as though they were acting in concert, Hanno, marching from Bruttium with a strong body of horse and foot, reached Beneventum on the one side, and Tiberius Gracchus from Luceria approached it in the opposite direction. He got into the town first, and hearing that Hanno had encamped by the river Caloris, about 3 miles from the city, and was ravaging the country, he moved out of the place, and fixed his camp about a mile from the enemy. Here he harangued his troops. His legions were composed mostly of volunteer slaves, who had made up their minds to earn their liberty without murmuring by another year's service rather than demand it openly. He had, however, on leaving his winter quarters, noticed that there were discontented grumblings going on in the army. Men were asking whether they would ever serve as free men. In consequence of this, he had sent a dispatch to the Senate, in which he stated that the question was not so much what they wanted as what they deserved. They had rendered him good and gallant service up to that day, and they only fell short of the standard of regular soldiers in the matter of personal freedom. On that point, permission had been granted to him to do what he thought best in the interests of the state. So, before closing with the enemy, he announced that the hour which they had so long hoped for, when they would gain their freedom, had now come. The next day he was going to fight a pitched battle in a free and open plain, where there would be full scope for true courage, without any fear of ambuscade. Whoever brought back the head of an enemy would be at once, by his orders, declared to be a free man. Whoever quitted his place in the ranks he would punish with a slave's death. Every man's fortune was in his own hands. It was not he alone that guaranteed their liberty, but the consul Marcellus also, and the whole of the Senate, whom he had consulted, and who had left the question of their liberty to him. He then read the dispatch from Marcellus, and the resolution passed in the Senate. These were greeted with a loud and ringing cheer. They demanded to be led at once to battle, and pressed him forthwith to give the signal. Gracchus announced that the battle would take place the next day, and then dismissed the men to quarters. The soldiers were in high spirits, those especially who had the prospect of earning their freedom by one day's strenuous work, and they spent the rest of the day in getting their arms and armor ready. Chapter 15. When the bugles began to sound the next morning, the volunteer slaves were the first to muster in front of the headquarters tent, armed and ready. As soon as the sun was risen, Gracchus led his forces into the field, and the enemy showed no slackness in meeting them. He had 17,000 infantry, mostly Bruttians and Lucanians, and 1,200 cavalry, amongst whom were very few Italians. The rest were almost all Numidians and Moors. The battle was a severe and protracted one. For 4 hours neither side gained any advantage. Nothing hampered the Romans more than the setting a price upon the heads of their foes, the price of liberty. For no sooner had anyone made a furious attack upon an enemy and killed him, than he lost time in cutting off his head, a difficult matter in the tumult and turmoil of the battle. And then, as their right hands were occupied in holding the heads, all the best soldiers were no longer able to fight, and the battle was left to the slow and the timid. The military tribunes reported to their general that not a man of the enemy was being wounded as he stood, whilst those who had fallen were being butchered, and the soldiers were carrying human heads in their right hands instead of swords. Gracchus made them at once give the order to throw down the heads and attack the enemy, and to tell them that their courage was sufficiently clear and conspicuous, and that there would be no question about liberty for brave men. On this the fighting was renewed, and even the cavalry were sent against the enemy. The Numidians made a counter-charge with great impetuosity, and the fighting became as fierce between the cavalry as it was amongst the infantry, making the issue of the contest again uncertain. The generals on both sides now appealed to their men. The Roman pointed to the Bruttians and Lucanians, who had been so often defeated and crushed by their ancestors. The Carthaginians showered contempt upon Roman slaves and soldiers taken out of the workshops. At last Gracchus gave out that there would be no hope whatever of liberty if the enemy were not routed and put to flight that day. Chapter 16. These words so kindled their courage that they seemed like different men. They raised the battle shout again, and flung themselves on the enemy with such force that their attack could no longer be withstood. The Carthaginian ranks in front of the standards were broken. Then the soldiers round the standards were thrown into disorder, and at last their entire army became a scene of confusion. Soon they were unmistakably routed, and they rushed to their camp in such haste and panic that not even in the gates or on the rampart was there any attempt at resistance. The Romans followed almost on their heels, and commenced a fresh battle inside the enemy's rampart. Here the combatants had less space to move, and the battle was all the more bloody. The prisoners in the camp also helped the Romans, for they snatched up swords amid the confusion, and forming a solid phalanx, they fell upon the Carthaginians in the rear and stopped their flight. Out of that large army not 2,000 men escaped, and amongst these were the greater part of the cavalry, who got clear away with their general. All the rest were either killed or made prisoners, and 38 standards were captured. Of the victors, hardly 2,000 fell. The whole of the plunder, with the exception of the prisoners, was given to the soldiers. Whatever cattle the owners claimed within 30 days were also accepted. On their return to camp, laden with booty, some 4,000 of the volunteer slaves, who had shown remissness in the fighting, and had not joined in the rush into the camp, took possession of a hill not far from their own camp, as they were afraid of punishment. The next day Gracchus ordered a parade of his army, and these men were brought down by their officers and entered the camp after the rest of the army was mustered. The proconsul first bestowed military rewards on the veterans, according to the courage and activity they had shown in the battle. Then, turning to the volunteer slaves, he said that he would much rather have praised all alike, whether deserving or undeserving, than that any man should be punished that day. And, he continued, I pray that what I am now doing may prove to be for the benefit, happiness, and felicity of yourselves and of the Commonwealth. I bid you all be free. At these words they broke out into a storm of cheering. At one moment they embraced and congratulated each other. At another they lifted up their hands to heaven, and prayed that every blessing might descend upon the people of Rome and upon Gracchus himself. Gracchus continued, Before making you all equal as free men, I did not want to affix any mark by which the brave soldier could be distinguished from the coward. But now that the state has fulfilled its promise to you, I shall not let all distinction between courage and cowardice be lost. I shall require the names to be brought to me of those who, conscious of their skulking in battle, lately seceded from us, and when they have been summoned before me, I shall make each of them take an oath that he will never, as long as he is with the colours, unless prevented by illness, take his meals other than standing. You will be quite reconciled to this small penalty when you reflect that it would have been impossible to mark you with any lighter stigma for your cowardice. He then gave orders for the tents and other things to be packed up, and the soldiers carrying their plunder, or driving it in front of them with mirth and jest, returned to Beneventum in such happy laughing spirits that they seemed to be coming back after a day of revelry rather than after a day of battle. The whole population of Beneventum poured out in crowds to meet them at the gates. They embraced and congratulated the soldiers, and invited them to partake of their hospitality. Tables had been spread for them all in the forecourts of the houses. The citizens invited the men, and begged Gracchus to allow his troops to enjoy a feast. Gracchus consented on condition that they all banqueted in public view, and each citizen brought out his provision, and placed his tables in front of his door. The volunteers, now no longer slaves, wore white caps or fillets of white wool round their heads at the feast. Some were reclining, others remained standing, waiting on the others, and taking their food at the same time. Gracchus thought the scene worth commemorating, and on his return to Rome, he ordered a representation of that celebrated day to be painted in the Temple of Liberty, the temple which his father had built and dedicated on the Aventine out of the proceeds of the fines. Chapter 17. During these proceedings at Beneventum, Hannibal, after ravaging the Neapolitan territory, shifted his camp to Nola. As soon as the consul became aware of his approach, he sent for Pomponius the propraetor, to join him with the army which was in camp above Suessula, and prepared to meet the enemy without delay. He sent Gaius Claudius Nero with the best of the cavalry out through the camp gate, which was furthest from the enemy, in the dead of night, with instructions to ride round to the rear of the enemy without being observed, and follow him slowly, and when he saw the battle begin, throw himself across his rear. Nero was unable to follow out his instructions, whether because he lost his way, or because he had not sufficient time, is uncertain. The battle commenced in his absence, and the Romans undoubtedly had the advantage, but owing to the cavalry not making their appearance in time, the general's plans were all upset. Marcellus did not venture to pursue the retreating Carthaginians, and gave the signal for retreat, though his soldiers were actually conquering. It is asserted that more than 2,000 of the enemy were killed that day, whilst the Romans lost less than 400. About sunset, Nero returned with his horses and men tired out to no purpose, and without having even seen the enemy. He was severely censured by the consul, who even went so far as to say that it was entirely his fault that they had not inflicted on the enemy in his turn a defeat as crushing as the one at Cannae. The next day the Romans marched into the field, but the Carthaginian remained in camp, thereby tacitly admitting that he was vanquished. The following day he gave up all hope of gaining possession of Nola, his attempts having been always foiled, and proceeded to Tarentum, where he had better hopes of securing the place through treachery. End of Section 22. Section 23 of the History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 24, The Revolution in Syracuse, Chapters 18 through 28. Chapter 18. Activity of the Censors. The government showed quite as much energy at home as in the field. Owing to the emptiness of the treasury, the censors were released from the task of letting out public works to contract, and they devoted their attention to the regulation of public morals and the castigation of the vices which sprang up during the war, just as constitutions enfeebled by long illness naturally develop other evils. They began by summoning before them those who were reported to have formed plans for abandoning Italy after the defeat of Cannae. The principal person concerned, Marcus Cecilius Metellus, happened to be praetor at the time. He and the rest who were involved in the charge were put upon their trial, and as they were unable to clear themselves, the censors pronounced them guilty of having uttered treasonable language both privately and publicly, in order that a conspiracy might be formed for abandoning Italy. Next to these were summoned those who had been too clever in explaining how they were absolved from their oath, the prisoners who imagined that when they had furtively gone back, after once starting, to Hannibal's camp, they were released from the oath which they had taken to return. In their case, and in that of those above mentioned, all who possessed horses at the cost of the state were deprived of them, and they were all removed from their tribes and disfranchised. Nor were the attentions of the censors confined to the Senate or the equestrian order. They took out from the registers of the junior centuries the names of all those who had not served for 4 years, unless formally exempted or incapacitated by sickness, and the names of above 2,000 men were removed from the tribes and the men disfranchised. This drastic procedure of the censors was followed by severe action on the part of the Senate. They passed a resolution that all those whom the censors had degraded were to serve as foot soldiers, and be sent to the remains of the army of Cannae in Sicily. This class of soldiers was only to terminate its service when the enemy had been driven out of Italy. As the censors were now abstaining, owing to the emptiness of the treasury, from making any contracts for repairs to the sacred edifices, or for supplying chariot horses or similar objects, they were frequently approached by those who had been in the habit of tendering for these contracts, and urged to conduct all their business, and let out the contracts just as if there was money in the treasury. No one, they said, would ask for money from the exchequer till the war was over. Then came the owners of the slaves, whom Tiberius Sempronius had manumitted at Beneventum. They stated that they had had notice from the financial commissioners that they were to receive the value of their slaves, but they would not accept it till the war was at an end. While the plebeians were thus showing their readiness to meet the difficulties of an empty exchequer, the moneys of minors and wards, and then of widows, began to be deposited. Those who brought the money, believing that their deposits would not be safer or more scrupulously protected anywhere than when they were under the guarantee of the state. Whatever was bought or provided for the minors and widows was paid for by a bill of exchange on the quaestor. This generous spirit on the part of individual citizens spread from the city to the camp, so that not a single horse soldier, not a single centurion would accept pay. Whoever did accept it received the opprobrious epithet of mercenary. Chapter 19. The campaign in Italy. It has been stated above that the consul Quintus Fabius was encamped near Casilinum, which was held by a garrison of 2,000 Campanians and 700 of Hannibal's troops. Statius Metius had been sent by Naevius Magius of Atella, who was the Medix Tuticus for that year, to take command, and he had armed the populace and the slaves indiscriminately in order to attack the Roman camp, while the consul was engaged in the assault on the town. Fabius was perfectly aware of all that was going on, and he sent word to his colleague at Nola that a second army would be needed to hold the Campanians while he was delivering the assault, and either he should come himself and leave a sufficient force at Nola, or, if there was still danger to be apprehended from Hannibal and Nola required his presence, he should recall Tiberius Gracchus from Beneventum. On receipt of this message, Marcellus left 2,000 men to protect Nola, and came with the rest of his army to Casilinum. His arrival put an end to any movement on the part of the Campanians, and Casilinum was now besieged by both consuls. Many of the Roman soldiers were wounded by rashly venturing too near the walls, and the operations were by no means successful. Fabius thought that the enterprise, which was of small importance, though quite as difficult as more important ones, ought to be abandoned, and that they ought to go where more serious business awaited them. Marcellus urged that while there were many things which a great general ought not to undertake, still, when he had undertaken them, he ought not to let them drop, as in either case it had great influence on public opinion. He succeeded in preventing the siege from being abandoned. Now the assault commenced in earnest, and when the vinae and siege works and artillery of every kind were brought against the walls, the Campanians begged Fabius to be allowed to depart, under safe conduct, to Capua. After a few had got outside the town, Marcellus occupied the gate through which they were leaving, and an indiscriminate slaughter began, first amongst those near the gate, and then, after the troops burst in the city itself. About 50 of the Campanians had already passed out, and they fled to Fabius, under whose protection they reached Capua. During these parleys, and the delay occasioned by those who appealed for protection, the besiegers found their opportunity, and Casilinum was taken. The Campanians and those of Hannibal's troops who were made prisoners were sent to Rome and shut up in prison. The mass of the townsfolk were distributed amongst the neighboring communities to be kept in custody. Chapter 20. Just at the time when the consuls were withdrawing from Casilinum after their success, Gracchus sent some cohorts, which he had raised in Lucania under an officer of the allies, on a plundering expedition in the enemy's territory. Whilst they were scattered in all directions, Hanno attacked them, and inflicted on them as great a loss as he had suffered at Beneventum, after which he hurriedly retreated into Bruttium, lest Gracchus should be on his track. Marcellus went back to Nola. Fabius marched into Samnium to lay waste the country, and to recover by force of arms the cities which had revolted. His hand fell most heavily on Caudium. The crops were burnt far and wide. Cattle and men were driven away as plunder. Their towns were taken by assault, Compulteria, Telesia, Compsa, and after these Fugifulae and Orbitanium. Amongst the Lucanians, Blandae and the Apulian town of Ecce were all captured. In these places 25,000 of the enemy were either killed or made prisoners, and 370 deserters were taken, whom the consul sent on to Rome. They were all scourged in the Comitium, and then flung from the rock. All these successes were gained by Quintus Fabius within a few days. Marcellus was compelled to remain quiet at Nola owing to illness. The praetor Quintus Fabius was also meeting with success. He was operating in the country round Luceria, and captured the town of Acuca, after which he established a standing camp at Ardaniae. While the Roman generals were thus engaged elsewhere, Hannibal had reached Tarentum, utterly ruining and destroying everything as he advanced. It was not till he was in the territory of Tarentum that his army began to advance peaceably. No injury was inflicted, no foragers or plunderers left the line of march, and it was quite apparent that this self-restraint on the part of the general and his men was solely with a view to winning the sympathies of the Tarentines. When, however, he went up to the walls, and there was no such movement as he expected at the sight of his army, he went into camp about a mile from the city. 3 days before his arrival, Marcus Valerius, the propraetor, who was in command of the fleet at Brundisium, had sent Marcus Livius to Tarentum. He speedily embodied a force out of the young nobility, and posted detachments at the gates and on the walls wherever it seemed necessary, and by being ever on the alert day and night, gave no chance to either the enemy or the untrustworthy allies of making any attempt themselves, or hoping for anything from Hannibal. After spending some days there fruitlessly, and finding that none of those who had paid him a visit at Lake Avernus either came in person or sent any messenger or letter, He recognized that he had been misled by empty promises and withdrew his army. He still abstained from doing any injury to the Tarentine territory, although this affectation of mildness had done him no good so far. He still clung to the hope of undermining their loyalty to Rome. When he came to Salapia, the summer was now over, and as the place seemed suitable for winter quarters, he provisioned it with corn collected from the country round Metapontum and Heraclea. From this center the Numidians and Moors were sent on marauding expeditions through the Salentine district and the pasture lands bordering on Apulia. They brought away mostly quantities of horses, not much plunder of other kinds, and as many as 4,000 of these were distributed amongst the troopers to be trained. Chapter 21. Revolution in Sicily. A war was threatening in Sicily, which could by no means be treated lightly, for the death of the tyrant had rather furnished the Syracusans with able and energetic leaders than produced any change in their political sentiments. The Senate accordingly placed the other consul, Marcus Marcellus, in charge of that province. Immediately after the death of Hieronymus, a disturbance broke out among the soldiery at Leontini. They loudly demanded that the murder of the king should be atoned for by the blood of the conspirators. When, however, the words, so delightful to hear, the restoration of liberty, were constantly uttered, and they were led to hope that they would receive a largesse out of the royal treasure, and would henceforth serve under more able generals, when, too, the foul crimes and still fouler lusts of the late tyrant were recounted to them, their feelings were so completely changed that they allowed the body of the king, whose loss they had regretted, to lie unburied. The rest of the conspirators remained behind to secure the army, whilst Theodotus and Sosus, mounting the king's horses, rode at full speed to Syracuse to crush the royalists, while still ignorant of all that had happened. Rumor, however, which on such occasions travels more quickly than anything else, reached the city before them, and also one of the royal servants had brought the news. Thus forewarned, Andronidorus had occupied with strong garrisons the island, the citadel, and all the other suitable positions. Theodotus and Sosus rode in through the hexapylon after sunset, when it was growing dark, and displayed the blood-stained robe of the king and the diadem that had adorned his head. Then they rode on through the taiga, and summoning the people to liberty and to arms, bade them assemble in the Achradina. Some of the population ran out into the streets, others stood in the doorways, others looked out from the windows and the roofs, inquiring what was the matter. Lights were visible everywhere, and the whole city was in an uproar. Those who had arms mustered in the open spaces of the city. Those who had none tore down the spoils of the Gauls and Illyrians, which the Roman people had given to Hiero, and which he had hung up in the temple of Olympian Jupiter, and as they did so, prayed to the deity that he would of his grace and mercy lend them those consecrated arms to use in defense of the shrines of the gods, and in defense of their liberty. The citizens were joined by the troops who had been posted in the different parts of the city. Amongst the other places in the island, Andronidorus had strongly occupied the public granary. This place, enclosed by a wall of large stone blocks, and fortified like a citadel, was held by a body of young men told off for its defense, and they sent messengers to the Achradina to say that the granaries and the corn stored there were in the possession of the Senate. Chapter 22. As soon as it was light, the whole population, armed and unarmed, assembled at the Senate house in the Achradina. There, in front of the Temple of Concord, which was situated there, Aeneas, one of the prominent citizens, made a speech which breathed of freedom, but at the same time counseled moderation. Men, he said, who have experienced the fear and the humiliation of slavery are stung to rage against an evil which they know well. What disasters civil discord brings in its train, you, Syracusans, have heard from your fathers, rather than witnessed yourselves. I praise your action in so promptly taking up arms. I shall praise you more if you do not use them, unless compelled to do so as a last resort. I should advise you to send envoys at once to Andronodorus, and warn him to submit to the authority of the Senate and people, to open the gates of the island and surrender the fort. If he chooses to usurp the sovereignty of which he has been appointed guardian, then I tell you, you must show much more determination in recovering your liberties from him than you did from Hieronymus. Envoys were accordingly sent. A meeting of the Senate was then held. During the reign of Hiero, this body had continued to act as the great council of the nation, but after his death it had never up to that day been summoned or consulted about any matter whatever. Andronodorus, on the arrival of the envoys, was much impressed by the unanimity of the people, and also by the seizure of various points in the city, especially in the island, the most strongly fortified position in which had been betrayed to his opponents. But his wife, Demerata, a daughter of Hiero, with all the spirit of a princess and the ambition of a woman, called him aside from the envoys, and reminded him of an oft-quoted saying of Dionysius the tyrant, that one ought to relinquish sovereign power when dragged by the heels, not when mounted on a horse. It was easy for anyone who wished to resign in a moment a great position, but to create and secure it was a difficult and arduous task. She advised him to ask the envoys for time for consultation, and to employ that time in summoning the troops from Leontini. If he promised to give them the royal treasure, he would have everything in his own power. These feminine suggestions Andronodorus did not wholly reject, nor did he at once adopt them. He thought the safest way of gaining power was to yield for the time being, so he told the envoys to take back word that he should submit to the authority of the Senate and people. The next day, as soon as it was light, he opened the gates of the island, and entered the Forum in the Aquedina. He went up to the altar of Concord, from which the day before Aeneas had addressed the people, and began his speech by apologizing for his delay. I have, he went on, it is true, closed the gates, but not because I regard my interests as separate from those of the state, but because I felt misgivings, when once the sword was drawn, as to how far the thirst for blood might carry you, whether you would be content with the death of the tyrant, which amply secures your liberty, or whether everyone who had been connected with the palace by relationship or by official position was to be put to death as being involved in another's guilt. As soon as I saw that those who freed their country meant to keep it free, and that all were consulting the public good, I had no hesitation in giving back to my country my person and all that had been entrusted to my protection, now that he who committed them to me has perished through his own madness. Then, turning to the king's assassins, and addressing Theodotus and Sosus by name, he said, "You have wrought a deed that will be remembered, but believe me, your reputation has yet to be made, and unless you strive for peace and concord, there is a most serious danger ahead. The state will perish in its freedom." Chapter 23. With these words he laid the keys of the gates and of the royal treasury at their feet. The assembly was then dismissed for the day, and the joyful citizens, accompanied by their wives and children, offered thanksgivings at all the temples. The next day the election was held for the appointment of praetors. Amongst the first to be elected was Andranodorus. The rest were mostly men who had taken part in the tyrant's death. 2 were elected in their absence, Sopater and Diomenes. These two, on hearing what had happened at Syracuse, brought that part of the royal treasure which was at Leontini, and delivered it into the charge of specially appointed quaestors. That portion which was in the island was also handed over to them in Acridina. That part of the wall which shut off the island from the city by a needlessly strong barrier was with the unanimous approval of the citizens thrown down, and all the other measures taken were in harmony with the general desire for liberty. As soon as Hippocrates and Epicides heard of the tyrant's death, which Hippocrates had tried to conceal by putting the messenger to death, finding themselves deserted by their soldiers, they returned to Syracuse, as this seemed the safest course under the circumstances. To avoid attracting observation, or being suspected of plotting a counter-revolution, they approached the praetors, and through them were admitted to an audience of the Senate. They declared publicly that they had been sent by Hannibal to Hieronymus as to a friend and ally. They had obeyed the commands of the men whom their general Hannibal had wished them to obey, and now they were anxious to return to Hannibal. The journey, however, was not a safe one, for the Romans were to be found in every part of Sicily. They requested, therefore, that they might have an escort to conduct them to Socri in Italy. In this way the Syracusans would confer a great obligation on Hannibal, with very little trouble to themselves. The request was very readily granted, for they were anxious to see the last of the king's generals, who were not only able commanders, but also needy and daring adventurers. But Hippocrates and Epicides did not execute their purpose with the promptness which seemed necessary. These young men, thorough soldiers themselves, and living in familiar intercourse with soldiers, went about amongst the troops, amongst the deserters, consisting to a large extent of Roman seamen, and even amongst the dregs of the populace, spreading libelous charges against the Senate and the aristocracy, whom they accused of secretly plotting and contriving to bring Syracuse under the suzerainty of Rome, under the pretense of renewing the alliance. Then, they hinted, the small faction which had been the prime agents in renewing the treaty would be the masters of the city. Chapter 24. These slanders were listened to and believed in by the crowds which flocked to Syracuse in greater numbers every day. And not only Epicides, but even Andranodorus began to entertain hopes of a successful revolution. The latter was constantly being warned by his wife that now was the time to seize the reins of power, whilst a new and unorganized liberty had thrown everything into confusion, while a soldiery, battening on the royal donative, was ready to his hand, and while Hannibal's emissaries, generals who could handle troops, were able to aid his enterprise. Wearied out at last by her importunity, he communicated his design to Themistus, the husband of Gelo's daughter, and a few days later he incautiously disclosed it to a certain Aristo, a tragic actor to whom he had been in the habit of confiding other secrets. Aristo was a man of respectable family and position, nor did his profession in any way disgrace him, for among the Greeks nothing of that kind is a thing to be ashamed of. This being his character, he thought that his country had the first and strongest claim on his loyalty, and he laid an information before the praetors. As soon as they ascertained by decisive evidence that it was no merely trumped-up affair, they consulted the elder senators, and on their authority placed a guard at the door, and slew Themistus and Andranodorus as they entered the Senate house. A disturbance was raised at what appeared an atrocious crime by those who were ignorant of the reason, and the praetors, having at last obtained silence, introduced the informer into the Senate. The man gave all the details of the story in regular order. The conspiracy was first started at the time of the marriage of Gelo's daughter Harmonia to Themistus. Some of the African and Spanish auxiliary troops had been told off to murder the praetor and the rest of the principal citizens, and had been promised their property by way of reward. Further, a band of mercenaries, in the pay of Andranodorus, were in readiness to seize the island a second time. Then he put before their eyes the several parts which each were to play, and the whole organization of the conspiracy, with the men and the arms that were to be employed. The Senate was quite convinced that the death of these men was as justly deserved as that of Hieronymus, but clamors arose from the crowd in front of the Senate house, who were divided in their sympathies, and doubtful as to what was going on. As they pressed forward with threatening shouts into the vestibule, the sight of the conspirators' bodies so appalled them that they became silent and followed the rest of the population, who were proceeding calmly to hold an assembly. Sopater was commissioned by the Senate and by his colleagues to explain the position of affairs. He began by reviewing the past life of the dead conspirators, as though he were putting them on their trial, and showed how all the scandalous and impious crimes that had been committed since Hiero's death were the work of Andranodorus and Themistus. For what, he asked, could a boy like Hieronymus, who was hardly in his teens, have done on his own initiative? His guardians and masters reigned unmolested because the odium fell on another. They ought to have perished before Hieronymus, or at all events when he did. Yet these men, deservedly marked out for death, committed fresh crimes after the tyrant's decease. At first, openly, when Andranodorus closed the gates of the island, and, by declaring himself heir to the crown, seized, as though he were the rightful owner, what he had held simply as trustee. Then, when he was abandoned by all in the island, and kept at bay by the whole body of the citizens who held the Achradina, he tried by secret craft to attain the sovereignty which he had failed to secure by open violence. He could not be turned from his purpose even by the favor shown him and the honor conferred, when he who was plotting against liberty was elected praetor with those who had won their country's freedom. But it was really the wives who were responsible, and who, being of royal blood, had filled their husbands with a passion for royalty, for one of the men had married Hiero's daughter, the other a daughter of Gelo. At these words shouts rose from the whole assembly, declaring that neither of these women ought to live, and that no single member of the royal family ought to survive. Such is the character of the mob. Either they are cringing slaves or ruthless tyrants. As for the liberty which lies between these extremes, they are incapable of losing it without losing their self-respect, or possessing it without falling into licentious excesses. Nor are there, as a rule, wanting men, willing tools, to pander to their passions, and excite their bitter and vindictive feelings to bloodshed and murder. It was just in this spirit that the praetors at once brought forward a motion, which was adopted almost before it was proposed, that all the blood royal should be exterminated. Emissaries from the praetors put to death Demorata and Harmonia, the daughters of Hiero and Gelo, and the wives of Andranodorus and Themistus. Chapter 26. There was another daughter of Hieros, Heraclea, the wife of Zoippus, a man whom Hieronymus had sent on an embassy to Ptolemy, and who had chosen to remain in voluntary exile. As soon as she learned that the executioners were coming to her, she fled for sanctuary into the private chapel, where the household gods were, accompanied by her unmarried daughters, with their hair disheveled, and everything in their appearance which could appeal to pity. This silent appeal she strengthened by remonstrances and prayers. She implored the executioners by the memory of her father Hiero and her brother Gelo, not to allow an innocent woman like her to fall a victim to the hatred felt for Hieronymus. All that I have gained by his reign is my husband's exile. In his lifetime my sister's fortunes were very different from mine, and now that he has been killed, our interests are not the same. Why, had Andronidorus's designs succeeded, her sister would have shared her husband's throne, and the rest would have been her slaves. Is there one of you who doubts that if anyone were to announce to Zoippus the assassination of Hieronymus, and the recovery of liberty for Syracuse, he would not at once take ship and return to his native land? How are all human hopes falsified! Now his country is free, and his wife and children are battling for their lives. And in what are they opposing freedom and law? What danger is there for any man in a lonely, all but widowed woman and daughters, who are living in orphanhood? Ah, but even if there is no danger to be feared from us, we are of the hated royal birth. Then banish us far from Syracuse and Sicily. Order us to be transported to Alexandria. Send the wife to her husband, the daughters to their father. She saw that ears and hearts were deaf to her appeals, and that some were getting their swords ready without further loss of time. Then, no longer praying for herself, she implored them to spare her daughters. Their tender age even an exasperated enemy would respect. Do not, she cried, in wreaking vengeance on tyrants, imitate the crimes which have made them so hated. In the midst of her cries they dragged her out of the chapel and killed her. Then they attacked the daughters, who were bespattered with their mother's blood. Distracted by grief and terror, they dashed like mad things out of the chapel, and, could they have escaped into the street, they would have created a tumult all through the city. Even as it was, in the confined space of the house, they for some time eluded all those armed men without being hurt, and freed themselves from those who got hold of them, though they had to struggle out of so many strong hands. At last, exhausted by wounds, while the whole place was covered by their blood, they fell lifeless to the ground. Their fate, pitiable in any case, was made still more so by an evil chance, for very soon after all was over, a messenger came to forbid their being killed. The popular sentiment had changed to the side of mercy, and mercy soon passed into self-accusing anger, for they had been so hasty to punish that they had left no time for repentance, or for their passions to cool down. Angry remonstrances were heard everywhere against the praetors, and the people insisted upon an election to fill the places of Andronidorus and Thamistus, a proceeding by no means to the liking of the other praetors. Chapter 27. When the day fixed for the election arrived, to the surprise of all, a man from the back of the crowd proposed Epicides. Then another nominated Hippocrates. The voices of their supporters became more and more numerous, and evidently carried with them the assent of the people. As a matter of fact, the gathering was a very mixed one. There were not only citizens, but a crowd of soldiers present, and a large proportion of deserters, ripe for a complete revolution, were mingled with them. The praetors pretended at first not to hear, and tried hard to delay the proceedings. At last, powerless before a unanimous assembly, and dreading a seditious outbreak, they declared them to be duly elected praetors. Relations of the new government with Rome. They did not reveal their designs immediately they were appointed, though they were extremely annoyed at envoys having gone to Appius Claudius to arrange a 10 days' truce, and at others having been sent, after it was arranged, to discuss the renewal of the ancient treaty. The Romans had at the time a fleet of 100 vessels at Mergantia, awaiting the issue of the disturbances which the massacre of the royal family had created in Syracuse, and the effect upon the people of their new and untried freedom. During that time the Syracusan envoys had been sent by Appius to Marcellus on his arrival in Sicily, and Marcellus, after hearing the proposed terms of peace, thought that the matter could be arranged, and accordingly sent envoys to Syracuse to discuss publicly with the praetors the question of renewing the treaty. But now there was nothing like the same state of quiet and tranquillity in the city. As soon as news came that a Carthaginian fleet was off Pacinum, Hippocrates and Epicides, throwing off all fear, went about amongst the mercenaries, and then amongst the deserters, declaring that Syracuse was being betrayed to the Romans. When Appius brought his ships to anchor at the mouth of the harbor, in the hope of increasing the confidence of those who belonged to the other party, these groundless insinuations received, to all appearance, strong confirmation, and at the first sight of the fleet, the people ran down to the harbor in a state of great excitement, to prevent them from making any attempt to land. Chapter 28. As affairs were in such a disturbed condition, it was decided to hold an assembly. Here the most divergent views were expressed, and things seemed to be approaching an outbreak of civil war, when one of their foremost citizens, Apollonides, rose and made what was under the circumstances a wise and patriotic speech. No city, he said, has ever had a brighter prospect of permanent security, or a stronger chance of being utterly ruined, than we have at the present moment. If we are all agreed in our policy, whether it take the side of Rome or the side of Carthage, no state will be in a more prosperous and happy condition. If we all pull different ways, the war between the Carthaginians and the Romans will not be a more bitter one than between the Syracusans themselves, shut up as they are within the same walls, each side with its own army, its own munitions of war, its own general. We must then do our very utmost to secure unanimity. Which alliance will be the more advantageous to us is a much less important question, and much less depends upon it. But still I think that we ought to be guided by the authority of Hiero, in choosing our allies rather than by that of Hieronymus. In any case, we ought to prefer a tried friendship of 50 years' standing, to one of which we now know nothing, and once found untrustworthy. There is also another serious consideration. We can decline to come to terms with the Carthaginians without having to fear immediate hostilities with them, but with the Romans it is a question of either peace or an immediate declaration of war. The absence of personal ambition and party spirit from this speech gave it all the greater weight, and a council of war was at once summoned, in which the praetors and a select number of senators were joined by the officers and commanders of the auxiliaries. There were frequent heated discussions, but finally, as there appeared to be no possible means of carrying on a war with Rome, it was decided to conclude a peace, and to send an embassy along with the envoys, who had come from Marcellus, to obtain its ratification. End of section 23. Section 24 of the History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 24. The Revolution in Syracuse. Chapters 29 through 39. Chapter 29. The Syracusans break with Rome. Not many days elapsed before a deputation came from Leontini, begging for a force to protect their territory. This request seemed to afford a most favorable opportunity for relieving the city of a number of insubordinate and disorderly characters, and getting rid of their leaders. Hippocrates received orders to march the deserters to Leontini. With these and a large body of mercenaries, he made up a force of 4,000 men. The expedition was welcomed both by those who were dispatched and those who were dispatching them. The former saw the opportunity, long hoped for, of effecting a revolution. The latter were thankful that the dregs of the city were being cleared out. It was, however, only a temporary alleviation of the disease, which afterwards became all the more aggravated. For Hippocrates began to devastate the country adjacent to the Roman province, at first making stealthy raids. Then, when Appius had sent a detachment to protect the fields of the allies of Rome, he made an attack with his entire force upon one of the outposts, and inflicted heavy loss. When Marcellus was informed of this, he promptly sent envoys to Syracuse to say that the peace they had guaranteed was broken, and that an occasion of war would never be wanting until Hippocrates and Epicides had been banished far away, not only from Syracuse but from Sicily. Epicides feared that if he remained, he should be held responsible for the misdeeds of his absent brother, and also should be unable to do his share in stirring up war. So he left for Leontini, and finding the people there sufficiently exasperated against Rome, he tried to detach them from Syracuse as well. The Syracusans, he said, have concluded a peace with Rome on condition that all the communities which were under their kings should remain under their rule. They are no longer content to be free themselves unless they can rule and tyrannize over others. You must make them understand that the Leontines also think it right that they should be free, and that for two reasons. It was on Leontine soil that the tyrant fell, and it was at Leontini that the cry of liberty was first raised. And from Leontini the people flocked to Syracuse, after deserting the royal leaders. Either that provision of the treaty must be struck out, or if it is insisted upon, the treaty must not be accepted. They had no difficulty in persuading the people, and when the Syracusan envoys made their protest against the massacre of the Roman outpost, and demanded that Hippocrates and Epicides should go to Locri or any other place which they preferred, so long as they left Sicily, they received the defiant reply that the Leontines had given no mandate to the Syracusans to conclude a treaty with Rome, nor were they bound by any compacts which other people made. The Syracusans reported this to the Romans, and said that the Leontines were not under their control, in which case, they added, the Romans may carry on war with them without any infringement of their treaty with us, nor shall we stand aloof in such a war, if it is clearly understood that when they have been subjugated they will again form part of our dominions, in accordance with the terms of the treaty. Chapter 30. Marcellus advanced with his whole force against Leontini, and summoned Appius to attack it on the opposite side. The men were so furious at the butchery of the outpost, while negotiations were actually going on, that they carried the place at the first assault. When Hippocrates and Epicides saw that the enemy were getting possession of the walls and bursting in the gates, they retreated with a small following to the citadel, and during the night made their escape secretly to Herbesis. The Syracusans had already started with an army of 8,000 men, and were met at the river Mila, with the news that the city was captured. The rest of the message was mostly false. Their informant told them that there had been an indiscriminate massacre of soldiers and civilians, and he thought that not a single adult was left alive. The city had been looted, and the property of the wealthy citizens given to the troops. On receiving this shocking intelligence, the army halted. There was great excitement in all ranks, and the generals, Sosus and Dinomenes, consulted as to what was to be done. What lent a certain plausibility to the story, and afforded apparent grounds for alarm, was the scourging and beheading of as many as 2,000 deserters, but otherwise not one of the Leontines or the regular troops had been injured after the city was taken, and every man's property was restored to him, beyond what had been destroyed in the first confusion of the assault. The men could not be induced to continue their march to Leontini, though they loudly protested that their comrades had been given up to massacre, nor would they consent to remain where they were and wait for more definite intelligence. The praetors saw that they were inclined to mutiny, but they did not believe that the excitement would last long if those who were leading them in their folly were put out of the way. They conducted the army to Megara, and rode on with a small body of cavalry to Herbaesus, hoping in the general panic to secure the betrayal of the place. As this attempt failed, they resolved to resort to force, and the following day marched from Megara with the intention of attacking Herbaesus with their full strength. Now that all hope was cut off, Hippocrates and Apicides thought that their only course, and that not at first sight a very safe one, was to give themselves up to the soldiers, who knew them well, and were highly incensed at the story of the massacre. So they went to meet the army. It so happened that the front ranks consisted of a body of 600 Cretans, who had served under these very men in Hieronymus's army, and had had experience of Hannibal's kindness, having been taken prisoners with other auxiliary troops at Trasumenus, and afterwards released. When Hippocrates and Apicides recognized them by their standards and the fashion of their arms, they held out olive branches and other suppliant emblems, and begged them to receive and protect them, and not give them up to the Syracusans, who would surrender them to the Romans to be butchered. Chapter 31. Be of good heart, came back the answering shout, we will share all your fortunes. During this colloquy the standards had halted, and the whole army was stopped, but the generals had not yet learnt the cause of the delay. As soon as the rumor spread that Hippocrates and Apicides were there, and cries of joy from the whole army showed unmistakably how glad they were that they had come, the praetors rode up to the front and sternly demanded, "What is the meaning of this conduct? What audacity is this on the part of the Cretans, that they should dare to hold interviews with an enemy, and admit him against orders into their ranks?" They ordered Hippocrates to be arrested and thrown into chains. At this order such angry protests were made by the Cretans, and then by others, that the praetors saw that if they went any further, their lives would be in danger. Perplexed and anxious, they issued orders to return to Megara, and sent messengers to Syracuse to report as to the situation they were in. Upon men who were ready to suspect everybody, Hippocrates practiced a fresh deceit. He sent some of the Cretans to lurk near the roads, and read a dispatch which he had put together himself, giving out that it had been intercepted. It bore the address, "The Praetors of Syracuse to the Consul Marcellus," and after the usual salutation went on to say, "You have acted rightly and properly in not sparing a single Leontine, but all the mercenaries are making common cause, and Syracuse will never be at peace, as long as there are any foreign auxiliaries either in the city or in our army. Do your best, therefore, to get into your power those who are with our praetors in camp at Megara, and by their punishment secure liberty at last for Syracuse." After the reading of this letter there was a general rush to arms, and such angry shouts were raised that the praetors, appalled by the tumult, rode off to Syracuse. Not even their flight quieted the disturbance, and the Syracusan soldiers were being attacked by the mercenaries. Nor would a single man have escaped their violence, had not Epicides and Hippocrates withstood their rage, not from any feeling of pity or humanity, but the fear of cutting off all hopes of their return. Besides, by thus protecting the soldiers, they would have them as faithful adherents as well as hostages, and they would, at the same time, win over their friends and relations in the first place by doing so great a service, and afterwards by keeping them as guarantees of loyalty. Having learnt by experience how easy it is to excite the senseless mob, they got hold of one of the men who had been in Leontini when it was captured, and bribed him to carry intelligence to Syracuse, similar to what they had been told at Myla, and to rouse the passions of the populace by personally vouching for the truth of his story, and silencing all doubts by declaring that he had been an eyewitness of what he narrated. Chapter 32. This man not only obtained credence with the mob, but after being introduced into the Senate, actually produced an impression on that body. Some of those present, who were by no means lacking in sense, openly averred that it was a very good thing that the Romans had displayed their rapacity and cruelty at Leontini, for, had they entered Syracuse, they would have behaved in the same way or even worse, since there was more to feed their rapacity. It was the unanimous opinion that the gates should be shut and the city put in a state of defense, but they were not unanimous in their fears and hates. To the whole of the soldiery, and to a large proportion of the population, the Romans were the objects of detestation. The praetor and a few of the aristocracy were anxious to guard against a nearer and more pressing danger, though they too were excited by the false intelligence. For, as a matter of fact, Hippocrates and Epicides were already at the hexapylon, and conversations were going on amongst the relations of the Syracusan soldiers about opening the gates and letting their common country be defended from any attack by the Romans. One of the gates of the hexapylon had already been thrown open, and the troops were beginning to be admitted when the praetors appeared on the scene. At first they used commands and threats, then they brought their personal authority to bear, and at last, finding all their efforts useless, they resorted to entreaties, regardless of their dignity, and implored the citizens not to betray their country to men who had once danced attendance on a tyrant, and were now corrupting the army. But the ears of the maddened people were deaf to their appeals, and the gates were battered as much from within as from without. After they had all been burst open, the army was admitted through the whole length of the hexapylon. The praetors and the younger citizens took refuge in the Aquadina. The enemy's numbers were swelled by the mercenaries, the deserters, and all the late king's guards, who had been left in Syracuse, with the result that the Aquadina was captured at the first attempt, and all the praetors who had failed to make their escape in the confusion were put to death. Night put an end to the massacre. The following day the slaves were called up to receive the cap of freedom, and all who were in jail were released. This motley crowd elected Hippocrates and Epicides praetors, and Syracuse, after its short-lived gleam of liberty, fell back into its old bondage. Chapter 33. The Siege of Syracuse. When the Romans received information of what was going on, they at once broke their camp at Leontini and marched to Syracuse. Some envoys had been sent by Appius to pass through the harbor on board a quinquereme, and a quadrireme which had sailed in advance of them was captured, the envoys themselves making their escape with great difficulty. It soon became apparent that not only the laws of peace, but even the laws of war were no longer respected. The Roman army had encamped at the Olympium, a temple of Jupiter, about 1.5 miles from the city. It was decided to send envoys again from there, and Hippocrates and Epicides met them with their attendants outside the gate, to prevent them from entering the city. The spokesman of the Romans said they were not bringing war to the Syracusans, but help and succor, both for those who had been cowed by terror, and for those who were enduring a servitude worse than exile, worse even than death itself. The Romans, he said, will not allow the infamous massacre of their allies to go unavenged. If therefore those who have taken refuge with us are at liberty to return home unmolested, if the ringleaders of the massacre are given up, and if Syracuse is allowed once more to enjoy her liberty and her laws, there is no need of arms. But if these things are not done, we shall visit with all the horrors of war those, whoever they are, who stand in the way of our demands being fulfilled. To this Epicides replied, "If we had been the persons to whom your demands are addressed, we should have replied to them. When the government of Syracuse is in the hands of those to whom you were sent, then you can return again. If you provoke us to war, you will learn by experience that to attack Syracuse is not quite the same thing as attacking Leontini." With these words he left the envoys and closed the gates. Then a simultaneous attack by sea and land was commenced on Syracuse. The land attack was directed against the Hexapylon, that by sea against Acradina, the walls of which are washed by the waves. As they had carried Leontini at the first assault, owing to the panic they created, so the Romans felt confident that they would find some point where they could penetrate into the wide and scattered city, and they brought up the whole of their siege artillery against the walls. Chapter 34. An assault begun so vigorously would have undoubtedly succeeded, had it not been for one man living at the time in Syracuse. That man was Archimedes. Unrivaled as he was as an observer of the heavens and the stars, he was still more wonderful as the inventor and creator of military works and engines by which, with very little trouble, he was able to baffle the most laborious efforts of the enemy. The city wall ran over hills of varying altitude, for the most part lofty and difficult of access, but in some places low and admitting of approach from the level of the valleys. This wall he furnished with artillery of every kind, according to the requirements of the different positions. Marcellus with 60 cancaremes attacked the wall of Acradina, which, as above stated, is washed by the sea. In the other ships were archers, slingers, and even light infantry, whose missile is an awkward one to return for those who are not expert at it, so they hardly allowed anyone to remain on the walls without being wounded. As they needed space to hurl their missiles, they kept their ships some distance from the walls. The other cancaremes were fastened together in pairs, the oars on the inside being shipped so as to allow of the sides being brought together. They were propelled like one ship by the outside set of oars, and when thus fastened together, they carried towers built up in stories, and other machinery for battering the wall. To meet this naval attack, Archimedes placed on the ramparts engines of various sizes. The ships at a distance he bombarded with immense stones. The nearer ones he raked with lighter and therefore more numerous missiles. Lastly, he pierced the entire height of the walls with loopholes about 18 inches wide, so that his men might discharge their missiles without exposing themselves. Through these openings they aimed arrows and small so-called scorpions at the enemy. Some of the ships which came in still more closely, in order to be beneath the range of the artillery, were attacked in the following way. A huge beam swinging on a pivot projected from the wall, and a strong chain hanging from the end had an iron grappling hook fastened to it. This was lowered on to the prow of a ship, and a heavy lead weight brought the other end of the beam to the ground, raising the prow into the air and making the vessel rest on its stern. Then, the weight being removed, the prow was suddenly dashed on to the water as though it had fallen from the wall, to the great consternation of the sailors. The shock was so great that, if it fell straight, it shipped a considerable amount of water. In this way the naval assault was foiled, and all the hopes of the besiegers now rested upon an attack from the side of the land delivered with their entire strength. But here too Hiero had for many years devoted money and pains to fitting up military engines of every kind, guided and directed by the unapproachable skill of Archimedes. The nature of the ground also helped the defense. The rock on which the foundations of the wall mostly rested was for the greater part of its length so steep that not only when stones were hurled from the engines, but even when rolled down with their own weight, they fell with terrible effect on the enemy. The same cause made any approach to the foot of the walls difficult, and the foothold precarious. A council of war was accordingly held, and it was decided, since all their attempts were frustrated, to desist from active operations, and confine themselves simply to a blockade, and cut off all supplies from the enemy, both by land and sea. Chapter 35. Marcellus in the meanwhile proceeded with about 1/3 of his army to recover the cities which in the general disturbance had seceded to the Carthaginians. Helorum and Herbaesus at once made their submission. Megara was taken by assault and sacked, and then completely destroyed, in order to strike terror into the rest, especially Syracuse. Himilco, who had been for a considerable time cruising with his fleet off the promontory of Pacinus, returned to Carthage as soon as he heard that Syracuse had been seized by Hippocrates. Supported by the envoys from Hippocrates, and by a dispatch from Hannibal, in which he said that the time had arrived for winning back Sicily in the most glorious way, and by the weight of his own personal presence, he had no difficulty in persuading the government to send to Sicily as large a force as they could, of both infantry and cavalry. Sailing back to the island, he landed at Heraclea an army of 20,000 infantry, 3,000 cavalry, and 12 elephants, a very much stronger force than he had with him at Pacinus. Immediately on his arrival he took Heraclea, and a few days later Agrigentum. Other cities which had taken the side of Carthage were now so hopeful of expelling the Romans from Sicily that even the spirits of the blockaded Syracusans began to rise. Their generals considered that a portion of their army would be adequate for the defense of the city, and accordingly divided their force. Epicides was to superintend the defense of the city, whilst Hippocrates was to conduct the campaign against the Roman consul, in conjunction with Himilco. Hippocrates marched out of the city in the night through an unguarded part of the Roman lines, and selected a site for his camp near the city of Aquileia. Marcellus came upon them while they were entrenching themselves. He had marched hastily to Agrigentum in the hope of reaching it before the enemy, but finding it already occupied, was returning to his position before Syracuse, and expected least of all to find a Syracusan force at that time, and in that place. Knowing that he was no match with the troops he had for Himilco and his Carthaginians, he had advanced with the utmost caution, keeping a sharp lookout and guarding against any possible surprise. Chapter 36. Whilst thus on the alert, he fell in with Hippocrates, and the preparations he had made to meet the Carthaginians served him in good stead against the Syracusans. He caught them whilst forming their camp, dispersed and in disorder, and for the most part unarmed. The whole of their infantry were cut off. The cavalry offered but slight resistance, and escaped with Hippocrates to Acre. That battle checked the Sicilians in their revolt from Rome, and Marcellus returned to Syracuse. A few days later, Himilco, who had been joined by Hippocrates, fixed his camp by the river Anapus, about 8 miles from Syracuse. A Carthaginian fleet of 55 vessels of war sailed about the same time into the great harbor of Syracuse from the high seas, and a Roman fleet also of 30 quinqueremes landed the first legion at Panormus. It looked as if the war had been wholly diverted from Italy, so completely were both peoples devoting their attention to Sicily. Himilco fully expected that the legion which had been landed at Panormus would fall into his hands on its march to Syracuse, but he was disappointed as it did not take the route he expected. Whilst he marched inland, the legion proceeded along the coast, accompanied by the fleet, and joined Appius Claudius, who had come to meet it with a portion of his force. Now the Carthaginians despaired of relieving Syracuse, and left it to its fate. Bomilcar did not feel sufficient confidence in his fleet, as the Romans had one of double the number, and he saw that by remaining there inactive he was only aggravating the scarcity which prevailed amongst his allies. So he put out to sea and sailed across to Africa. Himilco had followed upon Marcellus's track to Syracuse, hoping for a chance of fighting before he was joined by superior forces, and as no opportunity of doing so occurred, and he saw that the enemy were in great strength and safe within their lines round Syracuse, he marched away, not caring to waste time by looking on in idleness at the investment of his allies. He also wished to be free to march wherever any hope of defection from Rome summoned him, that he might by his presence encourage those whose sympathies were with Carthage. He began with the capture of Mergantia, where the populace betrayed the Roman garrison, and where a large quantity of corn and provisions of all kinds had been stored for the use of the Romans. Chapter 37. Roman treatment of Henna. Other cities took courage from this example of defection, and the Roman garrisons were either expelled from their strongholds or treacherously overpowered. Henna, situated on a lofty position precipitous on all sides, was naturally impregnable, and it had also a strong Roman garrison, and a commandant, who was not at all a suitable man for traitors to approach. Lucius Pinarius was a keen soldier, and trusted more to his own vigilance and alertness than to the fidelity of the Sicilians. The numerous betrayals and defections which reached his ears, and the massacre of Roman garrisons, made him more than ever careful to take every possible precaution. So by day and night alike everything was in readiness, every position occupied by guards and sentinels, and the soldiers never laid aside their arms or left their posts. The chief citizens of Henna had already come to an understanding with Himilco about betraying the garrison, and when they observed all this vigilance, and recognized that the Romans were not open to any treacherous surprise, they saw that they would have to use forcible measures. The city and its stronghold, they said, are under our authority. If as free men we accepted the Roman alliance, we did not hand ourselves over to be kept in custody as slaves. We think it right, therefore, that the keys of the gates should be given up to us, The strongest bond between good allies is to trust one another's loyalty. It is only if we remain friends with Rome voluntarily, and not by constraint, that your people can feel grateful to us." To this the Roman commandant replied, "I have been placed in charge here by my commanding officer. It is from him that I have received the keys of the gates, and the custody of the citadel. I do not hold these things at my own disposal, or at the disposal of the citizens of Henna, but at the disposal of the man who committed them to my charge. To quit one's post is with the Romans a capital offense, and fathers have even punished it as such in the case of their own children. The consul Marcellus is not far away. Send to him. He has the right and authority to act in the matter." They said that they should not send, and if argument failed, they would seek some other method of vindicating their liberty. To this Pinarius answered, "Well, if you think it too much trouble to send to the consul, you can, at all events, give me an opportunity of consulting the people, that it may be made clear whether this demand proceeds from a few, or from the whole body of the citizens." They agreed to convene a meeting of the assembly the following day. Chapter 38. After he had returned from the interview to the citadel, he called his men together and addressed them as follows: "I think, soldiers, you have heard what has happened lately, and how the Roman garrisons have been surprised and overwhelmed by the Sicilians. That treachery you have escaped, in the first place by the good providence of the gods, and next by your own steady courage, and by your persistent watchfulness, and remaining under arms night and day. I only hope the rest of our time may be spent without suffering, or inflicting things too horrible to speak about. The precautions we have so far taken have been against secret treachery. As that has proved unsuccessful, they are now openly demanding the keys of the gates, and no sooner will they be delivered than Henna will be in the power of the Carthaginians, and we here shall be butchered with greater cruelty than the garrison of Mergantia. I have succeeded with difficulty in getting one night allowed for deliberation, so that I could inform you of the impending peril. At daybreak they are going to hold an assembly of the people, at which they will fling charges against me, and stir up the populace against you. So tomorrow Henna will run with blood, either yours or that of its own citizens. If you are not beforehand with them, there is no hope for you. If you are, there is no danger. Victory will fall to him who first draws the sword. So all be on the alert, and wait attentively for the signal. I shall be in the assembly, and will spin out the time by speaking and arguing till everything is perfectly ready. And when I give the signal with my toga, raise a loud shout, and make an attack on the crowd from all sides, and cut everything down with the sword. And take care that nothing survives from which either open violence or treachery is to be feared." Then he continued, "You, Mother Ceres and Proserpina, and all ye deities, celestial and infernal, who have your dwelling in this city and these sacred lakes and groves, I pray and beseech you to be gracious and merciful to us, if we are indeed purposing to do this deed, not that we may inflict, but that we may escape treachery and murder. I should say more to you, soldiers, if you were going to fight with an armed foe. It is those who are unarmed and unsuspecting whom you will slay till you are weary of slaughter. The consul's camp, too, is in the neighborhood, so nothing need be feared from Himilco and the Carthaginians." Chapter 39. After this speech he dismissed them to seek refreshment and rest. The next morning some of them were posted in various places to block the streets and close the exits from the theatre. The majority took their stand round the theatre and on the ground above it. They had frequently watched the proceedings of the assembly from there, and so their appearance aroused no suspicion. The Roman commandant was introduced to the assembly by the magistrates. He said that it was the consul, and not he, who had the right and the power to decide the matter, and went pretty much over the same ground as on the day before. At first one or two voices were heard, and then several, demanding the surrender of the keys, till the whole assembly broke out into loud and threatening shouts, and seemed on the point of making a murderous attack upon him, as he still hesitated and delayed. Then at last he gave the agreed signal with his toga, and the soldiers, who had long been ready and waiting, raised a shout and rushed down upon the crowd, while others blocked the exits from the densely packed theatre. Hemmed in and caged, the men of Henna were ruthlessly cut down and lay about in heaps, not only where the dead were piled up, but where, in trying to escape, they scrambled over each other's heads and fell one upon another, the wounded stumbling over the unwounded, the living over the dead. Then the soldiers dispersed in all directions, and the city was filled with dead bodies, and people fleeing for their lives. For the soldiers slew the defenseless crowd with as much fury as though they were fighting against an equal foe, and glowing with all the ardor of battle. So Henna was saved for Rome by a deed which was criminal if it was not unavoidable. Marcellus not only passed no censure on the transaction, but even bestowed the plundered property of the citizens upon his troops, thinking that by the terror thus inspired, the Sicilians would be deterred from any longer betraying their garrisons. The news of this occurrence spread through Sicily almost in a day, for the city, lying in the middle of the island, was no less famous for the natural strength of its position than it was for the sacred associations which connected every part of it with the old story of the rape of Proserpine. It was universally felt that a foul and murderous outrage had been offered to the abode of gods as well as to the dwellings of men, and many who had before been wavering now went over to the Carthaginians. Hippocrates and Himilco, who had brought up their forces to Henna on the invitation of the would-be betrayers, finding themselves unable to effect anything, retired, the former to Mergentia, the latter to Agrigentum. Marcellus marched back to Leontini, and after collecting supplies of corn and other provisions for the camp, he left a small detachment to hold the city, and returned to the blockade of Syracuse. He gave Appius Claudius leave to go to Rome to carry on his candidature for the consulship, and placed Titus Quinctius Crispinus in his stead in command of the fleet and the old camp, whilst he himself constructed and fortified winter quarters in a place called Leon, about 5 miles from Hexapylon. These were the main incidents in the Sicilian campaign up to the beginning of the winter. End of section 24. Section 25 of the History of Rome, Volume 3, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 24. The Revolution in Syracuse, chapters 40 through 49. Chapter 40. Events in Greece. The war with Philip, which had been for some time apprehended, actually broke out this summer. The praetor Marcus Valerius, who had his base at Brundisium, and was cruising off the Calabrian coast, received information from Oricum that Philip had made an attempt on Apollonia by sending a fleet of 120 light vessels up the river Eos, and then, finding that matters were moving too slowly, he had brought up his army by night to Oricum, and as the place lay in a plain, and was not strong enough to defend itself either by its fortifications or its garrison, it was taken at the first assault. His informants begged him to send help, and to keep off one who was unmistakably an enemy to Rome from injuring the cities on the coast, which were in danger solely because they lay opposite to Italy. Marcus Valerius complied with their request, and leaving a small garrison of 2,000 men under Publius Valerius, set sail with his fleet ready for action, and such soldiers as the warships had not room for, he placed on the cargo boats. On the second day he reached Oricum, and as the king on his departure had only left a weak force to hold it, it was taken with very little fighting. Whilst he was there, envoys came to him from Apollonia, with the announcement that they were undergoing a siege, because they refused to break with Rome, and unless the Romans protected them, they should be unable to withstand the Macedonians any longer. Valerius promised to do what they wanted, and he sent a picked force of 2,000 men on warships to the mouth of the river, under the command of Quintius Naevius Christa, an active and experienced soldier. He disembarked his men, and sent the ships back to rejoin the fleet at Oricum, whilst he marched at some distance from the river, where he would be least likely to meet any of the king's troops, and entered the city by night, without being observed by any of the enemy. The following day they rested, to give him an opportunity of making a thorough inspection of the armed force of Apollonia, and the strength of the city. He was much encouraged by the result of his inspection, and also by the account which his scouts gave of the indolence and negligence which prevailed amongst the enemy. Marching out of the city in the dead of the night, without the slightest noise or confusion, he got within the enemy's camp, which was so unguarded and open that it is credibly stated that more than 1,000 men were inside the lines before they were detected, and if they had only refrained from using their swords, they could actually have reached the king's tent. The slaughter of those nearest the camp gates aroused the enemy, and such universal panic and terror ensued that no one seized his weapons, or made any attempt to drive out the invaders. Even the king himself, suddenly wakened from sleep, fled half-dressed, in a state not decent for a common soldier, to say nothing of a king, and escaped to his ships in the river. The rest fled wildly in the same direction. The losses in killed and prisoners were under 3,000, the prisoners being much the most numerous. After the camp had been plundered, the Apollonians removed the catapults, the ballistae, and the other siege artillery, which had been put in readiness for the assault, into the city for the defense of their own walls, if such an emergency should ever occur again. All the other booty was given to the Romans. As soon as the news of this action reached Oricum, Valerius sent the fleet to the mouth of the river, to prevent any attempt on the part of Philip to escape by sea. The king did not feel sufficient confidence in risking a contest either by sea or land, and hauled his ships ashore, or burnt them, and made his way to Macedonia by land. The greater part of his army having lost their arms and all their belongings, Marcus Valerius wintered with his fleet at Oricum. Chapter 41. The Campaign in Spain. The fighting went on in Spain this year with varying success. Before the Romans crossed the Ebro, Mago and Hasdrubal defeated enormous forces of Spaniards. All Spain west of the Ebro would have abandoned the side of Rome, had not Publius Cornelius Scipio hurriedly crossed the Ebro, and by his timely appearance confirmed the wavering allies. The Romans first fixed their camp at Castrum Album, a place made famous by the death of the great Hamilcar, and had accumulated supplies of corn there. The country round, however, was infested by the enemy, and his cavalry had attacked the Romans while on the march with impunity. They lost as many as 2,000 men, who had fallen behind or were straying from the line of march. They decided to withdraw to a less hostile part, and entrenched themselves at the Mount of Victory. Gnaeus Scipio joined them here with his entire force, and Hasdrubal, the son of Gisco, came up also with a complete army. There were now 3 Carthaginian generals, and they all encamped on the other side of the river, opposite the Roman camp. Publius Scipio went out with some light cavalry to reconnoiter, but in spite of all his precautions he did not remain unobserved, and would have been overpowered in the open plain, had he not seized some rising ground that was near. Here he was surrounded, and it was only his brother's timely arrival that rescued him. Castulo, a powerful and famous city of Spain, and in such close alliance with Carthage that Hannibal took a wife from there, seceded to Rome. The Carthaginians commenced an attack upon Illiturgus, owing to the presence of a Roman garrison there, and it looked as if they would certainly reduce it by famine. Gnaeus Scipio went to the assistance of the besieged with a legion in light marching order, and fighting his way between the 2 Carthaginian camps, entered the town after inflicting heavy losses upon the besiegers. The following day he made a sortie, and was equally successful. Above 12,000 men were killed in the 2 battles, and more than 1,000 were made prisoners. 36 standards were also captured. In this way the siege of Illiturgus was raised. Their next move was to Begera, also in alliance with Rome, which they proceeded to attack, but on Gnaeus Scipio's appearance they retired without striking a blow. Chapter 42. The Carthaginian camp was next shifted to Munda, and the Romans instantly followed them. Here a pitched battle was fought for 4 hours, and the Romans were winning a splendid victory when the signal was given to retire. Gnaeus Scipio was wounded in the thigh with a javelin, and the soldiers round him were in great fear, lest the wound should prove fatal. There was not the smallest doubt that if that delay had not occurred, the Carthaginian camp could have been captured that same day, for the men, and the elephants too, had been driven back to their lines, and 39 of the latter had been transfixed by the heavy Roman javelins. It is stated that 12,000 men were killed in this battle, and about 3,000 made prisoners, whilst 57 standards were taken. From there the Carthaginians retreated to Oringus, the Romans following them up slowly, and allowing them no time to recover from their defeats. There another battle was fought, and Scipio was carried into the field on a litter. The victory was decisive, though not half as many of the enemy were killed as on the previous occasion, for there were fewer left to fight. But the Spaniards have a natural instinct for repairing the losses in war, and when Mago was sent by his brother to raise troops, they very soon filled up the gaps in the army, and encouraged their generals to try another battle. Though they were mostly fresh soldiers, yet as they had to defend a cause which had been repeatedly worsted in so short a time, they fought with the same spirit and the same result as those before them had done. More than 8,000 men were killed, not less than 1,000 made prisoners, and 58 standards were captured. Most of the spoil had belonged to Gauls. There were a large number of golden armlets and chains, and 2 distinguished Gaulish chieftains, Moenio Septo and Vismaro, fell in the battle. 8 elephants were captured, and 3 killed. As things were going so prosperously in Spain, the Romans at last began to feel ashamed of having left Saguntum, the primary cause of the war, in the possession of the enemy for almost 8 years. So after expelling the Carthaginian garrison, they recovered the town, and restored it to all the former inhabitants, whom the ravages of war had spared. The Turdetani, who had brought about the war between Saguntum and Carthage, were reduced to subjection and sold as slaves. Their city was utterly destroyed. Chapter 43. Affairs in Rome. Such was the course of events in Spain in the year when Quintus Fabius and Marcus Claudius were consuls. Immediately the new tribunes of the plebes entered office. Marcus Metellus, one of their number, indicted the censors, Publius Furius and Marcus Attilius, and demanded that they should be put on their trial before the people. His reason for taking this course was that the year before they had deprived him of his horse, degraded him from his tribe, and disfranchised him on the ground that he was involved in the plot which had been formed after the battle of Cannae for abandoning Italy. The other 9 tribunes, however, interposed their veto against their being tried whilst holding office, and the matter fell through. The death of Publius Furius prevented them from completing the lustrum, and Marcus Attilius resigned office. The consular elections were held under the presidency of Quintus Fabius Maximus, the consul. Both consuls were elected in their absence. Quintus Fabius Maximus, the son of the consul, and Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus for the second time. The praetors elected were Marcus Attilius, and 3 who were at the time curial aediles, namely Publius Sempronius Tuditanus, Gnaeus Fulvius Centimalis, and Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. It is recorded that the Scenic Games were celebrated for the first time this year by the curial aediles, and that the celebration lasted 4 days. The aedile Tuditanus was the officer who led his men through the midst of the enemy after the defeat at Cannae, when all the others were paralyzed with terror. As soon as the elections were over, the consuls elect were, on the advice of Quintus Fabius, recalled to Rome to enter upon their duties. After they had returned, they consulted the Senate on the conduct of the war, the allocation of provinces to themselves and the praetors, the armies to be raised, and the men who were to command them. Chapter 44. The following was the distribution of the provinces and the armies. The operations against Hannibal were entrusted to the 2 consuls, and Sempronius was to retain the army he had been commanding. Fabius was to take over his father's army. Each consisted of 2 legions. Marcus Aemilius, the praetor, who had the jurisdiction over aliens, was to have Luceria for his province, and the 2 legions which Quintus Fabius, the newly elected consul, had been commanding as praetor. Publius Sempronius Tuditanus received Ariminum as his province, and Gnaeus Fulvius Suessula, each likewise with 2 legions, Fulvius being in command of the city legions, and Tuditanus taking over those from Manius Pomponius. The commands were extended in the following cases. Marcus Claudius was to retain that part of Sicily which had constituted Hiero's kingdom. Lentulus, as propraetor, was to administer the old province. Titus Otacilius was to continue in command of the fleet, no fresh troops being supplied him, and Marcus Valerius was to operate in Greece and Macedonia with the legion and ships which he had. Quintus Mucius was to continue in command of his old army of 2 legions in Sardinia, and Gaius Terentius was to keep his 1 legion at Picenum. Orders were given for 2 legions to be raised in the city, and 20,000 men to be furnished by the allies. These were the generals and the troops that were to be the bulwark of Rome against the many wars, some actually going on, some anticipated, that were threatening the existence of her dominion. After raising the city contingent and recruiting fresh drafts for other legions, the 2 consuls, before they left the city, set about the expiation of certain portents which had been announced. Part of the city wall and some of the gates had been struck by lightning, as had also the temple of Jupiter at Aricia. Other things which people imagined they had seen or heard were believed to be true. Warships were supposed to have been seen in the river at Terracina, whilst there were none there. A clashing of arms was heard in the temple of Jupiter Vicilinus in the neighborhood of Compsa, and the river at Amiternum was said to have run with blood. When these portents had been expiated in accordance with the directions of the pontiffs, the consuls left for the front, Sempronius for Lucania, Fabius for Apulia. Old Fabius came into his son's camp at Suessula as his lieutenant. The son went out to meet him, with the 12 lictors preceding him in single file. The old man rode past 11 of them, all of whom, out of respect for him, remained silent, whereupon the consul ordered the remaining lictor, who was immediately in front of him, to do his duty. The man thereupon called to Fabius to dismount, and he, springing from his horse, said to his son, "I wanted to find out, my son, whether you sufficiently realized that you are consul." Chapter 45. Capture of Arpi. One night Dacius Altinius of Arpi paid a stealthy visit to this camp, accompanied by 3 slaves, and offered for a fitting reward to betray Arpi. Fabius referred the matter to the council of war, and some thought he ought to be treated as a deserter, scourged and beheaded. They said he was a trimmer, an enemy to both sides, for after the defeat of Cannae, as though loyalty depended on success, he had gone over to Hannibal, and had drawn Arpi over with him. And now that the cause of Rome was, in the teeth of all his hopes and wishes, springing up, as it were, again from its roots, he was promising a fresh treason, by way of indemnifying those whom he betrayed before. He openly espoused one side, while all his sympathies were with the other, faithless as an ally, contemptible as an enemy, like the man who would have betrayed Phalerii, or the man who offered to poison Pyrrhus. Let him be made a 3rd warning to all renegades. The consul's father took a different view. Some men, he said, oblivious of times and seasons, pass judgment upon everything as calmly and impartially in the excitement of war as though they were at peace. The more important matter for us to discuss and decide is how we can possibly prevent our allies from deserting us. But this is the last thing we are thinking about. We are talking about the duty of making an example of anyone who sees his error and looks back with regret to the old alliance. But if a man is at liberty to forsake Rome, but not at liberty to return to her, who can fail to see that in a short time the Roman Empire, bereft of its allies, will find every part of Italy bound by treaty to Carthage? Still, I am not going to advise that any confidence be placed in Altinius. I shall suggest a middle course in dealing with him. I should recommend that he be treated neither as an enemy nor as a friend, but be interned in some city we can trust, not far from our camp, and kept there during the war. When that is over, then we should discuss whether he deserves punishment for his former disloyalty more than he merits pardon for his coming back to us now. Fabius's suggestions met with general approval, and Altinius was handed over to some officials from Callus, together with those who accompanied him. He had brought with him a considerable amount of gold, and this was ordered to be taken care of for him. At Callus he was free to move about in the daytime, but was always followed by a guard, who kept him in confinement at night. At Arpi he was missed from home, and a search was commenced. Rumors soon ran through the city, and naturally caused intense excitement, seeing they had lost their leader. Fears were entertained of a revolution, and messengers were at once dispatched to Hannibal. The Carthaginian was not at all concerned at what had happened. He had long suspected the man and doubted his loyalty, and he had now a plausible reason for seizing and selling the property of a very rich man. But in order to create a belief that he was swayed more by anger than by avarice, he aggravated his rapacity by an act of atrocious cruelty. He sent for the wife and children, and after questioning them first about the circumstances under which Altinius had disappeared, and then about the amount of gold and silver which he had left at home, and so, finding out all he wanted to know, he had them burnt alive. Chapter 46. Fabius broke up his camp at Suessula, and decided to begin by an attack on Arpi. He encamped about half a mile from it, and on examining from a near position the situation of the city and its fortifications, he saw one part where it was most strongly fortified, and therefore less carefully guarded, and at this point he determined to deliver his assault. After seeing that everything required for the storm was in readiness, he selected out of the whole army the pick of the centurions, and placed them under the command of tribunes who were distinguished for courage. He then furnished them with 600 of the rank and file, a number which he deemed quite sufficient for his purpose, and gave them orders to carry scaling ladders to that point when they heard the bugles sound the fourth watch. There was a low, narrow gate which led into an unfrequented street, running through a lonely part of the city. His orders were that they were first to scale the wall with their ladders, and then open the gate or break the bolts and bars from the inside. And when they were in possession of that quarter of the city, they were to give a signal on the bugle, so that the rest of the troops might be brought up, and he would have everything in order and ready. His instructions were carried out to the letter, and what seemed likely to prove a hindrance turned out to be of the greatest help in concealing their movements. A rainstorm which began at midnight drove all the sentries and outposts to seek shelter in the houses, and the roar of the rain, which at first came down like a deluge, prevented the noise of those who were at work on the gate from being heard. Then, when the sound of the rain fell upon the ear more gently and regularly, it soothed most of the defenders to sleep. As soon as they were in possession of the gate, they placed the buglers at equal distances along the street, and ordered them to sound the signal to give notice to the consul. This having been done as previously arranged, the consul ordered a general advance, and shortly before daylight he entered the city through the broken-down gate. Chapter 47. Now at last the enemy was roused. There was a lull in the storm, and daylight was approaching. Hannibal's garrison in the city amounted to about 5,000 men, and the citizens themselves had raised a force of 3,000. These the Carthaginians put in front to meet the enemy, that there might be no attempt at treachery in their rear. The fighting began in the dark in the narrow streets, the Romans having occupied not only the streets near the gate, but the houses also, that they might not be assailed from the roofs. Gradually, as it grew light, some of the citizen troops and some of the Romans recognized one another, and entered into conversation. The Roman soldiers asked what it was that the Arpinians wanted. What wrong had Rome done them? What good service had Carthage rendered them, that they, Italians bred and born, should fight against their old friends the Romans on behalf of foreigners and barbarians, and wish to make Italy a tributary province of Africa? The people of Arpi urged in their excuse that they knew nothing of what was going on. They had in fact been sold by their leaders to the Carthaginians. They had been victimized and enslaved by a small oligarchy. When a beginning had been once made, the conversations became more and more general. At last the praetor of Arpi was conducted by his friends to the consul, and after they had given each other mutual assurances, surrounded by the troops under their standards, the citizens suddenly turned against the Carthaginians and fought for the Romans. A body of Spaniards also, numbering something less than 1,000, transferred their services to the consul upon the sole condition that the Carthaginian garrison should be allowed to depart uninjured. The gates were opened for them, and they were dismissed, according to the stipulation, in perfect safety, and went to Hannibal at Salapia. Thus Arpi was restored to the Romans without the loss of a single life, except in the case of one man, who had long ago been a traitor and had recently deserted. The Spaniards were ordered to receive double rations, and the Republic availed itself on very many occasions of their courage and fidelity. While one of the consuls was in Apulia and the other in Lucania, some 112 Campanian nobles left Capua by permission of the magistrates for the purpose, as they alleged, of carrying away plunder from the enemy's territory. They really, however, rode off to the Roman camp above Suessula, and when they came up to the outposts, they told them that they wished for an interview with the commander, Gnaeus Fulvius. On being informed of their request, he gave orders for 10 of their number to be conducted to him, after they had laid aside their arms. When he heard what they wanted, which was simply that, after the recapture of Capua, their property might be restored to them, he received them all under his protection. The other praetor took the town of Atrinum by storm. More than 7,000 were taken prisoners, and a considerable quantity of bronze and silver coinage seized. At Rome there was a dreadful fire, which lasted for 2 nights and a day. All the buildings between the Salinae and the Porta Carmentalis, including the Aquamaleum, the Vicus Jugarius, and the temples of Fortune and Mater Matuta, were burnt to the ground. The fire traveled for a considerable distance outside the gate, and destroyed much property and many sacred objects. Chapter 48. Roman Support in Africa. The 2 Scipios, Publius and Gnaeus, after their successful operations in Spain, in the course of which they won back many old allies and gained new ones, during the year began to hope for similar results in Africa. Syphax, king of the Numidians, had suddenly taken up a hostile attitude towards Carthage. The Scipios sent 3 centurions on a mission to him, with instructions to conclude a friendly alliance with him, and to assure him that if he would go on persistently harassing the Carthaginians, he would confer an obligation on the Senate and people of Rome, and it would be their endeavor to repay the debt of gratitude at a fitting time and with large interest. The barbarian was delighted at the mission, and held frequent conversations with the centurions upon the methods of warfare. As he listened to the seasoned soldiers, he found out how many things he was ignorant of, and how great the contrast was between his own practice and their discipline and organization. He asked that, whilst 2 of them carried back the report of their mission to their commanders, the 3rd might remain with him as a military instructor. He explained that the Numidians made very poor infantry soldiers; they were only useful as mounted troops. He explained that this was the style of warfare which his ancestors had adopted from the very earliest times. It was the style to which he had been trained from his boyhood. They had an enemy who depended mainly upon his infantry, and if he wished to meet him with equal strength, he must provide himself also with infantry. His kingdom contained an abundant population fit for the purpose, but he did not know the proper method of arming and equipping and drilling them. All was disorderly and haphazard, just like a crowd collected together by chance. The envoys replied that for the time being they would do what he wished, on the distinct understanding that if their commanders did not approve of the arrangement, he would at once send back the one who remained. This man's name was Statorius. The king sent some Numidians to accompany the two Romans to Spain, and obtain sanction for the arrangement from the commanders. He also charged them to take immediate steps to persuade the Numidians, who were acting as auxiliaries with the Carthaginian troops, to come over to the Romans. Out of the large number of young men which the country contained, Statorius enrolled a force of infantry for the king. These he formed into companies pretty much on the Roman model, and by drilling and exercising them, he taught them to follow their standards and keep their ranks. He also made them so familiar with the work of entrenchment and other regular military tasks, that the king placed quite as much confidence in his infantry as in his cavalry, and in a pitched battle fought on a level plain, he proved superior to the Carthaginians. The presence of the king's envoys in Spain proved very serviceable to the Romans, for on the news of their arrival numerous desertions took place amongst the Numidians. So between Syphax and the Romans friendly relations were established. As soon as the Carthaginians heard what was going on, they sent envoys to Gela, who reigned in the other part of Numidia, over a tribe called Mesuli. Chapter 49. Gela had a son called Massinissa, 17 years old, but a youth of such a strong character that even then it was evident that he would make the kingdom greater and wealthier than he received it. The envoys pointed out to Gela that since Syphax had joined the Romans in order to strengthen his hands by their alliance against the kings and peoples of Africa, the best thing for him to do would be to unite with the Carthaginians as soon as possible, before Syphax crossed into Spain or the Romans into Africa. Syphax, they said, could easily be crushed, for he had got nothing out of the Roman alliance except the name. Gela's son asked to be entrusted with the management of the war, and easily persuaded his father to send an army, which, in conjunction with the Carthaginians, conquered Syphax in a great battle, in which it is stated that 30,000 men were killed. Syphax, with a few of his horse, fled from the field to the Morusii, a tribe of Numidians who dwell at almost the furthest point of Africa, near the ocean, opposite Gades. At the news of his arrival, the barbarians flocked to him from all sides, and in a short time he armed an immense force. Whilst he was preparing to cross over with them into Spain, which was only separated by a narrow strait, Massinissa arrived with his victorious army, and won a great reputation by the way in which he concluded the war against Syphax, without any help from the Carthaginians. In Spain nothing of any importance took place, except that the Romans secured for themselves the services of the Celtiberians, by offering them the same pay which the Carthaginians had agreed to pay. They also sent to Italy 300 of the leading Spanish nobility, to win over their countrymen who were serving with Hannibal. That is the solitary incident in Spain worth recording for the year, and its interest lies in the fact that the Romans had never had a mercenary soldier in their camp until they employed the Celtiberians. End of section 25. Section 26 of the History of Rome, Volume 3 by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 25, The Fall of Syracuse. Chapters 1 through 11. Chapter 1. Foreign superstitions in Rome. While these operations in Spain and Africa were going on, Hannibal spent the whole summer in the Salentine territory, in the hope of securing the city of Tarentum by treachery, and whilst he was there some unimportant towns seceded to him. Out of the 12 communities in Bruttium who had gone over to the Carthaginians the year before, 2, namely Consentia and Thuriae, returned to their old allegiance to Rome, and more would have done so had it not been for Titus Pomponius Vientanus, an officer of allies. He had made several successful raids in Bruttium, and had in consequence began to be regarded as a regularly commissioned general. With the raw and undisciplined army which he had got together, he engaged Hanno. In that battle a great number of men, who were simply a confused crowd of peasants and slaves, were killed or made prisoners. The least important loss was that of the officer himself, who was made prisoner. For not only was he responsible for such a reckless and ill-advised battle, but in his capacity as a public contractor he had previously been guilty of all sorts of dishonest practices, and robbed both the state and the city guilds. The consul Sempronius fought several trifling actions in Lucania, none of which are worth recording, and took some unimportant towns belonging to the Lucanians. The longer the war continued, and the more men's minds as well as their fortunes were affected by the alternations of success and failure, so much the more did the citizens become the victims of superstitions, and those for the most part foreign ones. It seemed as though either the characters of men or the nature of the gods had undergone a sudden change. The Roman ritual was growing into disuse, not only in secret and in private houses, even in public places, in the Forum and the Capitol. Crowds of women were to be seen, who were offering neither sacrifices nor prayers in accordance with ancient usage. Unauthorized sacrificers and diviners had got possession of men's minds, and the numbers of their dupes were swelled by the crowds of country people, whom poverty or fear had driven into the city, and whose fields had lain untilled, owing to the length of the war, or had been desolated by the enemy. These impostors found their profit in trading upon the ignorance of others, and they practiced their calling with as much effrontery as if they had been duly authorized by the state. Respectable citizens protested in private against the state of things, and ultimately the matter became a public scandal, and formal complaint was made to the Senate. The aediles and commissioners of police were severely reprimanded by the Senate for not preventing these abuses, but when they attempted to remove the crowds from the Forum and destroy the altars and other preparations for their rites, they narrowly escaped being roughly handled. As the mischief appeared to be too much for the inferior magistrates to deal with, Marcus Aemilius, the city praetor, was entrusted with the task of delivering the people from these superstitions. He read the resolution of the Senate before the assembly, and gave notice that all those who had in their possession any manuals of divination, or forms of prayers, or sacrificial ritual in writing, were to bring all their books and writings to him before the 1st of April, and no one was to use any strange or foreign form of sacrifice in any public or consecrated place. Chapter 2. Several officials connected with the state religion died this year. Lucius Cornelius Lentulus, the chief pontiff; Gaius Papirius, son of Gaius Maso, one of the pontiffs; Publius Furius Philus, the augur; and Gaius Papirius, son of Lucius Maso, one of the keepers of the sacred books. Marcus Cornelius Cathagus was appointed chief pontiff in place of Lentulus, and Gnaeus Servilius Capio in place of Papirius. Lucius Quintius Flaminius was appointed augur, and Lucius Cornelius Lentulus keeper of the sacred books. Arrangements for the year. The time for the consular elections was now drawing near, and as it was decided not to recall the consuls who were engaged in the war, Tiberius Sempronius nominated Gaius Claudius Cento dictator for the purpose of conducting the elections. He appointed Quintus Fulvius Flaccus as his master of the horse. The elections were completed on the first day. The dictator returned as duly elected consuls Quintus Fulvius Flaccus, master of the horse, and Appius Claudius Pulcher, who was at the time praetor in Sicily. Then the praetors were elected: Gnaeus Fulvius Flaccus, Gaius Claudius Nero, Marcus Junius Silanus, and Publius Cornelius Sulla. When the elections were over, the dictator resigned. The curial aediles for the year were Marcus Cornelius Cethegus and Publius Cornelius Scipio, who was subsequently known as Africanus. When the latter offered himself as a candidate, the tribunes of the plebs objected to him, and said that he could not be allowed to stand because he had not yet reached the legal age. His reply was, "If the Quirites are unanimous in their desire to appoint me aedile, I am quite old enough." On this the people hurried to give their tribal votes for him with such eagerness that the tribunes abandoned their opposition. The new aediles discharged their functions with great munificence. The Roman games were celebrated on a grand scale, considering their resources at the time. They were repeated a second day, and a congius of oil was distributed in each street. Lucius Villius Tapulus and Marcus Fundanius Fundulus, the plebeian aediles, summoned several matrons before the people on a charge of misconduct. Some of them were convicted and sent into exile. The celebration of the plebeian games lasted 2 days, and there was a solemn banquet in the Capitol on the occasion of the games. Chapter 3. Quintus Fulvius Flaccus and Appius Claudius entered on their consulship, the former for the 3rd time. The praetors drew lots for their provinces. Publius Cornelius Sulla had assigned to him both the home and foreign jurisdiction, which had previously been held separately. Apulia fell to Gnaeus Fulvius Flaccus, Suessula to Gaius Claudius Nero, Etruria to Marcus Junius Silanus. 2 legions were decreed for each of the consuls in the operations against Hannibal. One consul took over the army from Quintus Fabius, the consul of the previous year, the other that of Fulvius Centumalus. With regard to the praetors, Fulvius Flaccus was to have the legions which were at Luceria under Aemilius, Claudius Nero those which were serving in Picenum under Gaius Terentius, and they were each to raise their force to its full complement. The city legions raised the previous year were assigned to Marcus Junius to meet any movement from Etruria. Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus and Publius Sempronius Tuditanus had their commands extended in their respective provinces of Lucania and Cisalpine Gaul, as also had Publius Lentulus in the Roman province of Sicily, and Marcus Marcellus in Syracuse, and that part of the island over which Hiero had reigned. The command of the fleet was left in the hands of Titus Otacilius, the operations in Greece in those of Marcus Valerius. The campaign in Sardinia was still to be under the conduct of Quintus Mucius Scaevola, whilst the 2 Scipios were to continue their work in Spain. In addition to the existing armies, 2 fresh legions were raised in the city by the consuls, thus bringing up the total number to 23 legions for the year. Dishonest conduct of the public contractors. The enrollment was interrupted by the conduct of Marcus Postumius Pyragensis, which might have endangered the stability of the republic. This man was a public contractor, and for many years had had only one man to match him in dishonesty and greed, and that was Titus Pomponius Veientinus, whom the Carthaginians, under Hanno, got hold of while he was recklessly raiding Lucania. The state had made itself responsible where supplies intended for the armies were lost through storms at sea, and these men invented stories of shipwrecks, and when they did not invent, the shipwrecks which they reported were due to their dishonesty, not to accident. They placed small and worthless cargoes on old shattered ships, which they sank when out at sea, the sailors being taken into boats, which were kept in readiness, and then they made a false declaration as to the cargo, putting it at many times its real value. This fraud had been disclosed to Marcus Aemilius, the praetor, and he laid the matter before the Senate. But they had taken no action, because they were anxious not to offend the body of public contractors at such a time as that. The people, however, took a much severer view of the case, and at length 2 tribunes of the plebs, Spurius Carvilius and Lucus Carvilius, seeing the public indignation and disgust aroused, demanded that a fine of 200,000 aces should be imposed on them. When the day came for the question to be decided, the plebs were present in such great numbers that the space on the Capitol hardly held them, and after the case had been gone through, the only hope left to the defense was the chance of Gaius Servilius Casca, a tribune of the plebs and a near relative of Postumius, interposing his veto before the tribes proceeded to vote. When the evidence had been given, the tribunes ordered the people to withdraw, and the voting urn was brought in order that it might be determined in what tribe the Latins were to vote. While this was being done, the contractors urged Casca to stop the proceedings for the day, and the people loudly opposed that step. Casca happened to be sitting in front at the end of the tribunal seats, and he was laboring under the conflicting emotions of fear and shame. Seeing that no dependence was to be placed upon him, the contractors determined to create a disturbance, and rushed in a compact body into the space left vacant by the withdrawal of the assembly, loudly abusing both the people and the tribunes. As there was every prospect of a hand-to-hand fight, the consul Fulvius said to the tribunes, "Do you not see that your authority has gone, and that there will certainly be a riot if you do not dismiss the meeting?" After the assembly of the plebs was dismissed, a meeting of the Senate was called, and the consuls brought forward the question of the disturbance of a meeting of the plebs through the violence and audacity of the public contractors. Marcus Furius Camillus, they said, whose exile was followed by the downfall of Rome, submitted to condemnation at the hands of the irate citizens. Before his time the decemvirs, whose laws are in force today, and after him many of our foremost citizens, have bowed to the sentence of the people. Whereas Postumius Pyragensis has deprived the people of their right to vote, broken up a meeting of the plebs, destroyed the authority of the tribunes, levied war upon the people of Rome, made forcible seizure of a position in the city to cut off the plebs from its tribunes, and prevented the tribes from being called to vote. There was nothing to restrain men from fighting and bloodshed except the forbearance of the magistrates, who for the time being yielded to the furious audacity of a few men, and allowed themselves and the Roman people to be successfully defied, and rather than give any occasion for a conflict to those who were seeking one, they voluntarily closed the elections, which the accused was going to stop by armed force. This indictment was listened to by all good citizens with feelings of indignation, proportioned to the atrocity of the outrage, and the Senate passed a decree affirming that violent conduct was an offense against the Republic, and set a most vicious precedent. Immediately on this, the two Carvilii dropped the proposal for a fine and indicted Postumius for high treason, and ordered him to find sureties for his appearance on the day of trial, or failing that, to be at once arrested and taken to prison. He found sureties, but did not appear. The resolution proposed by the tribunes and adopted by the plebes was in the following terms: If Marcus Postumius does not enter an appearance before the 1st day of May, and when cited into court does not answer his name on that day, and has not been lawfully excused from so appearing, he shall be deemed to be an exile, his goods shall be sold, and he himself placed under outlawry. Then all those who had taken the lead in the riotous disturbance were one by one indicted on the same charge, and ordered to find sureties. Those who did not find them, and afterwards even those who could find them, were alike cast into prison. Most of them, to escape the danger, went into exile. Chapter 5. Such was the issue of the dishonesty of the state contractors, and their daring attempt to screen themselves. The next thing was the election of the chief pontiff. The new pontiff, Marcus Cornelius Cathegus, conducted the election, which was very keenly contested. There were 3 candidates: Quintus Fulvius Flaccus, the consul, who had previously been twice consul as well as censor; Titus Manlius Torquatus, who could also point to 2 consulships and the censorship; and Publius Licinius Crassus, who was about to stand for the curule aedileship. This young man defeated his old and distinguished competitors. Before him there had been no one for 120 years, with the sole exception of Publius Cornelius Calusa, who had been elected chief pontiff without having first sat in a curule chair. The consuls found the levying of troops a difficult task, for there were not sufficient men of the required age to answer both purposes, that of raising the new city legions, and also bringing the existing armies up to their full strength. The Senate, however, would not allow them to give up the attempt, and ordered 2 commissions, each consisting of 3 members, to be appointed, one to work within a radius of 50 miles from the city, the other outside that radius. They were to inspect all the villages, market towns, and boroughs, and ascertain the total number of free-born men in each, and were to make soldiers of all who appeared strong enough to bear arms, even though they were below the military age. The tribunes of the plebes might, if they thought good, make a proposal to the people that those who had taken the military oath when under 17 years of age should have their pay reckoned to them on the same scale as if they had been enlisted at 17 or older. The commissions so appointed recruited all the freeborn men in the country districts. The survivors of Cannae. About this time, a dispatch was read in the Senate from Marcus Marcellus in Sicily, in which he put forward the request made to him by the soldiers who were serving with Publius Lentulus. These were the remains of the army of Cannae. They had been sent away to Sicily, as has been stated above, and were not to be brought back to Italy before the Punic War had come to an end. Chapter 6. The principal officers of the cavalry, with the centurions of highest rank, and the pick of the legionaries, had been allowed by Lentulus to send a deputation to Marcus Marcellus in Italy. One was allowed to speak on behalf of the rest, and this is what he said: "We should have approached you, Marcellus, when you were consul in Italy, as soon as that severe, if not unjust resolution of the Senate was passed concerning us, Had we not hoped that after being sent into a province thrown into confusion by the death of its kings, to take part in a serious war against Sicilians and Carthaginians combined, we should have made reparation to the Senate by our blood and our wounds, in the same way that those who were taken by Pyrrhus at Heraclea, within the memory of our fathers, made reparation by fighting against Pyrrhus afterwards. And yet what have we done, senators, that you should be wrath with us then, or that we should deserve your anger now? I seem to myself to be gazing on the faces of both the consuls and of the whole Senate, when I look at you, Marcellus. If we had had you as our consul at Cannae, both we and the Republic would have met with better fortune. Allow me, I pray you, before I complain of our treatment, to clear ourselves of the guilt which is laid to our charge. If it was not through the anger of the gods, or through the ordering of that destiny, by whose laws the chain of human affairs is immutably linked together, but by the fault of man, that we perished at Cannae, whose fault, pray, was it? The fault of the soldiers, or of their commanders? As a soldier, I will never say a word about my commander, though I know that he was specially thanked by the Senate because he did not despair of the Republic, and has had his command extended every year since his flight from Cannae. Those of the survivors from that disaster, who were our military tribunes at the time, solicited and obtained office, as we have heard, and are in command of provinces. Do you lightly forgive yourselves and your children, senators, whilst you reserve your anger for poor wretches like us? While it was no disgrace for the consul and the foremost men in the state to flee when all hope was lost, did you send us, the common soldiers, to meet certain death in the battlefield? At the Allia, almost the entire army fled. At the Caudine Forks, they delivered up their arms to the enemy without even attempting to fight, not to mention other shameful defeats that our armies have suffered. But so far were those armies from having any humiliation inflicted upon them, that the city of Rome was recovered by the very army which had fled from the Allia to Veii, and the Caudine legions, who had returned to Rome without their arms, were sent back armed to Samnium, and made that same enemy pass under the yoke, who had enjoyed seeing them undergo that humiliation. Can any man charge the army at Cannae with flight or cowardice, when more than 50,000 men fell there, when the consul fled with only 70 horsemen, when not one survives who fought there except those whom the enemy, wearied with slaughter, left alone? When the ransom of the prisoners was vetoed, we were universally praised, because we had saved ourselves for our country, because we returned to the consul at Venusia, and presented the appearance of a regular army. But, as it is, we are in a worse case than those prisoners in our fathers' days, for all that they had to endure was a change in their arms, in their military status, in their quarters in camp, and these they recovered by the one service they rendered to the state in fighting a successful battle. Not one of them was sent into exile, not one was deprived of the prospect of obtaining his discharge, and above all, they had the chance of putting an end either to their life or their disgrace by fighting the enemy. But we, against whom no charge can be brought, except that it is through our fault that a single Roman soldier is left alive after the battle of Cannae, we, I say, have not only been sent far away from our native soil and from Italy, but we have been placed out of reach of the enemy. We are to grow old in exile, with no hope, no chance of wiping out our shame, or of appeasing our fellow citizens, or even of dying an honorable death. We are not asking for an end to our ignominy, or for the rewards of valor. We only ask to be allowed to prove our mettle, and to show our courage. We ask for labors and dangers, for a chance of doing our duty as men and as soldiers. This is the second year of the war in Sicily, with all its hard-fought battles. The Carthaginians are capturing some cities, the Romans are taking others. Infantry and cavalry meet in the shock of battle. At Syracuse a great struggle is going on by land and sea. We hear the shouts of the combatants and the clash of their arms, and we are sitting idly by, as though we had neither weapons nor hands to use them. The legions of slaves have fought many pitched battles under Tiberius Sempronius. They have, as their reward, freedom and citizenship. We implore you to treat us at least as slaves, who have been purchased for this war, and to allow us to meet and fight the enemy, and so win our freedom. Are you willing to make proof of our courage by sea or by land, in the open field or against city walls? We ask for whatever brings the hardest toil and the greatest danger, if only what ought to have been done at Cannae may be done as soon as we can do it now. For all our life since has been but one long agony of shame. Chapter 7. When he had finished speaking, they prostrated themselves at the knees of Marcellus. He told them that he had not the authority or the power to grant their request, but said that he would write to the Senate and would be guided entirely by their decision. The dispatch was delivered into the hands of the new consuls, and read by them to the Senate. After discussing its contents, the Senate decided that they saw no reason why the safety of the Republic should be entrusted to soldiers who had deserted their comrades at Cannae. If Marcus Claudius, the propraetor, thought otherwise, he was to act as he thought best in the interests of the state, but only on this condition, that none of them should get their discharge, or receive any reward for valor, or be conveyed back to Italy, as long as the enemy remained on Italian soil. After this, an election was held by the city praetor, in accordance with a decision of the Senate and a resolution of the plebs, for the appointment of special commissioners of works. 5 commissioners were chosen to undertake the repair of the walls and towers of the city, and 2 boards, each consisting of 3 members, were selected, one to inspect the contents of the temples, and to make an inventory of the offerings, the other to rebuild the temples of Fortune and Mater Matuta, inside the Porta Carmentalis, and the temple of Spes outside, all of which had been destroyed by fire the previous year. Frightful storms occurred. On the Alban Mount it rained stones incessantly for 2 days. Many places were struck by lightning. 2 buildings in the capital, the rampart of the camp above Suessula in many places, 2 sentinels being killed. The wall and some of the towers at Cumae were not only struck, but even thrown down by the lightning. At Riate a huge rock was seen to fly about, and the sun was unusually red, in fact the color of blood. By reason of these portents, a day was set apart for special intercessions, and for several days the consuls devoted their attention to religious matters, and special services were held for 9 days. Hannibal captures Tarentum. The betrayal of Tarentum had long been an object of hope with Hannibal, and of suspicion with the Romans, and now an incident which occurred outside its walls hastened its capture. Filius had been a long time in Rome, ostensibly as the Tarentine envoy. He was a restless character, and chafed under the inaction in which he seemed likely to spend the greater part of his life. The hostages from Tarentum and Thurii were kept in the Hall of Liberty, but not under strict surveillance, because it was neither for their own interest nor for that of their city to play the Romans false. Filius found means of access to them, and had frequent interviews, in which he won them over to his design, and by bribing 2 of the watchmen, he brought them out of confinement as soon as it was dark, and they made their secret escape from Rome. As soon as it was light, their flight became known throughout the city, and a party was sent in pursuit. They were caught at Tarracina and brought back. Then they were marched into the Comitium, and with the approval of the people, scourged with rods and thrown from the rock. Chapter 8. The cruelty of this punishment produced a feeling of bitter resentment in the 2 most important Greek cities in Italy, not only amongst the population at large, but especially amongst those who were connected by ties of relationship or friendship with the men who had met with such a horrible fate. Amongst these there were 13 young nobles of Tarentum who entered into a conspiracy. The ringleaders were Nico and Philomenas. Before taking any action, they thought that they ought to have an interview with Hannibal. They left the city by night, on the pretense that they were going on a hunting expedition, and took the direction of his camp. When they were not far from it, the others concealed themselves in a wood near the road, while Nico and Philomenas went on to the outposts. They were seized, as they intended to be, and were conducted to Hannibal. After explaining to him the motives which had prompted them, and the nature of the step they were contemplating, they were warmly thanked and loaded with promises, and Hannibal advised them to drive to the city some cattle belonging to the Carthaginians, which had been turned out to pasture, so that they might make their fellow townsmen believe that they had really gone out, as they said, to get plunder. He promised that they should be safe and unmolested while so engaged. Everyone saw the plunder which the young men had brought, and as they did the same thing over and over again, people wondered less at their daring. At their next interview with Hannibal, they obtained from him a solemn promise that the Tarentines should preserve their freedom and retain their own laws, and all that belonged to them. They were to pay no taxes or tribute to Carthage, nor be required to admit a Carthaginian garrison against their will. The Roman garrison was to be at the mercy of the Carthaginians. When this understanding had been arrived at, Philomenas made a regular habit of leaving the city and returning to it by night. He was noted for his passion for hunting, and he had his dogs and other requisites for the sport with him. Generally he brought back something which had purposely been placed in his way, and gave it either to the commanders or the men on guard. They imagined that he chose night-time for his expeditions through fear of the enemy. When they had become so accustomed to his movements that the gate was opened at whatever hour of the night he gave the signal by whistling, Hannibal thought the time had come for action. He was 3 days' march distant, and in order to lessen any surprise that might be felt at his remaining encamped on one and the same spot so long, he feigned illness. The Romans who were garrisoning Tarentum had ceased to view his remaining there with suspicion. Chapter 9. When he had made up his mind to march to Tarentum, he picked out a force of 10,000 infantry and cavalry, who, from their agility and the lightness of their armor, would be most suitable for a dash upon the city. At the 4th watch of the night he made his advance, and sent forward about 80 Numidian troopers, with orders to patrol the roads in the neighborhood, and keep a sharp lookout, so that none of the rustics might espy his movements from a distance. Those in front of them they were to bring back. Any whom they met they were to kill, in order that the inhabitants of the district might take them for a marauding force rather than an army. Marching his men rapidly forward, he encamped about 15 miles from Tarentum, and without saying a word as to where they were going, he called his men together, and warned them all to keep in the line of march, and not to allow anyone to fall out or leave the ranks. They were, above all things, to listen to orders with attention, and not to do anything that they were not told to do. He would tell them when the time came what he wanted them to do. Almost at the same hour a rumor reached Tarentum that a small body of Numidian horse were ravaging their fields, and creating a panic far and wide amongst the peasantry. This news did not disturb the Roman commandant farther than that he ordered a portion of his cavalry to ride out the next morning early to drive off the enemy. As to guarding against any other contingency, so little care was shown that this movement on the part of the Numidians was actually taken as a proof that Hannibal and his army had not stirred from their camp. Hannibal resumed his advance soon after dark, Philomenes leading the way with the usual load of game on his shoulders, the rest of the conspirators waiting inside the town to carry out their part in the plot. The arrangement was that Philomenes should carry his prey through the wicket gate, which he always used, and at the same time admit some armed men. Hannibal was to approach the Tenemide gate from another direction. This gate was on the landward part of the city, and looked eastwards near the public cemetery inside the walls. As he approached the gate, Hannibal gave the signal by showing a light. The signal was answered in the same way by Nico. Then both lights were extinguished. Hannibal marched up to the gate in silence. Nico made a sudden attack upon the sentinels, who were sleeping soundly in their beds, and killed them. Then he opened the gate. Hannibal entered with his infantry, but the cavalry were ordered to remain outside, ready to meet any attack in the open plain. In the other direction, Philomenes also reached the wicket gate, which he had been in the habit of using, and whilst he was calling out that they could hardly stand the weight of the huge beast they were carrying, his voice and well-known signal roused the sentry, and the gate was opened. 2 young men carrying a wild boar entered. Philomenes and a lightly equipped huntsman followed close after, and whilst the sentinel, astonished at its size, turned unsuspectingly towards those who were carrying it, Philomenes ran him through with a hunting spear. Then about 30 armed men ran in, and massacred the rest of the sentinels, and broke open the large gate adjoining, and the army at once entered in fighting order, and marched in perfect silence to the Forum, where they joined Hannibal. The Carthaginian general formed 2,000 of his Gauls into 3 divisions, furnishing each with Tarentines to guide them, and sent them into different parts of the city with orders to occupy the main streets, and if a tumult arose, they were to cut down the Romans and spare the townsfolk. To secure this latter object, he gave instructions to the conspirators to tell any of their people whom they saw at a distance to keep quiet and silent, and fear nothing. Chapter 10. By this time there was as much shouting and uproar as usually happens when a city is taken, but nobody knew for certain what had happened. The Tarentines thought that the Roman garrison had started to pillage the town, The Romans were under the impression that the townsfolk had got up a disturbance with some treacherous design. The commandant, awakened by the tumult, hurried away to the harbor, and getting into a boat, was rowed round to the citadel. To add to the confusion, the sound of a trumpet was heard from the theatre. It was a Roman trumpet, which the conspirators had procured for the purpose, and being blown by a Greek who did not know how to use it, no one could make out who gave the signal, or for whom it was intended. When it began to grow light, the Romans recognized the arms of the Carthaginians and Gauls, and all doubt was removed. The Greeks, too, seeing the bodies of the Romans lying about everywhere, became aware that the city had been taken by Hannibal. When the light grew clearer, and the Romans who survived the massacre had taken refuge in the citadel, the tumult having somewhat subsided, Hannibal ordered the Tarentines to assemble without their arms. After they had all assembled, with the exception of those who had accompanied the Romans into the citadel to share their fate whatever it might be, Hannibal addressed some kind words to them, and reminded them of the way he had treated their compatriots, whom he had taken in the battle of Cannae. He went on to inveigh bitterly against the tyranny of Roman domination, and ended by ordering them each to return to their homes and write their names over their doors. If any houses were not so inscribed, he should at once give the signal for them to be plundered, and if any one placed an inscription on a house occupied by a Roman, they were in a separate quarter, he should treat him as an enemy. The people were dismissed, and after the inscriptions had been placed on the doors, so that the houses could be distinguished from those of the enemy, the signal was given, and the troops dispersed in all directions to plunder the Roman houses. There was a considerable amount of plunder seized. Chapter 11. The next day he advanced to attack the citadel. It was protected by lofty cliffs on the side of the sea, which surrounded the greater part of it like a peninsula, and on the side of the city it was enclosed by a wall and a very deep moat. Hannibal saw at once that it could successfully defy any attack, either by storm or by siege works. As he did not wish to be delayed from undertaking more important operations by having to protect the Tarentines, nor to leave them without adequate defense against any attacks, which the Romans might make at their pleasure from the citadel, he decided to cut off communication between the city and the citadel by earthworks. He rather hoped, too, that the Romans might attempt to interfere whilst these were being constructed, and give him a chance of fighting. And in case they made a sortie in force, he might inflict such heavy loss upon them, and so weaken them, that the Tarentines could easily hold their own against them unaided. No sooner was the work commenced than the Romans suddenly flung open the citadel gates and attacked the working party. The detachment who were on guard along the front allowed themselves to be driven in, and the Romans, emboldened by success, followed them up in greater numbers and to a greater distance. Then a signal was given, and the Carthaginians, whom Hannibal had drawn up in readiness, rushed upon them from all sides. The Romans could not withstand their attack, but their flight was checked by the narrow space and the obstructions caused by the work, which had been begun, and the preparations made for continuing it. A great many flung themselves headlong into the fosse, and more were killed in the flight than in the fighting. After this the work proceeded without molestation. An enormous fosse was dug, and on its inner side a breastwork and parapet thrown up, and a little further off in the same direction he made preparations for adding a wall, so that the town could protect itself against the Romans without his aid. He left, however, a small detachment to garrison the place and also help to complete the wall, while he himself, with the rest of his force, fixed his camp by the river Galliacus, about 5 miles from Tarentum. Returning from this position to inspect the work, and finding it much more advanced than he expected, he became hopeful of successfully attacking the citadel. It was not, like other similar places, protected by its lofty position, as it stood on level ground, and was separated from the city by a moat and a wall. While the attack was being pressed with siege works, machines and artillery of every kind, reinforcements arrived from Metapontum, and thus strengthened, the Romans were encouraged to make a night attack upon the enemy's works. Some they broke up, others they burnt, and that was the end of Hannibal's attempts to storm the walls. His only hope now was to invest the citadel, but that seemed useless, for standing as it did on a promontory and overlooking the mouth of the harbor, those who held it could make free use of the sea. The city, on the other hand, was cut off from all seaborne supplies, and the besiegers were more likely to starve than the besieged. Hannibal called the principal men of the place together, and explained all the difficulties of the situation. He told them that he saw no way of carrying a citadel so strongly fortified by storm, and there was nothing to hope for from a blockade as long as the enemy were masters of the sea. If he had ships, so that all supplies could be stopped from reaching them, they would then have to evacuate the citadel or surrender. The Tarentines quite agreed with him, but they thought that the man who gave the advice ought to help in carrying it out. If he sent for Carthaginian vessels from Sicily, the thing could be done, but their own ships were locked up in a narrow bay, so how could they escape into the open sea as long as the enemy held the mouth of the harbor? They shall escape, Hannibal replied. Many things which nature makes difficult become easy to the man who uses his brains. You have a city situated in a flat country. Broad and level roads lead in all directions. I will transport your ships without much trouble on wagons, and along the road which leads from the harbor through the heart of the city to the sea. Then the sea which the enemy are now masters of will be ours. We shall invest the citadel by sea on the one side, by land on the other. Or rather, I would say, we shall very soon capture it, either after the enemy have evacuated it, or with the enemy inside as well. These words excited not only hopes of success, but also an intense feeling of admiration for the general. Wagons were speedily collected from all sides and fastened together. Machines were employed for hauling the ships ashore, and the surface of the road was made good, so that the wagons could be drawn more easily and the transport effected with less difficulty. Then draft animals and men were got together, and the work promptly began. After a few days, a completely equipped fleet sailed round the citadel and cast anchor off the very mouth of the harbor. Such was the condition of affairs which Hannibal left behind him at Tarentum, when he returned to his winter quarters. Authorities, however, are divided on the question whether the defection of Tarentum occurred this year or last, but the majority, including those who lived nearest to the time of the events, assert that it happened this year. End of section 26. Section 27 of the History of Rome by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 25. The Fall of Syracuse. Chapters 12 through 15. Chapter 12. The Prophecies of Marsyas. The consuls and praetors were detained in Rome by the Latin festival until the 27th of April. That day the sacred rites were completed on the Alban Mount, and they all set out for their various provinces. Subsequently, the need of fresh religious observances was brought to their notice in consequence of the prophetic utterances of Marsyas. This Marsyas was a famous seer, and his prophecies had come to light the previous year, when by order of the Senate an inspection was made of all books of a similar character. They first came into the hands of Marcus Aemilius, who, as city praetor, was in charge of the business, and he at once handed them to the new praetor, Sulla. One of the two referred to events which had already happened before it saw the light, and the authority thus acquired by its fulfillment gained more credence for the other, which had yet to be fulfilled. In the first, the disaster of Cannae was foretold in words to this effect: "Thou who art sprung from Trojan blood, beware! The stream, by Canna. Let not aliens born force thee to battle on the fatal plain of Diomed. But thou wilt give no heed to this my Rede, until that all the plain be watered by thy blood, and mighty hosts the stream shall bear into the boundless deep from off the fruitful earth, and they who till its soil shall be for food to birds and beasts and fishes. Such is great Jove's word to me." Those who had fought there recognized the truth of the description: the plains of Argive Diomed, and the river Canna, and the very picture of the disaster. Then the second prophecy was read. It was not only more obscure than the first, because the future is more uncertain than the past, but it was also more unintelligible owing to its phraseology. It ran as follows: "If Romans ye would drive the foemen forth, who come from far to mar your land, then see that games be held as each 4th year comes round, in honor of Apollo, and your state shall bear its part. And all your folk shall share the holy work, each for himself and his. Your praetor, who shall justice do for each and all, shall have the charge. Then let there be 10 chosen, who shall offer sacrifice in Grecian fashion. This if ye will do, then shall ye evermore rejoice, and all your state shall prosper. Yea, the God shall bring your foes to naught, who now eat up your land." They spent one day interpreting this prophecy. The day following, the Senate passed a resolution that the 10 should inspect the sacred books, with reference to the institution of games to Apollo, and the proper form of sacrifice. After they had made their investigations and reported to the Senate, a resolution was passed that games be vowed and celebrated in honor of Apollo, and that when they were finished, 12,000 aces were to be given to the praetor for the expenses of the sacrifice, and 2 victims of large size. A second resolution was passed that the 10 should sacrifice according to Greek ritual the following victims: to Apollo, an ox with gilded horns, and 2 white she-goats with gilded horns, and to Latona, a heifer with gilded horns. When the praetor was about to celebrate the games in the Circus Maximus, he gave notice that during the games the people should contribute a gift to Apollo, according to each man's convenience. Such is the origin of the Apollinarian games, which were instituted for the cause of victory, and not, as is generally thought, in the interests of the public health. The people wore garlands whilst witnessing them. The matrons offered up intercessions. Feasting went on in the forecourts of the houses with open doors, and the day was observed with every kind of ceremonious rite. Chapter 13. Fighting round Capua. Hannibal was still in the neighborhood of Tarentum, and both the consuls were in Samnium, apparently making preparations for besieging Capua. Famine, generally the result of a long siege, was already beginning to press upon the Campanians, as they had been prevented by the Roman armies from sowing their crops. They sent a message to Hannibal, asking him to give orders for corn to be conveyed to Capua from places in the neighborhood before the consuls sent their legions into their fields, and all the roads were rendered impassable by the enemy. Hannibal ordered Hanno, who was in Bruttium, to march his army into Campania, and see to it that the people of Capua were plentifully supplied with corn. Hanno accordingly marched into Campania, and carefully avoiding the consuls, who were both encamped in Samnium, he selected a position for his camp on some rising ground about 3 miles from Beneventum. He then issued orders for the corn, which had been stored in the friendly cities round, to be carried to his camp, and assigned detachments to guard the convoys. A message was dispatched to Capua, stating the day on which they were to appear in the camp to receive the corn, bringing with them all the vehicles and beasts they could collect. The Campanians carried out his instructions with the same slackness and carelessness that they showed in everything else. Hardly more than 400 country carts were sent, and a few draft cattle. Hanno scolded them severely, telling them that even the hunger which rouses the energies of dumb animals failed to stimulate them to exertion. He then fixed another day for them to come for corn, provided with much more efficient means of transport. Everything was reported to the people of Beneventum exactly as it happened. They at once sent a deputation of 10 of their principal citizens to the consuls, both of whom were near Bovianum. On hearing what was going on at Capua, they arranged that one of them should march into Campania. Fulvius, to whom that province had been assigned, made a night march and entered Beneventum. He was now in Hanno's immediate neighborhood, and was informed that he had left with a portion of his army on a foraging expedition, that corn was supplied to Capua under the superintendence of the head of his commissariat, that 2,000 wagons with a disorderly and unarmed crowd had arrived at his camp, that haste and confusion prevailed everywhere, and that the rustics had invaded the camp from all the country round, and destroyed all semblance of military order, and all chance of military discipline. When he had satisfied himself that this information was correct, he issued an order for his men to get ready their standards and arms against nightfall, and nothing else, as they would have to attack the Carthaginian camp. Leaving their kits and all their baggage in Beneventum, they started at the 4th watch, and reached the camp just before dawn. Their appearance created such alarm that, had the camp been on level ground, it could undoubtedly have been carried at the first assault. Its elevated position and its entrenchments saved it. In no direction could it be approached except by steep and difficult climbing. When day broke, a hot fight commenced. The Carthaginians did not confine themselves to defending their lines, but being on more even ground themselves, they threw down the enemy who were struggling up the heights. Chapter 14. Courage and resolution, however, overcame all difficulties, and in some places the Romans had forced their way to the breastwork and fosse, but with heavy loss in killed and wounded, when the consul, calling round the superior officers, told them they must desist from the hazardous attempt. He thought it would be wiser to march back to Beneventum for that day, and on the next day to bring their camp close up to the enemy's camp, so that the Campanians could not quit it, and Hanno would be unable to return to it. To make more certain of this, he prepared to send for his colleague and his army, and direct their joint operations against Hanno and the Campanians. The "retire" was already being sounded, when the general's plans were shattered by the angry shouts of the soldiers, who spurned such feeble tactics. The Pelignian cohort happened to be in closest touch with the enemy, and their commanding officer, Vibius Achaeus, snatched up a standard and flung it across the enemy's rampart, at the same time invoking a curse on himself and his cohort if the enemy got possession of the standard. He was the first to dash over fosse and rampart into the camp. Now the Pelignians were fighting inside the lines, and Valerius Flaccus, the commanding officer of the 3rd Legion, was rating the Romans for their cowardice in letting the allies have the glory of capturing the camp. When Titus Pedanius, a centurion in command of the leading maniples, took a standard out of the bearer's hands and shouted, "This standard and this centurion will be inside the rampart in a moment. Let those follow who will prevent its capture by the enemy." His own maniples followed him as he sprang across the fosse. Then the whole of the legion pressed hard after. By this time even the consul, when he saw them climbing over the rampart, changed his mind, and instead of recalling the troops, began to urge them on by pointing to the dangerous position of their gallant allies and their own fellow citizens. Every man did his best to push on, over smooth and rough ground alike, amidst missiles showered upon them from all directions, against the desperate resistance of the enemy, who thrust their persons and their weapons in the way. They advanced step by step and broke into the camp. Many who were wounded, even those who were faint from loss of blood, struggled on that they might fall within the enemy's camp. In this way the camp was taken, and taken too as quickly as though it lay on level ground, entirely unfortified. It was no longer a fight but a massacre, for they were all crowded together inside the lines. Over 10,000 of the enemy were killed, and over 7,000 made prisoners, including the Campanians, who had come for corn, and all the wagons and draft animals were captured. There was also an immense quantity of plunder, which Hanno, who had been raiding everywhere, had carried off from the fields of the allies of Rome. After totally destroying the enemy's camp, they returned to Beneventum. There the 2 consuls, Appius Claudius had arrived a few days before, sold and distributed the spoil. Those to whose exertions the capture of the camp was due were rewarded, especially Achaeus the Pelignian and Titus Pedanius the centurion, who headed the 1st Legion. Hanno was at Cominium Acritum with a small foraging party when he heard of the disaster to his camp, and he retreated to Brutium in a way which suggested flight rather than an orderly march. Chapter 15. When the Campanians in their turn heard of the disaster which had overtaken them and their allies, they sent to Hannibal to inform him that the 2 consuls were at Beneventum, a day's march from Capua, and that the war had all but reached their walls and gates. If he did not come with all speed to their help, Capua would fall into the hands of the enemy more rapidly than Arpi had done. Not even Tarentum, much less its citadel, ought to be of so much importance in his eyes as to make him give up to Rome, abandoned and defenseless, the Capua which he always used to say was as great as Carthage. Hannibal promised that he would take care of Capua, and sent a force of 2,000 cavalry, by whose aid they would be able to keep their fields from being devastated. Metapontum and Thurii go over to Hannibal. The Romans, meanwhile, amongst their other cares, had not lost sight of the citadel of Tarentum and its beleaguered garrison. Publius Cornelius, one of the praetors, had, acting on the instructions of the Senate, sent his lieutenant, Gaius Servilius, to purchase corn in Etruria. and after loading some ships, sailed to Tarentum and made his way through the enemy's guard ships into the harbor. His arrival produced such a change that the very men who, having lost almost all hope, had been frequently invited by the enemy in their colloquies with them to go over to them, now actually invited and tried to persuade the enemy to come over to them. Soldiers, too, had been sent from Metapontum, so the garrison was now strong enough for the defense of the citadel. The Metapontines, on the other hand, relieved from their fears by the departure of the Romans, promptly went over to Hannibal. The people of Thurii, on the same part of the coast, took the same step. Their action was due in some measure to the defection of Tarentum and Metapontum, but it was due quite as much to their feeling of exasperation against the Romans at the recent massacre of their hostages. It was the relations and friends of these who sent messengers with dispatches to Hannibal and Mago, who were in the neighborhood, promising to put the city in their power if they would march up to the walls. Marcus Atinius was in command at Thurii, with a small garrison, and they thought that he would easily be drawn into a precipitate engagement, not because he trusted to his own small garrison, but because he relied upon the soldiery of Thurii, whom he had carefully drilled and armed against such an emergency. After the Carthaginian generals had entered the country of Thurii, they divided their forces. Hanno proceeded with the infantry in battle order up to the city. Mago and his cavalry halted and took up a position behind some hills admirably adapted for concealing his movements. Atinius understood from his scouts that the hostile force consisted entirely of infantry. Accordingly, he went into battle quite unaware of the treachery of the citizens or the maneuver of the enemy. The contest was a very spiritless one. Only a few Romans were in the fighting line, and the Thurians were awaiting the issue rather than helping to decide it. The Carthaginian line purposely fell back in order to draw their unsuspecting enemy behind the hill where the cavalry were waiting. No sooner had they reached the place than the cavalry dashed forward with their battle cry. The Thurians, an ill-disciplined crowd, disloyal to the side on which they fought, were at once put to flight. The Romans kept up the fight for some time, in spite of their being attacked on one side by the infantry and on the other by the cavalry. But at last they too turned and fled to the city. There a body of the traders admitted the stream of their fellow townsmen through the open gate. But when they saw the Romans routed and running towards the city, they shouted that the Carthaginians were at their heels, and the enemy would enter the city pell-mell with the Romans unless they instantly closed the gates. The Romans accordingly were shut out for slaughter by the enemy, Atinius and a few others being alone allowed to enter. A heated discussion thereupon arose amongst the townsmen. Some were for maintaining their loyalty to Rome, others thought they ought to yield to fate and surrender the city to the victors. As usual, evil counsels and the desire to be on the winning side carried the day. Atinius and his men were conducted down to the sea and placed on board ship, not because they were Romans, but because, after Atinius's mild and impartial administration, they wished to provide for his safety. Then the Carthaginians were admitted into the city. The consuls left Beneventum and marched their legions into the territory of Capua, partly to destroy the crops of corn, which were now in the blade, and partly with the view of making an attack upon the city. They thought that they would make their consulship illustrious by the destruction of so wealthy and prosperous a city, and at the same time they would wipe out a great stain from the Republic, which had allowed the defection of so close a neighbor to go for 3 years unpunished. They could not, however, leave Beneventum unguarded. If, as they felt certain would be the case, Hannibal came to Capua to help his friends, it would be necessary, in view of the sudden emergency, to provide against the attacks of his cavalry. They sent orders, therefore, to Tiberius Gracchus, who was in Lucania, to come to Beneventum with his cavalry and light infantry, and to leave someone in command of the legions in the standing camp, who were protecting Lucania. End of Section 27.